Homeowner protests have existed in China since the opening of the housing market in the 1990s, but have intensified rapidly over the past decade or so. One major driver has clearly been the housing boom, and it is notable that most housing protests are located in second- and third-tier cities in places like Henan, Sichuan, and Shaanxi, away from the coastal economic hubs. The events tracked by Lu Enli appear to be the fallout of a building spree that occurred in these cities as businesses fled rising wages for the cheaper labor of the interior beginning in the early 2010s. What began as a trickle of angry homeowner protests in 2013 became what is probably the most common form of protest in China today. It's important, then, to understand the character of these struggles. Typically, homeowners protest against real estate projects that fail to deliver on their promises. Many homes in new developments are bought far in advance of their completion. These complexes come with promises that schools, parks, and other facilities will soon be built to serve them, and agents ensure buyers of the future property values expected when houses are handed over. Quite often, however, projects run into problems. Planned schools fall through, facilities are less lavish than promised, and the overall quality of housing is far below buyers' expectations, leading to organizing and protest among the new owners. Most often, buyers complain of shoddy construction or late handovers of their properties when developers run into complications, such as the bankruptcy of a subcontractor or changes in the local government's zoning plans. In the end, buyers are left with a breach of contract and millions of yuan, often their life savings, on the line. The most common grievance of homeowners, according to the categories constructed by Lu Enli, is that they were cheated by real estate companies in the process of building, or that the homes were delivered to them late or in incomplete condition. 10% of homeowner incidents involve residents who organize against property management firms for raising rents or fees, or for mismanaging the complex. Homeowner actions are distinct in the level of organization and amount of resources made possible by the participants' greater overall income relative to rural residents or migrant workers. They often wear coordinated, custom-made t-shirts, for example. Homeowners are also more open about their organizing. Photos archived by Lu Enli show public events featuring full PowerPoint presentations. This may demonstrate the relative confidence among owners that their efforts are legal and will find widespread support in society and even among state officials. Homeowners often target government buildings, an action framed as petitioning, 16 although sometimes this evolves into the obstruction of gates or roads forms associated elsewhere with such struggles in the spheres of circulation and social reproduction. Overall, homeowner protests have been depicted as more rational and less violent than rural land disputes or worker strikes in industrial zones, but statistically speaking, homeowners are no less likely to experience police intervention, assault, and arrests, according to Lu Enli's data. On an average day, worker protests are the second largest category of protest, though as already mentioned they compose the largest category annually due to their seasonality. The pre-New Year wave of protests, rising to their climax in December through January or February, is dominated by construction workers demanding unpaid wages owed for projects they had been working on for months, or sometimes even years. In China's construction industry, workers are typically paid a small daily stipend, with the vast majority of payment postponed until the project is completed, or just before the workers return to their distant homes for New Year. The pressure of the approaching holiday pushes workers to demand payment in a variety of extreme ways that don't, and usually cannot, include a work stoppage of any kind, since most of the projects have either been completed or gone bankrupt. Collective actions include road blockages, demonstrations at government buildings, and threats of suicide often made by workers standing atop the structures they built, displaying banners and threatening to jump if they're not given what they're owed. Beyond the New Year surge, everyday actions by construction workers occur in the same fashion. Altogether the sector accounts for 40% of China's labor actions each year. Hofeng, protest with Chinese characteristics, demonstrations, riots, and petitions in the mid-Qing dynasty. Columbia University Press, 2013. 384. Even most worker actions outside the construction sector appear, at least on the surface, as a kind of protest with no sign of a work stoppage, holding a demonstration at a local government office, or raising a banner outside the workplace and posting pictures of it on social media. Of course, each collective action involves many unseen layers of activity, days, months, or even years of communications among workers, confrontation or mediation with bosses or the authorities, or lawsuits, lawyers, and bureaucratic procedures with government bodies. Only a fraction of these struggles escalate into the sort of public demonstrations that break into social media and records such as Lu and Li's blog. Among these, about 15% have police involvement, and 5 to 10% involve arrests, according to 2014 to 2016 statistics from the China Labor Bulletin, which used Lu and Li's data as a key source. According to the same statistics, strikes account for only 10 to 15% of all labor actions across the board, and growth in the service sector seems to have intensified this trend. Work stoppages are particularly rare in the service industries, though the portion of workers employed there is the largest and growing rapidly. While this marks a real shift away from the type of mass strikes that are possible in large factory complexes, we should also note that work stoppages are almost surely higher than what is shown by publicly available records. Careful on-the-ground research shows that small, hidden stoppages of production occur quite often without ever entering a government stat book or appearing on social media. 17. This is only to say that we should neither romanticize nor completely discount the potential of workers' direct experience of the strike as a form of resistance. Demonstrations nonetheless comprise the most common type of labor struggles. Actions by rural residents are the third largest category, though they are gradually declining in number. Goebel's analysis, for example, shows that land grabs and evictions, the primary causes of rural struggles, were declining as a share of all incidents throughout the period covered by Lu and Li's data. Rural struggles as a whole accounted for a third of all incidents in 2008, according to Eugene Rong's findings, whereas now they comprise only 10%, though they are still among the largest and most explosive conflicts in China. 18. Rural struggles center on land grabs and forced demolitions, in which local officials force residents out of their homes with little to no compensation for real estate projects or other more lucrative ventures. By association, these protests often focus on the corruption of local officials, as well as environmental issues. Environmental conflicts, another major protest category, often arise in such areas because environmentally destructive industrial activities are integral to the local government's development policies. While smaller in number than incidents centered on labor disputes or urban homeowners, unrest among rural residents is often the most violent, involving both brutal attacks by police and highly organized, sometimes armed, resistance by rural residents. Where is the labor movement? In the same way that China acts as a disavowed dumping ground for many of the dirty realities of industrial society, it has also proved to be a sort of junkyard for obsolete political programs. The most familiar, of course, is the mirage of a workers' movement amassing somewhere just beyond the horizon, its silhouette a faithful reproduction of the summit of industrial organizing in the West. Such an eternally delayed Chinese labor movement has been predicted for decades by figures across the political spectrum, both inside and outside of China. Lying along the spectrum from liberal to Leninist, these theorists all draw on a more or less common understanding of their foundational myth, derived from an extremely brief period in the much broader and more diverse historical workers' movements of Europe and North America. This myth reduces that experience to a few key elements that wielded hegemony only temporarily, if at all: wage workers, led chiefly by the core industrial workers in large Fordist factories, fighting strategically for better wages and working conditions, using the strike as their primary weapon of struggle, and the union as their essential form of organization. In reality, this view simultaneously bastardizes history and mutilates any understanding of present potentials. 19. It is marginally important, however, as an ideological foundation for what are essentially conservative positions arguing that politics be contained through displacement. If the real movement is occurring in China, politics elsewhere is reduced to mere activism or academic analysis, conducted from a distance. It is not purely coincidental that such analysis thrives on prophecy. 387. Since its basic structure is similar in nature to the displacement of political desire into religion. Despite the persistent absence of such a labor movement in China, then, onlookers have on different occasions hailed turning points that might bring about such a movement, from the mass layoffs of state-owned enterprise workers in the late 1990s to the wildcat strike waves of the early 2000s in the sweatshops of the Pearl River Delta. Among the most recent of these failed prophecies was the 2010 strike wave, sparked by the iconic strike at Honda's four main automobile production bases in China. The Honda strike illustrates the misplaced hopes of those who saw in it the potential re-emergence of the historical workers' movement in China, led by fiery industrial workers aggressively demanding wage and benefit increases, all wrapped together in demands for greater trade union representation and collective bargaining. The strikes of May 2010, the largest involving 2,000 workers at the Honda parts plant in Nanhai, Guangdong 20, were seen as a turning point for workers' unrest in China. Young workers, reacting against years of inflation alongside stagnant wages, won significant pay increases, inspiring a wave of strikes at about 60 other auto plants and other types of factories across the country, followed by nationwide wage increases. 21 representatives of the All China Federation of Trade Unions opposed the workers, attempting to break up their demonstrations and compel them to return to their posts. The strike became a sensation in both domestic and international media, with intellectuals, activists, and reporters flocking to the Nanhai plant. Their influence was not just symbolic. One high-profile labor academic, Chuang, was instrumental in mediating a deal for the workers, but he also reshaped their demands, convincing them to add a process of collective bargaining to the list. The incident was soon resolved, and workers gained a 35% pay increase. Meanwhile, reformers within Guangdong's provincial level of the ICTU seized upon the strike as an opportunity to push for greater union involvement in labor disputes. To this end, they increased the number of pilot projects for plant-level union elections, establishing a version of tripartite labor relations, curbing strike actions and labor disputes, stabilizing wages and working conditions, and attempting to create new relevance for the long ossified ICTU. Some onlookers, like world labor historian Beverly Silver, felt that the striking Honda workers would resurrect the labor movement, which had been prematurely pronounced dead by the end of the 20th century. 22. In reality, the superficial appearance of a domestic debate on building a new workers' movement actually disguised deeper machinations within the state's apparatus for controlling dissent. The ICTU's reformist wing, propelled by the strike's energy and bolstered by the international attention, drew on the language and even support of academics and NGOs to make their own case for a better, softer method of suppressing unrest. Silver and others presumed that the auto workers' strike wave was a sign of an organized, militant labor movement on the rise, citing the examples of the US in the 1930s and Western Europe in the 60s, and then force-fitting events in South Korea, South Africa, and Brazil into the same model, as if history had produced no novelties since the middle of last century. 23. In this myth, rapid industrialization always lead to predictable sequences of militant worker resistance and unionization, leading the working class to push for more general reforms and revolutionary demands. On its own, this is simply a case of underwhelming scholarship. But in the larger picture, the rudiments of this work have been mobilized for conservative purposes. In reality, the Honda strike was notable for two main reasons. First, it marked a major attempt to reorient the ways in which the state suppresses dissent in China, and thereby played an important role in continuing factional conflict within the capitalist class. In that way, it can be seen as the urban industrial counterpart to Wuhan Village's 2011 experiment in democracy, which was mobilized in a similar way. 24. Secondly, 2010 heralded the beginning of the end of a particular era in which coastal factory strikes had risen to prominence among the variety of collective actions taking place in China every day. It was, then, a peak of sorts, beyond which lay a descent into another vast hellscape marked by changing geographic and sectoral patterns of labor actions, shifts in the national composition of employment, and new trends in investment and state policy. After Honda, many expected a generalization of the turn from defensive to offensive actions, in which workers would strike for wage increases beyond existing laws and norms rather than merely reacting when bosses pushed them too far and failed to meet legal standards. 25 in the years that followed, however, these reactive demands remained dominant in labor struggles. Wages did in fact rise for workers across China, but not necessarily in response to fear of worker rebellion. Other, probably more determinate causes were inflation, policy changes raising minimum wages as part of an effort to restructure the basic geography of industry and, most importantly, competition over a slowly shrinking pool of able-bodied workers, driven by the final exhaustion of the rural labor surplus and a shrinking demographic dividend caused by the lower birth rates that accompany urbanization. While average wages have risen steadily since the Honda strikes, in many cases, especially in recent years as China's growth rate has begun to slow, low-wage workers have made few gains or have even seen their real incomes decline as inflation has continued to climb. Guangdong Province, the heart of the 2010 strike wave, instituted a 3-year freeze on minimum wage increases between 2015 and 2018. Meanwhile, workers themselves rarely pushed for wage increases beyond their legal entitlements, instead usually fighting to achieve bare minimum standards like their legally required social insurance payments or wage arrears. In the years following the Honda strike between 2011 and 2018, 2/3 of all manufacturing demands were related to wage arrears, while only 9% involved calls for wage increases. Records of workers' demands during these changes help to signal this general trend, also hinting at the waves of relocation and closures that began just a few years after Honda. In 2011 to 2014, demands for wage increases in manufacturing occurred in around 19% of the cases, while the most common demand was still wage arrears, at 40%. Then, from 2015 to 2018, wage arrears demands jumped to 76% while calls for pay increases actually dropped to a mere 3.3%. Also during this period, strikes and protests in response to factory relocations and closures rose significantly, accounting for 15.7% of the incidents. 26 in 2015, even the famed workers of the 2010 Nanhai Honda strike were still struggling against rapid increases in the cost of living. 27 While in 2010 workers had won a 35% increase and greater participation in the plant-level union structure, they found themselves striking again in 2013, this time against the union, when offered an annual raise of only 10%. A one-day strike brought the level to 14.4%, but in the following years, even this proved insufficient to meet the rising costs of housing, food, and other goods. China's leading industrial workers found themselves fighting just to keep up with inflation in an environment that is quickly becoming unable to provide even the most basic concessions a labor movement would ask of it. All these changes, from the prevalence of defensive demands to the relocation of factories and the falling size and frequency of manufacturing-related strikes, correspond to the changing structure of the economy. In 2010, just when some expected striking factory workers to lead the way for China's proletariat, employment in manufacturing was nearing its historical peak. Plateauing in 2013 to 2014, it has since begun a steady decline, measured as a share of total employment. 28 This decline was concurrent with mass factory closures and relocations beginning in 2013, which caused some of the largest and most contentious strikes in recent history. 29 Nearly all of them fit a pattern. These strikes did not involve demands for significant wage increases at enterprises with healthy profit margins. Instead, they consisted mainly of pitched battles for unpaid wages and benefits at factories facing closure, relocation, or downsizing, sometimes requiring the company to liquidate assets simply in order to pay off what it owed. Labor NGOs intervened in many of these strikes, hoping to put traditional labor movement ideology into practice by directing workers toward collective bargaining and union reform. Workers at these factories, along with the NGO organizations involved, put together some extraordinary long-term campaigns involving strike actions, bargaining with employers, petitioning of the government and sometimes clashes with the police, only to find in most cases that their bosses had very little to offer them due to the shrinking profit margins that had given rise to the disputes in the first place. The period was by no means empty of major strikes, some even winning fairly large victories. In 2014, around 1,000 workers at garment manufacturer Artigas in Shenzhen began a series of strikes for unpaid overtime and social insurance contributions. Between 2014 and 2015, workers at the Light footwear factory in Guangzhou took part in multiple strikes, demonstrations and negotiations with management. 31 With the aid of local labor NGOs, they won over 120 million yuan in severance pay and unpaid wages and benefits. The 2014 Yuyun footwear strike in Dongguan, involving 40,000 workers, took place amid fears of the factory's long-term plans to downsize and shift production to Southeast Asia. 32 further strikes occurred at that and other Yuyun plants the following year when the company continued to consolidate production. But, altogether, the strikes in these years were hardly offensive, and rarely demanded wage increases, instead focusing on unpaid wages, severance pay, social insurance and other demands that accompany the downsizing and relocation of factories. Thus, though large, the strikes that did occur were essentially a fading echo. And in the years after Yuyun, the overall trend has been a general decrease in the size of labor actions. Deindustrialization. These trends in worker protests track changes in the industrial composition of the country more generally, which has begun to shed labor in a manufacturing sector stricken by an ever-building over-accumulation crisis. Though official policies are now geared toward building a consumer-led economy, this vision is largely a mirage generated by the faulty presuppositions of mainstream economics. In reality, the subsequent shift of employment into services is more the result of diminishing returns to investment in manufacturing in the context of a tenuous macroeconomic stability secured by similarly diminishing returns to state-led stimulus. The result is an enormous amount of surplus capital with nowhere to go. On the surface, this appears to be driving a boom in consumption and catapulting the coastal cities into service and high-tech industries, mirroring the ladder of industrial upgrading already experienced in Japan and the other East Asian late developers. But these other developmental stories were predicated on the outward movement of capital as well, with Japanese, South Korean and Taiwanese firms passing through a series of trade. Figure 4. Picking quarrels. 395. Wars to ultimately secure their status as intermediaries in the new productive chain stretching from mainland China to the consumer cores of the West, with Hong Kong and Singapore acting as new shipping and finance hubs. Throughout, this process was marked by severe domestic crises and capped by an unambiguous capitulation to U.S. interests. 33. It is not yet evident, however, that a new nucleus of production has even been found. Strained by thinning profit margins, capital began to move to the Chinese interior in the wake of the 2008 crisis. But the gains of this relocation have been minimal compared to the earlier industrial boom in the coastal Sun Belt. Meanwhile, production has been moving overseas, to South and Southeast Asia, as well as parts of Africa, but the returns of such outward investment are not yet clear, even while they've already triggered a new round of jostling within the global political economic hierarchy. 34. The basic Chinese macroeconomic picture can be seen from government statistics. The data lacks detail, and recent scandals around false reporting of provincial GDP data act as a continued reminder of the danger of relying exclusively on official figures, but they nonetheless capture in broad strokes the unmistakable movement of deindustrialization and the rapid expansion of the service sector. 35. Employment in the primary sector has been falling as a portion of total employment for decades, and declining in the absolute number employed since a peak in the early 90s. 36. The secondary sector peaked in relative employment in 2012 when it accounted for 30% of the total before beginning a steady decline. This was matched by a similar, albeit slightly more moderate, trend in absolute employment. The tertiary sector has, in turn, exploded and is fast approaching half of total employment. In terms of contribution to GDP, China's secondary and tertiary sectors have switched places since the Honda strike. In 2010, secondary sector contribution hit a 12-year high of 57.4% of the country's GDP, while the tertiary sector stood at 39%. The latest statistics show that by 2017, secondary sector contribution fell steadily to 36.3%, while the tertiary sector climbed to 58.8%, by far the highest share in the country's history. Other official statistics, like the government's annual survey of peasant workers, those with a rural hukou working outside of their home county, show that today almost half of China's nearly 300 million migrant workers from the countryside now work in tertiary industries like retail, transportation, food services, etc., and the numbers are growing. The figure is almost on par with secondary industries, in particular construction and manufacturing, inflated by the fact that declines in manufacturing employment were countered with massive public works investment paired with the continuing housing bubble, all creating construction jobs ultimately dependent on either state investment or speculative real estate deals. Soon, no doubt, services will overtake manufacturing and construction as the primary employer of this segment of the population, especially as infrastructure and real estate investment reach a point of saturation. Even in Guangdong province, the heartland of China's export-oriented industries, manufacturing peaked as a share of employment in 2011, and has been falling ever since. 37. Still, output and profits in Guangdong appeared to be rising in data available from 2010 to 2015, even as the number of workers in manufacturing fell, a natural product of industrial upgrading, automation and increases in productivity. 38. While squat sweatshops pumping out textile piecework or plastic parts still chug along in pockets of the province, vast swaths of Guangdong are transforming rapidly away from what they looked like a decade ago. Wave after wave of closures have been welcomed by government bureaucrats, pushing out low-end, labor-intensive industries in favor of higher-tech factories in an effort to upscale. Factory districts have been converted into logistics centers, and sometimes even flashy new tech and innovation hubs, in an effort to revive industrial production. The apex of industrial workers' struggles has passed with the deterioration of their employment base. Nonetheless, the hope for a labor movement, projected from afar, has followed factories to inland provinces, with academics and NGOs arguing that relocation might cause a new wave of worker protests closer to migrants' homes that would mark some kind of qualitative advancement over the coastal struggles of the past 2 decades. 39. On the one hand, it is true that provinces like Guangdong are no longer the center of gravity for labor unrest. 40. So far, however, local research has found that inland factory struggles have mainly exhibited weak echoes of those on the coast. 41. No room for a raise. If the post-Honda era has proven anything, it has been the growing illegitimacy of the wage demand. 42. Rather than a renewed era of offensive trade unionism. Take, for example, the inability to provide legally mandated social insurance coverage to workers. Landmark labor legislation in the late 2000s and early 2010s was expected to stabilize wage relations and provide a social insurance scheme for China. In part, this was meant as a final replacement for the cradle-to-grave benefits of the iron rice bowl offered to state-owned enterprise workers that had been lost over decades of reform. At the same time, the goal was similar to state welfare policies in the high-income countries, intended to enforce a basic stability in the labor market by securing the reproduction of labor power through maternity leave, pensions, medical benefits, etc. The Labor Contract Law of 2008 sought to guarantee a labor contract and shared employer-employee funded social insurance program for all workers, and the social insurance network was further clarified in the 2011 Social Insurance Law, which guaranteed 5 insurances and 1 fund to workers: a pension, unemployment, medical and work-related injury insurances were to be paired with the Housing Provident Fund, which is meant to allow workers to save money toward buying a home, but is often used as a second pension. All of this was to be paid for by joint contributions from employer and employee at given rates set in slight variation according to local municipal regulations and paid into local government coffers. Workers' social insurance entitlements, however, are as a rule actively pushed aside by local officials and employers, who both know that enforcement would constrain, and in some cases decimate, profits. In fact, despite years of promotion of social insurance laws and efforts to build a more social democratic state apparatus based on shared contributions from state, worker, and employer, social insurance contribution adherence remains at abysmal lows. Moreover, benefits paid by migrant workers into local government accounts are notoriously difficult to transfer across administrative borders, or even to 401. Withdraw within the same province, causing many workers to ignore the system entirely. A government report from 2015 showed that only 1/3 of the total workforce had a basic pension, while even fewer had basic medical insurance. 43 things have not improved since. In January of 2018, the Ministry of Social Security revealed that migrant worker coverage of the various social insurance accounts ranged from 17 to 27% of China's nearly 300 million migrant workers. Tight profit margins restrict the capacity of enterprises to feasibly fulfill even the most basic material demands of workers, including their legally mandated social insurance commitments. Conditions in the Pearl River Delta city of Dongguan provide a good case study of the double bind that workers find themselves in. Dongguan, long a major hub in the world's factory, has one of the highest concentrations of migrant workers in the country, and is also one of the few cities that has published government statistics on its migrant population, including the specific industries they work in, making it possible to approximate the total cost of unpaid social insurance both in a particular locality and across various industries. In 2015, the most recent data available, Dongguan had around 4 million migrant workers, 3.1 million of whom were in industrial manufacturing jobs. 44 Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security figures showed that, in the same year, out of the country's 277 million migrant workers, only 20% had a basic pension, 19% had medical insurance, 27% had work accident insurance, and around 15% had unemployment insurance. 45 They provided no data on maternity insurance or the housing fund, but contributions for these funds is also exceptionally poor, if not lower, so an estimate of 20% for each of them would be optimistic. Extrapolating from these figures, if manufacturers actually paid the social insurance contributions they still owed to Dongguan's migrant factory workers in 2015, it would conservatively cost them at least 24 billion yuan. 46 According to government data, Dongguan's industrial profits in enterprises over a certain size for 2015 was around 41 billion yuan, and this includes the construction industry, where average profit is likely higher. Nonetheless, such a massive payout would cut industrial profits in half. Paying workers a 35% wage increase alone, the percentage won by the Honda workers, would by itself cost 40 billion yuan across the industrial sector, effectively eliminating all profits. Adding unpaid social insurance at this new pay rate would hurl Dongguan firms deeply into the red, at a total cost of 76 billion yuan. Modest increases in labor costs would be disastrous not only for China's industrial core, but also for the brave new world of e-commerce, into which China's elite have been investing a great deal of hope for a new wave of growth. Here we see fledgling industries move through what liberal economists call the product cycle at a breakneck pace, phases of expansion, homogenization, and monopolization, followed ever more quickly by decline. Workers chase the relatively high wages of expansion through stagnation and then downward pressure on their pay and outright layoffs, followed by the search for another job if one can be found at all. The dawn of China's e-commerce revolution saw brands like Alibaba grow at incredible speed, though this growth simply chewed up and reconfigured older brick-and-mortar retail. The growth of online shops, and the associated industry of express parcel delivery, soaked up both unemployed college graduates and laid-off industrial workers in droves. During the phase of expansion, express delivery drivers, though predominantly men in an industry that almost universally excludes women, could make good money, taking home around 4,000 yuan per month on average in 2010-47, when the average industrial wage was around half as much. 48 Alibaba grew to a virtual monopoly in the market with an 80% market share by 2013. 49 in that year, the same that the total number of industrial workers reached its climax before declining. Premier Li Keqiang praised Alibaba CEO for creating jobs for countless drivers and online shop owners, and for freeing the productive power of the old economy. 50 However, these new industries have a bad habit of exhibiting many of the same problems as the old ones. For example, JD.com CEO Lu Qiangdong famously estimated that 90% of his company's full-time drivers had social insurance, but like many others companies, JD relies heavily on outsourcing, independent contractors and part-time drivers. 51 When the express delivery industry became saturated, wages began to stagnate and eventually to fall, just as companies began dumping capital into a sea of different contenders in the rising food delivery industry. A study from 2016 showed that around half of delivery workers made between 2,000 and 4,000 yuan per month, with long hours and no social insurance. 52 Drivers soon began jumping ship to food delivery, where wages were twice as high. 53 But again wage growth eventually stalled and cuts began, just as the market became dominated by two major players, Meituan-Dianping and ele.me. 54. 405. But the context here is important. These companies, and others in e-commerce, have been engaged for years in a nearly endless spending war, never turning a profit. Meituan-Dianping, now the largest food delivery company, has clawed its way to the top of the industry through years of losses, and has yet to turn a profit as of late 2018. 55 Stocks plummeted shortly after the company's IPO as its losses continued to grow, leading to layoffs. 56 To place this in context, the company employs roughly 500,000 drivers. 57 And a major restructuring at JD.com in the same year saw the company finally move into the black after years of losses. 58 Many of these companies are simply riding another bubble, similar in character to the US tech bubble of the late 1990s, sustained by enormous sums of speculative investment funds that cannot be profitably poured into the productive economy. Instead, unicorn companies are buoyed by successive waves of venture capital, creating new monopoly-scale conglomerates that wield enormous power in the stock market, where they also funnel regular dividend payouts to shareholders, all in the expectation that their crucial market positions cannot help but result in profitable returns. This expectation, however, is a speculative gamble, and every stock market bust threatens to bring the whole edifice tumbling down. The proletariat and the myth of the middle. The conditions in Dongguan represent just one particularly manufacturing-heavy microcosm of macroeconomic dynamics in China as a whole. The country is now experiencing the simultaneous stagnation of GDP growth, slowing wage increases, and ballooning inequality between a rich population that is only growing more secure in its wealth and an increasingly vulnerable, informal, and fractured working class. All of these trends are driven by the oversaturation of investment in productive industries, which in turn has forced the state to divert resources into large stimulus projects that only result in the accumulation of greater amounts of underperforming fixed capital in newly developed cities and industrial zones in the interior. These new developments tend to attract just a fraction of the productive investment they were intended for. In part, this is due to automation in places like Guangdong, which helps retain output and diminishes the need for new workers elsewhere. But, on the other hand, the labor costs of the interior are not as low as those in nearby coastal production hubs like Vietnam or Cambodia. On top of this, China's vast interior simply has too many locales competing to absorb the industries priced out of the coast. Even if a few succeed, the majority will be losers. Meanwhile, since all of these areas are under a single, unified currency, the effects of inflation move more readily across the national economy, and a strong yuan in the coast leads to a stronger yuan in the interior, despite wage differentials. On one hand, this does lead to capital spilling over into the development of other industries, including services. The growth of the service sector and a consumer economy is the official policy goal of the state. But this language obscures the real machinations of a capitalist economy. It's true that deindustrialization has already taken hold, growth rates across the country are beginning to slow and services are proliferating. But this is also taking place while wages are beginning to stagnate. In 2012, the year Xi Jinping came to power, China's growth rate began dropping rapidly after a brief, stimulus-driven recovery following the crisis of 2008. By 2014, lower growth rates had been officially declared the new normal, with consumption-driven spending to be the new source of growth, rather than export-oriented manufacturing. This announcement was paired with the intentional closure of factories in cities like Beijing in an effort to drive down pollution and force industrial relocation to the less developed interior. At the time, it was imagined that new, consumer-oriented service industries would flood into the breach, helping to build a middle class and thereby catapult such cities into conditions resembling the imagined ideal of the high-income countries. In reality, this change simply put an even heavier strain on poorer workers and further secured the gains of the hyper-rich. The trajectory of struggles, as shown by Liu and Li's data, is not trending in the direction of a labor movement, but is instead following these changes in class composition. Clinging to the image of the factory worker only obscures the real topography of proletarian conditions. As anywhere else, China's proletariat consists of those who have nothing but their capacity to work for a wage to survive, while capitalists control means of production and live off income from capital. But it's often impossible to cleanly divide individuals' class positions in the fashion of sociologists, who often substitute proxies like income brackets or education for actual class. Class is a society-wide polarity that emanates from the process of production. Individuals will 408 always have a messy relationship to this overall polarity, since even those who own factories and live off dividends likely also have a wage income, just as those who predominantly live off of the wage may also own some stocks. Despite this, a sliver of stocks does not make someone, in part, a capitalist, just as a CEO's wage does not make them, in part, a proletarian. A true middle stratum stretched between the two only exists among better-off managers and small holders or in conditions of general social prosperity, in which some larger portion of mid-income wage earners may also receive substantial returns on privately held investments. Even this segment of the population is so internally differentiated that we speak of the middle strata rather than a single stratum, which might be mistaken for something like a middle class with some presumed homogeneity. In reality, these middle strata are simply people who could reasonably live off of the profits of their small business or investments without working themselves, their waged income simply a means to propel them into a higher income bracket, but beyond this, the actual conditions of life afforded by their investments are wildly different, as are their waged incomes. What, then, of the much publicized growth of the Chinese middle class? China's class structure has, in fact, changed rapidly, but not in the ways claimed by the state. If we examine this illusion of the middle class in detail, we instead find a slowly growing minority of extraordinarily wealthy individuals, a narrow upper stratum of affluent white-collar workers, and a vast majority who compose the increasingly diverse working class of white and blue-collar workers, sitting just above the growing population of the unemployed and semi-employed. Within this majority, there exists substantial internal stratification, but it is important not to mistake this for the existence of an expansive, homogeneous middle. Picking quarrels. 409. Stratum. The same is true of widely publicized cases of rapid upward mobility. While the jump to affluence is probably more feasible for workers in China than in the US, for example, it is by no means a common occurrence. Insofar as we speak of the middle strata, then, it is important to note its extreme internal differentiation, as well as the simple fact that the bulk of the middle strata lies in its bottom rungs and is still effectively proletarian, though additional sources of income and managerial roles within production contribute to an ideological divergence that often does not match their material conditions. 59. An in-depth study of income inequality since 1978 showed income distribution in China was among the most equal in the world in the late 1970s and is now among the most unequal, currently near the level of the United States. 60 in 2015. The bottom half of the population took just 14.8% of the annual national income, a per capita average of 17,150 yuan per year, while the top 1% possessed nearly the same amount, 13.9% of the national income, averaging 804,886 yuan per person per year. In terms of wealth, those with the most saw their wealth grow most rapidly since 1978, with the top 1% and top 0.01% growing the fastest, at 8.4 and 9.1% per year on average respectively. The wealth of the lowest half of the population grew at only around 4% per year over the same time period, slower than the economy as a whole, which grew at an average of 6.2%. 61 Even government figures confirm that the gap between the lower strata and the top has continued to widen at an alarming rate, particularly in rural areas. The disposable income of the lowest 20% of the rural population grew by just 3.5% per year on average between 2013 and 2017, while the highest 20% of rural households grew by 10% per year. These figures only emphasize that the rich continue to get richer and at a faster rate while the poorest remain locked into increasingly unchanging conditions, barely keeping ahead of inflation. Middle strata. Since inequality in China is today similar to that of the United States, it will be helpful to detour here into a brief comparison of the two countries' class structures. This isn't meant as a systematic study, but instead as an attempt to compare in broad strokes. Among the best existing attempts to quantify a Marxist definition of class for the population over time for the US is a detailed empirical study of income levels performed by Simon Mahan, who decomposes income into that gained from waged labor and that gained from other sources. 62 Derived from tax data, these numbers certainly underestimate the lowest rungs of the proletariat, such as the growing homeless population, and the actual income levels of the highest rung of capitalists, who tend to make use of tax-free offshore accounts. Nonetheless, the general shape of the country's class structure is clearly visible. And, perhaps surprisingly, the overall class distribution of the United States has changed little for nearly a century, despite radical changes in technology, employment, and the basic geography of production. According to Mahan's calculations, those who are unambiguously capitalists, capable of surviving wholly off income from capital in the form of rent, dividends, and interest, made up 2% of the population in the US in 2011, while the working class accounted for 84%. Meanwhile, between the bulk of workers and the small fraction of capitalists lay a stratum of managers, defined as those who take at least some substantial portion of their income from capital, but still require their wage income. There have been a few changes in the time period examined by Mahan, most of them slight. The share of capitalists shrank marginally, as did the share of workers. Making up the difference has been the oscillating growth of the wage-dependent managerial strata, which composed a larger share of the total in the years leading up to the Great Depression, then troughed in the 1940s at about 4% of taxpayers before rapidly and continuously ascending in the post-war period, peaking in the 1980s at about 19% before experiencing a moderate fall, accounting for about 14% of the population in 2011. The growth of this managerial grouping has clearly been related to changes in the structure of production, but also defies any simple association with neoliberalism or globalization, since it spans both the early and later post-war periods, and was fairly high throughout the 1920s. If anything, more recent economic restructuring seems to be associated with only a moderate decline in managers since the early 1990s, as the lowest rungs of this strata were pushed back into the working class. 412. The Marxist understanding of the middle strata does not correlate directly with this managerial group, who might be understood as upper middle class in everyday parlance. But the growth of this segment does reflect the disintegrating effect of technical changes on the proletariat more broadly. At the same time, the other substantial change noted in Mahon's study has been the notable repolarization of the class structure, particularly after the 1980s. The income of the definitively capitalist grouping has increased relative to both the managerial strata and the vast majority of those who subsist primarily on the wage. Managers' wages have also increased relative to workers, but this has been concurrent with the decline of the share of taxpayers in this category. 63. In general, inequality has grown to mirror and in some cases surpass the conditions that prevailed prior to the Great Depression. If we take a more expansive view of the middle strata to include non-managerial workers within higher income brackets, the current period is marked by fragmentation across the board. Increasing general polarization is accompanied by the disintegration and polarization of the middle strata, fragmenting into even more substrata, which mostly orbit the bottom of the middle class, while the richest managers and technicians grow fewer and wealthier, even if they are still not quite capitalists. Coupled with the disintegration of the proletariat, the picture is one of proliferating stratification in the midst of a more extreme economy-wide polarization. It is difficult to say where exactly these same lines lie in China, but what seems clear is that the prophesied middle class is not in the process of forming as a coherent, stabilizing social force. Some hint of what is going on can be inferred from data on housing, since homeownership is usually the central category used in mainstream economics to define inclusion within a middle class, at least in the US. Viewed through this lens, we see a young Chinese proletariat largely divided into two large groups, roughly half scrape by in low-paying jobs, renting for a living, the other half have higher wages and may even own a home, but only resemble the mythical middle class on the surface, since even these higher-income workers face stagnant wages, rising costs, and crippling debt. This is in stark contrast with the popular idea of middle-class life, defined by secure homeownership, rising income, and sufficient savings. While in the United States, the young can barely afford a home or even qualify for a loan, Chinese homeownership is often thought to be growing at a healthy rate. 64. But even though home building and buying have indeed expanded rapidly, the real distribution of ownership is far from what we might expect if we were searching for evidence of a broad middle class. For example, one often cited HSBC study from 2016 showed that around 70% of Chinese millennials owned a home, but the study focused on an 85% urban sample, ignoring rural residents, and didn't take into account whether the respondents had purchased the home themselves, or whether it was bought in their name by their parents, a common practice in China. 65. A study of young adult homeownership conditions by Tencent from 2016 showed that over a third of those who did own a home had some help from their parents or in-laws. 66. The study, relying on information from 20,000 respondents, most between the ages of 27 and 34, reveals other interesting data. The survey showed that around 46% of respondents did not own a home at all, while of the remainder, 39% owned one home, 10% owned two, and 4% owned three or more homes. These figures align well with the type of class distinctions visible in Ma Hun's study of the U.S. A little over 80% of Chinese youth either rent or own a home. The working class of the country, though divided more or less down the middle between a segment of renters and a more affluent group. Then comes a segment of those who can afford a second home, and likely engage in small-scale investment, akin to the managerial class, and then a small fraction of individuals whose ability to own several homes clearly indicates their status as capitalists. Without matching data, it is hard to make a more rigorous comparison between the two countries, but additional information can help to triangulate the rough shape of class composition in China. Rather than approximating between the two non-commensurate units used in these studies, then, we can also compare the two purely in terms of homeownership. The overall homeownership rate in the U.S. was 64.4% in the third quarter of 2018, but the comparable statistic in China is falsely distorted by the inheritance of the socialist era, which saw a mass property transfer from the commune and state-owned enterprise to on-paper private ownership, resulting in figures for homeownership as high as 90%. The more accurate comparison is to the age group explored by the Tencent study cited above, since this is China's first generation raised more or less completely within capitalist social relations. In the US in 2018, home ownership among those under 35 sat at 36.8%, with 4.6% of those between 18 and 29 owning multiple homes, compared to 6.02% of those between 30 and 49. 67 to 54% of millennial homeowners in China, then, does exceed that of the comparable age group in the US, though it still sits lower than the US average for all age groups, and the fraction of the population that owns multiple properties is certainly larger, which is to be expected for a country in the midst of a substantial real estate bubble. Stratification coupled with polarization. What this generally confirms is that there are rapid changes occurring within the Chinese economy, including the composition of middle strata comparable to those seen in other countries. Since these middle strata are currently being composed, entry into a middle class is certainly higher in China than elsewhere. But the composition of the middle strata, like the composition of the overlapping proletariat more broadly, is taking place in the midst of skyrocketing inequality. This also means that the middle strata being formed in China are doing so in the context of a general global decomposition of the proletariat marked by stratification within and between groupings defined by income, occupation, and geography that nonetheless retains its class polarity. Aside from figures on inequality, the general precarity of the process is signaled by Liu and Li's data on the alarming growth of homeowner protests. Such protests likely signal multiple, convergent trends. They have mobilized the elite investor class, seeking to protect speculative money poured into the real estate bubble, managers, hoping to secure their status through both direct homeownership and similar, if smaller scale, speculative investment, and the upper half of the young proletariat, who are in the most precarious position due to high levels of debt, rapidly increasing inflation and continuing dependence on their family. It is this last and largest group of homeowners who offer a window into the reality of the middle class in China, defined by a vast population of struggling white-collar workers, with stagnating incomes and rising debt. Figures from Zhilian Zayapin, China's largest employment website, showed that while the average white-collar workers' wages climbed until 2016, since then they've remained at essentially the same nominal rate of around 7,600 yuan per month for 7 straight quarters, despite steadily rising inflation. 68 Zayapin's average is skewed due to the huge salaries of the highest paid white-collar workers. According to Zayapin's first quarter 2018 data, 28% of white-collar workers made more than 8,000 yuan per month, but half of white-collar workers made under 6,000 yuan per month, not far beyond blue-collar jobs like manufacturing and construction, where the average wages were about 5,000 and 4,300 yuan per month, respectively. 69 Meanwhile, Chinese home prices have skyrocketed and are becoming increasingly unaffordable for even the affluent white-collar workers, especially in first-tier cities like Beijing. Each year Zayapan surveys tens of thousands of college graduates on their employment conditions and sentiments, and their 2017 report revealed that real wages for fresh college grads on their first job stood at just 4,014 yuan per month, actually decreasing by 16% since 2014. 70 Zayapan has since stopped publishing detailed average wage figures, perhaps due to the embarrassing downward trend. Their most recent report from 2018 only confirms that actual wages of college grads were basically unchanged over the previous year while cost of living continued to rise. Instead, the company only gave range estimates of income, showing that half of all college grads found jobs that paid between 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per month. 71. Beyond stagnant wages, for those who can afford housing, the rising level of debt is both a serious personal concern and, increasingly, a threat to the financial stability of China as a whole. A study from the National Bureau of Statistics analyzing housing debt and the credit structure of the economy showed that, in 2016, real estate and residential mortgage loans accounted for around 50% of all new loans in the economy. The paper warned that the ratio was even higher when looking at China's state-owned banks, which were responsible for the majority of new loans, concluding that mortgage loans were already out of control. 72. The study showed that between 2013 and 2014, real estate-related financing accounted for some 6% of GDP, but that number had doubled by 2016. In the bigger picture, household debt is relatively small compared to corporate debt, which stood at some 160% of China's GDP in 2017. 73. Household debt, however, is felt deeply by those who hold it. China's household debt now stands at nearly 60% of GDP, and, while it alone is not a major risk to financial volatility, the current situation resembles a Ponzi scheme more than the advent of a stable middle class. The total cost of debt servicing in 2017 stood at twice the nominal increase in GDP, much of it housing-related. 74. Debt holders are often needing to take out new loans simply to service interest on old debt, and many young people owe more than they earn due to massive mortgages. 75. The housing conditions of the lower strata are more difficult to ascertain. A government survey of migrant workers from 2010 claimed that 52% of migrant workers lived in housing provided by employers, including factory dormitories and construction site shanties, while 34% rented homes by themselves or with a co-worker. 76. In just a few years, the situation had reversed, as the 2016 version of the same government survey claimed that only 13% lived in employer-provided housing, while over 60% rented homes, eating into the wages of most workers. 77. In addition, 18% of migrant workers had purchased a home in 2016, up from around 1% in 2010. 78. At multiple levels, then, it appears that struggles over housing have been thrust into the forefront of class conflict in China today. But the character of such struggles appears to be just as stratified and polarized as the class itself. Beijing burning. The fire began in the basement and quickly consumed the two-story Gathering Fortune apartments, located in a crowded urban slum in the outskirts of Beijing's Daxing district. The upper floor of Gathering Fortune housed some 200 migrants crammed into subdivided flats. Though the 420 temperature dipped below freezing on those cold November nights, they would not be warmed by central heating for another 2 weeks according to management regulations. Instead, they were forced to burn coal for heat. A courier sorting packages on the street saw smoke rising from the building and rushed inside. With the black smoke filling the halls, he helped the residents he could find feel their way to one of the 2 staircases that serviced the top floor. But despite his heroism, 19 people died in the flames, including several children. Beijing Party Secretary Cai Chi responded by calling for a mass clearing of Daxing and neighborhoods that housed what official media called the low-end population of the city. The purge, conducted through the end of 2017 and into 2018, uprooted countless thousands of proletarians living in the cheap housing dotted around the city's periphery, including downtown office workers, factory workers from the few manufacturing facilities still left in the Beijing, food and parcel delivery drivers, and those running food stalls or working in restaurants and small shops. The unwanted population was pushed out of the city, away from the towering hub of accumulation. They were presumed to have returned to the countryside, or wherever else they came from. A few eventually trickled back into the city, but the vast majority had gone. Where they wound up was of no immediate consequence to the Beijing government. As of today, the clearing campaign continues, but on a smaller scale, justified now in terms of enforcement of the city's official population cap. 79. The incident became national then international news within days, and the term low-end population was the top buzzword. In China's social media for weeks, growing so popular that censors stepped in to ban its use and block any mention of the mass clearings. Not all went quietly, however, and waves of protest occurred at local government offices in the district, likely led by displaced small business owners. Still, Beijingers and other city dwellers, including well-to-do white-collar workers, ruminated on the meaning of the events, feeling out the distance between themselves and those forced from their homes. People wrestled with the question of who the low-end population is, and whether it meant something for those who hadn't been pushed out. 80. The incident occurred in a factory district, and thereby seemed to implicate many factory workers, though the discussion arose from a housing-related incident rather than a workplace dispute. During the aftermath, white-collar workers, strapped with debt and debating whether to buy a second house, were forced to consider their class position and their relation to other fractions of the class. Even office workers who thought they'd climbed the social ladder by making it in Beijing were thrown onto the streets. Migrants who delivered the food and made the clothes the office workers bought on their phones were kicked out of their shoddy flats, driven from the city. 2 years before the fire and the sporadic protests that followed, Lu and Li made their last post. The events of Monday, June 13, 2016 were published on Wednesday, June 15, the day the couple was whisked away by police. In retrospect, it can't help but seem prophetic, and we might expect something particularly notable to have taken place that day. But the events of June 13 were representative of any normal day. Lu and Li documented 94 incidents, around 20 by workers. Over unpaid wages and social insurance, only 5 of which were strikes, 30 demonstrations by homeowners cheated by developers, half a dozen protests against forced demotions of people's homes and businesses, 8 actions by rural residents resisting the appropriation of land or environmental pollution, and dozens of other forms of resistance across the country. They started each day's records with a few highlights from the most explosive events. That day, about 100 homeowners and their families in Guangxi province protested unfair zoning of local schools, and 20 were arrested. In Hubei, several dozen villagers blocked the gate of a government building protesting the sale of their land to a developer, where they clashed with police. In Beijing, more than 2,000 retired military officers from across the country gathered to demand unpaid benefits. Many rural residents in Jiangsu were hospitalized when hundreds of police cracked down on their protest of a garbage incinerator being built near their homes. What stands out here is precisely that nothing stands out. The day was shuddering with the low-level simmer of building class conflict, no single struggle representative of the others, but there's some signaling explosive, if unpredictable, potentials. 425. The Awakening of Lin Xiaoko. A personal account of the 2010 strike at Nanhai Honda. Below is our translation of an oral history about the May 2010 strike at Honda's Nanhai automobile parts plant in Foshan, Guangdong, which gave rise to a nationwide wave of industrial actions across multiple sectors, probably the only time such a thing has occurred since the restructuring struggles at the turn of the millennium. This account is based on interviews with a young woman from a remote mountain village who underwent a political awakening through her participation in the strike. In order to protect the protagonist and the group that produced this write-up, it has not been published online but only as part of an anonymous 426 pamphlet circulated among labor activists since about 2014. We are publishing this translation here in the hope that it may provide some insights for people dealing with similar conditions elsewhere, and to poke another hole in the bamboo curtain that still separates many of our readers from Chinese proletarians and their experiences. The way the author frames the narrative of Lin Xiaokou also illustrates a fairly representative political perspective among left-leaning activists engaging with such militant young workers. These activists come from a variety of backgrounds. Many start out as industrial workers from the countryside who become politicized through struggles such as this and interaction with labor NGOs. Others begin as university students, mostly those from rural families who are motivated by a sense of class obligation. And a significant minority come from more privileged backgrounds, including some from Hong Kong and Taiwan, although the latter tend to be also from proletarian families in those relatively wealthy territories. Although the regime's restriction of access to information remains a serious obstacle, its criminalization of independent political organizations paradoxically generates considerable diversity and fluidity among left perspectives in China, even among members of the same NGO, student group, or activist circle. The overwhelming majority identify as Marxist-Leninists, but exactly what that means can vary drastically, from extreme authoritarianism to an interest in anarchism, from blatant nationalism to principled internationalism, and from cultural conservatism to queer perspectives. What almost all seem to share, however, is a set of ideas derived from China's socialist era and the international workers' movement from the early 20th century through 427. The 1980s. These ideas are centered on the affirmation of labor power, specifically that of factory workers, as both the main potential subject in the fight against capital and the foundation upon which a post-capitalist society should be built. This orientation epitomized in the widely heard slogan echoed in the narrative below, "Labor is the most glorious thing," now predominates even among many Maoists and others who had, in the 2000s, focused their activism on attempting to revive peasant communities. Many of these activists gradually began shifting their attention to the coastal industrial districts, where most young ruralites had come to work, and the 2010 strike wave catalyzed this shift by showing that such migrants were becoming a new working class with its own potential agency. A main task of activists thus became to help new workers to develop class consciousness and forms of organization adequate to the historical mission imagined for them. This ideology is exemplified in the narrative translated below only in subtle ways, but understanding this background may help readers to grasp both the pamphlet's significance as well as the author's choice to focus on the awakening of this young woman from the remote countryside, on the details of how she and her workmates came to understand what a union is and then attempt to assert control over it, and finally on Lin's later experience of state repression as a student labor activist. This initial strike at the Honda factory and the ensuing wave of industrial actions more generally have acquired an iconic status in recent labor history. 1. The strikes challenged the way people in China and internationally had thought about the potential of worker struggles. Many academics, NGO activists, and others on the left and beyond began labeling the strike wave as a turning point, where the new working class had finally moved from defensive to offensive actions, demanding more than Chinese labor law provided rather than merely asking bosses to comply with established standards. For some, the strike represented the birth of a long-awaited Chinese labor movement, emerging from the world's largest industrial workforce after years of incubation. The Nanhai workers' iconic conflict with the union, in particular, seemed to signify the emergence of authentic and independent trade unionism, either through workers' own networks or through some set of reforms shaken from local governments and the All-China Federation of Trade Unions. Now, nearly a decade later, these visions seem to have been foreclosed. Perhaps they were founded on unrealistic expectations from the start. Initiatives pushing for reform, such as the draft regulations on the democratic management of enterprises that came to the policy table of the Guangdong government in late 2010, were roundly rejected by capital, fearing they would endanger the region's already razor-thin profit margins. 2. Foreign capital, in particular Taiwanese and Hong Kong enterprises with large investments in PRD manufacturing, lobbied against the laws, and the measures were scrapped. 3. A few years later, many of these same business interests had relocated or greatly reduced their workforces. The number of manufacturing enterprises in Guangdong peaked in 2010, then fell sharply over the following years, as did the average number of workers per enterprise, according to official statistics. 4. By 2015, the number of industrial enterprises in Foshan had dropped by a quarter, while those in Zhongshan had fallen by 40%, those in Guangzhou by 33%, and those in Shenzhen by 20%. Workers were striking primarily against non-payment of wages or social insurance contributions, or for compensation in the face of factory relocation or closure, but hardly ever for wage increases. 5. At the Nanhai factory, the minor union reforms won in 2010 soon ossified, and workers became frustrated with the bureaucratic elections and annual bargaining. 6. While the agreement had formalized regular wage increases for workers, those were quickly eaten up by the rising cost of living in the PRD. Another small-scale strike occurred in 2013 where a handful of workers demanded a better deal than the union-led bargaining was offering them, but the action failed to spread across the factory. 7. What appeared to many as the beginning of a labor movement based in China's industrial Sunbelt seems to have actually been the peak of a cycle of struggles that began in the early 2000s and ended around 2015. 8 young activists hoping for such a movement are scrambling to piece together new horizons, as conditions rapidly change and hopes for the future fail to materialize, amidst an increasingly draconian political climate and declining economic prospects for China's proletarians, both within the factories and elsewhere. For those of us wanting to understand these new horizons as they take shape, we need to understand the ground that lies before them. One view to this lies in tracing the broader arcs of conflict across recent years. But another, perhaps more important understanding, emerges from the stories and experiences of those who lived through them. The following translation thus provides both a first-hand account of the previous cycle of struggles at its peak and a window into the activist political terrain in reference to which future anti-capitalist trajectories will have to orient themselves during the emerging new period. One afternoon in the summer of 2012, the flow of people on the metro began to swell. They were flocking to the platform in twos and threes, everyone chatting as they waited for the train. Girls giggled without a care in the world. When the train arrived, everyone squeezed their way into the dimly lit carriages. The doors slid shut and a few moments later the platform was calm again, waiting for the next batch of passengers to push onward towards their destinations. Each time the train arrived at a station, everyone seemed to know exactly where they were going. They kept looking at the maps on the walls of the carriage, afraid of missing their station. But was everyone really sure about where they were going? There was at least one girl with long straight hair who didn't feel that way. When she left home she still knew her destination, a presentation about a new book dealing with migrant workers. When she 432 received the invitation she wasn't sure whether to go. Ever since she had started college she never really talked about what had happened in the factory where she used to work. Even when the professor in the library asked her, "Aren't you that Lin Xiaoko?" she just looked down and said, "No, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Then she silently grabbed her books and left. Her teacher thought it was quite an honor for Xiaoko to receive an invitation to the event and that there shouldn't be any problem, so she decided to go. But when she arrived at the venue, before she even had a chance to enter she received a nervous phone call from the teacher, "Where are you? Go home. Go home immediately." She froze in her tracks. "Why? What happened?" She asked 3 times, but the teacher wouldn't tell her anything, except to keep repeating that she had to leave, that she shouldn't stay there. On her way back to the metro, she felt so scared that she began crying, unable to hold back the tears. "What did I do?" she thought. She was just a student, a 20-year-old girl, yet there were always eyes monitoring her from dark places. Usually she wouldn't notice, but sometimes the hands connected to these eyes would start clutching after her like this. Joy turned to sorrow as she relinquished the expectation of receiving an award at the event. She walked into the station without knowing where to go, barely managing to hold back her tears. She was wandering back and forth until she got off at some random station, where she stood on the platform for a while and then boarded another train. After some time, without realizing it, she found herself outside the home of an older friend. She told him what had happened and then finally began to calm down. Most likely, what she seems to have done was to have participated in the 2010 strike at a Honda auto parts factory in Guangdong. But how did that come about? 433. First impressions of the factory. Honda's philosophy of arousing the will to fight. In the spring of 2008, Honda Motor Company's headquarters in Japan sent an employee named Yamada Kazuya to a certain city in Guangdong in order to serve as general manager at one of the company's several parts plants in the region. 1 year later, according to local media, Yamada proclaimed, "Because Guangdong's environment is similar to that of my home in Japan, I quickly adapted to the life here. It feels as nice as my hometown." When he was asked about the plant's performance, he explained that it was producing transmissions, drive axles, crankshafts, connecting rods, and other related parts. After less than 2 years in operation, its annual output had already surpassed that of Honda's transmission plant in Indonesia. If this were not already outstanding enough, the Guangdong plant expected to double its transmission output by the end of the year. Not long after Yamada had assumed this post, 17-year-old Lin Xiaoko also left home for the city that was the complete opposite of her native mountain village. She started working for the plant's division renowned for its rapid assembly of transmissions. At the time, she regarded that not as something glorious, but as merely her best opportunity considering her family's limited finances. "My dad always had a hard life. His family owned little more than a few bowls and lived in a hovel made of bamboo. It was hard for him to raise us. Although he was poor, he did everything he could to let us finish junior high. Later, when I started thinking about our family, I realized there was no way I could go." 434. To university, so my highest aspiration was to attend vocational school. That meant I was destined for a factory upon graduation. Just before graduation, someone from the Honda parts factory came to the school to recruit workers. After 4 screenings, Xiaoko became an employee. Her first month at the factory consisted of training. Besides the training about production processes, what left the deepest impression on Xiaoko was the instruction in Honda's philosophy. They showed a documentary about Honda's founder, Soichiro Honda, and Xiaoko was impressed by how this man slowly fought his way out from poverty, established Honda Motors, and led it to become one of the Fortune 500. Truly an achievement. She thought her situation was similar to that of Soichiro Honda, although from a poor family, she just had to work hard without complaining, give her best all the time, and surely she would succeed one day. Although she didn't really understand yet what kind of work she would have to do in the factory, at that moment, she was determined to be a good worker. Respecting people, mutual trust through equal relationships, mutual respect among all individuals, development of each person's abilities, and spreading joy through all of this. The philosophy of Honda. After actually working on the assembly line for a month, Xiaoko started to recognize that, for regular line workers, Soichiro Honda was nothing but a beautiful myth. After training, I was assigned to the transmission assembly division, delivering components to the assembly line. The work consisted mainly of putting 435. The smaller parts on a tray and getting them to the assembly line so that people on posts further down the line could install them. This was considered quite tiring for girls. When I started, it felt new and exciting, but it didn't take long for me to lose the initial sense of satisfaction and grow bored with constantly repeating the same tasks over and over again. Not only her but also other students who came at the same time were getting fed up. Everybody started to complain that working like this felt like being a robot. On top of that, the wages were not really high. It all seemed more and more senseless with each day. The assembly line was designed in a way to make workers from each team take fixed positions and perform regular work. Because the hand motions were always repeating and there was no rotation of tasks, it didn't take long for them to stop thinking what had to be done in the next step, so speed was constantly increasing exactly what the company wanted. They were not yet capable of fully replacing manual labor with machines, so they had to make do with turning people into machines. As for how it was arranged who would take a certain post, how long they would work, when they would start and when they would finish, all this was of course decided according to the amount of output required by the factory at the time, and people were sent where they were needed. You think the work is boring? Then, you're not taking this job seriously enough. You think the work is tiring? Then, you're not persistent enough. Not to mention the rules that the head managers came up with to strictly control everyone's conduct. What respecting each other's independent personality in fact meant was trying to force everyone to behave in accordance with the boss's idea of a good personality. 436. As for sharing joy together, that was even more amazing. The general manager claimed that although the 2008 financial crisis initially did have a negative impact on profits, the company quickly managed to overcome them and increase production due to the government's favorable policies, such as tax reductions. The company's outstanding performance was the fruit of workers' labor. When the manager was telling media and Honda's head office about these achievements, it was clear that he was genuinely happy, but the ones actually making the products on the assembly line were workers wasting their youth on dull, repetitive procedures. Could they feel the same joy? Where would it come from? What is workers' joy? Because bosses own the means of production, the workers can only sell their labor power. The supply of labor power is not unlimited or inexhaustible. Workers will, after working for a certain amount of time, become hungry and tired, get bored, sick or pregnant, have children, and finally grow old and retire to enjoy their old age in peace. Therefore, the wage that is paid in compensation for their work must, besides covering their daily needs for food and clothing, be sufficient to cover the costs of a decent life with an appropriate amount of leisure time, provide for a family, and guarantee a livelihood in old age. Only when the labor expended is appropriately remunerated can one feel joy as a dignified worker. Do auto parts factory workers experience this kind of joy? Let's have a look at the conditions at the time. According to Zyako, the wages would go up a few dozen yuan each year, but prices would rise even faster. It was just enough for one person to live on if you were careful about how you spent your money. Looking at a payslip in 2010, the basic monthly wage was just 437. 675 yuan. After various allowances were added and fees were deducted for social insurance, etc., what you took home was a bit more than 1,000 yuan. This was relatively low in comparison with nearby factories, so it was not hard to figure out that you were not better off than anyone else. This was the situation of some 1,800 workers, who made up 1/5 of the factory's workforce. Among the rest, 80% were student workers, current vocational high school students who were being paid only 800 yuan, with no social insurance. That year the minimum wage in the city where the factory stood was raised from 770 yuan a month to 920, yet the factory had the nerve to pay the student workers just 800. The workers in the factory were mostly in their early 20s, so 1,000 some yuan was just barely enough to cover their living expenses. As they grew older, Zyako thought, this wouldn't be enough. With age, everyone starts thinking beyond whether they have enough to fill their stomachs to whether they'll be able to raise a family with this kind of wage, and whether they'll be able to take care of their parents and children. Stand on your own 2 feet, think freely, unbound by established notions, act according to your own convictions, and take responsibility for the results of your actions. The philosophy of Honda. In the beginning of 2010, Sayako had a dream. I dreamt that one of my workmates was selling things at a street market, and there were a bunch of people from work standing in front of the stall. That street really exists. Sayako and her workmates often went there, and it was always full of people. So she started thinking she could actually set up a stall to make a little extra money. 438. I sold matching t-shirts for couples. The first day, I felt nervous and awkward, but then a girl came and bought a pair. She even said nobody was selling such shirts around there, so she was really happy to see me selling them. I was thinking, if I don't sell a single pair this evening, I'll lose the will to continue. By selling one pair I earned about 5 yuan. I remember this because my boyfriend used the money to buy a bottle of water, so I ended up not earning anything that day. So the return was low to begin with, and when she was assigned to work swing shifts she couldn't run her stall in the evenings when the market was busiest. Eventually she gave up altogether. Other workers were in a similar situation. When they got together, besides relaxing and having fun, they could hardly avoid talking about the issue of their low wages. Some felt that continuing to work there made no sense and that there might be better options elsewhere, so they considered resigning and moving on. But others would say, I'm not giving up. Among them was a workmate named Tan who, like Sayako, worked in the transmission assembly division and, despite deciding to quit, wanted to put up a last fight before leaving. A first taste of the strike. According to what Tan later told the media, the idea to strike was already brewing inside him for 2 months. Earlier, some of the workers had written a petition letter to the company during an audit, but no one responded. So during breaks and rides to work and back, he started discussing the idea of a strike with some of the senior employees. 5 or 6 of them reacted positively but lacked the courage to act. Only after 439. Tan said he would lead the strike did they agree to follow and encourage other workmates to join. As a result, early in the morning of May 17, 2010, he and another workmate pressed the emergency stop button on the assembly line, entirely halting production. Immediately, everyone started leaving the line. Sayako was working the swing shift, which usually started after 3 p.m., but as soon as she woke up sometime after 8 a.m., she received a call about the strike. At the time I was thinking, wow. Awesome. Because workers from the same department had a habit of hanging out together, everyone was quite close, and since Sayako was always one of the more active in the group, she was immediately given a task. They asked me to call journalists, but I didn't know a single one, so I figured I should call Guangdong TV or something. I just went online to find a phone number. What did striking mean to Sayako at the time? Actually, I had never heard of strikes before. But among the workers in the factory, any time the assembly line stopped for whatever reason, it was a cause for celebration, because then they could get some rest. Basically, you can just not work during the time when you're actually supposed to be working, and wait for someone to give you some kind of a proper response. But if they didn't have to stay on the assembly line, then where would they go? What would a proper response be anyway? At the time, Sayako didn't have any clear idea about that, but in any case she wanted to participate in the strike. She could not stay home because her friends were at the factory and she didn't know what would happen next. Each work team, 440, had its own group on QQ to make it easy for them to keep in touch. Everyone in the Transmission Assembly Division's QQ group was sending out messages, saying the early shift people spent the whole morning sitting in the basketball court and then stayed in the canteen after lunch. This is why Sayako and her other workmates decided to go to the canteen to meet up with the people from the morning shift. Not seeing each other breaks mutual trust. That evening, Sayako and her workmates from the Transmission Assembly Division returned to meet with the people in the canteen, but when they arrived at the gate, the managers were blocking the way and wouldn't let them in. They were all dispersed and redirected to the factory's recreational area. Then the general manager came and made a gesture of accepting a few complaint slips filled out by workers, in all 117, and said he would reply within a week. While everyone was still deliberating how to respond to the situation, the managers were already taking their first steps toward dividing the workers. Workmates from the same shift sat down together as usual, and among them was a team leader who didn't really support the strike. At some point he silently stood up and tried to lead everyone towards the assembly line. Less determined people didn't know what to do, so they just followed, and eventually everyone from the second line left. Zyako thought this might have happened because during the strike everybody was following the leaders. No overall plan was ever made, so the shop floor manager's actions could influence people to break formation. 441. Then our manager said, "Look, people from line 2 are all back in production, and the general manager promised to give an answer on Monday, so why don't you just go back to work?" This was really something, and people around Zyako started grumbling that they had clearly made an agreement with line 2 not to resume work, that it was really irresponsible of them to do that. Feeling they had no choice, line 1 gave up and went back to work. Although everyone resumed work, this went against their gut feelings. And when they sat down together during break, they couldn't stop complaining to each other. But it was only then that everyone figured out the manager's trick. Everyone on line 2 was waiting to see if line 1 would participate in the strike, and then the manager said, "Look, line 1 has already gone back to work." Only then did line 2 resume work. As for us, we knew only that line 2 went back into the workshop, not whether they were actually working or if the machines were running. Later people from both lines were accusing the others of going back to work first. It was then that I realized the management was using this trick to sow mistrust. Refusing to stop, combining our strength. That day it wasn't the whole factory that joined the strike but only 200 or 300 workers from the transmission assembly division. The biggest department in the factory was called the shaft machining division. There were some workers there who supported the strike and held a small-scale strike of their own on the same day, but once they heard the general manager's promise to respond by the next 442 week, they returned to work. Although everyone was waiting for the manager's response, they didn't become complacent. It was natural for us to think we needed a place where everyone could be connected, so we created a new QQ group. The people who created the group weren't thinking too much. First the key people joined and later more and more people followed. A lot of people set up new QQ accounts for this purpose, but I just used my regular account. Although most of the members were using pseudonyms, it was always roughly known who was who because everyone was familiar with each other. 3 days after going back to work, new information started circulating among the workers. There were rumors that the factory was bringing over a bunch of new student interns from Zhejiang to replace everyone who had participated in the strike. This caused a big alarm. On top of that, everybody felt that the meeting between the general manager and the worker representatives on May 20th didn't go well at all. We chose some of the representatives simply because they were team leaders, while others were chosen through internal deliberation among the workers. But the company representatives weren't negotiating in good faith. They just kept saying that they had received 117 suggestions and would read them out one at a time. The first suggestion is, the second suggestion is, and that was it. Some of the workers asked, "Why don't you give us printouts so we don't have to copy all these down ourselves?" But the company reps didn't agree to that, so the representatives from our department just got up and left. They felt the company 443 wasn't negotiating in good faith. The chair of the labor union, whom everyone already knew from before, was just sitting next to the general manager like a yes man. He didn't utter a word of support for the workers. Unhappy with the situation, Zyako and her workmates got together with some workers from the shaft machining division. they decided it was time to unite and stop the company from continuing to mess with everyone like that. Workers from both departments met on the evening of May 21st and, after exchanging news, discussed what to do next. We decided unanimously that after dinner they'd lead our workmates in the shaft machining division away from the shop floor and down to the basketball court, to observe the stars and the moon. Our department would do the same. This was the beginning of the second strike. Convincing more people to join the strike. People were more mentally prepared for the second strike, and there were more people who took part as well. We started thinking about how to agitate to bring more people from other divisions to join our ranks. We heard about some people from another division who found out that we didn't go back to work after dinner, so their department chief quickly took them out to the recreational area. The recreational area was the place where striking workers gathered during the first strike, but this time the chief took the 444 workers there in order to keep them away from people who had already joined the strike. The recreational area was between two workshops, separated by transparent glass. The department chief stood while the workers were sitting. People from our two departments were circling around outside the recreational area, excitedly calling them to come out and join the strike. But they were afraid to look at us and seemed rather helpless, just sitting there with their heads bent. After more than an hour of this, the workers in the recreational area were still passive. They had lost heart a bit and kind of gave up, so they went out to chat on the grass. When we left, their leaders stopped paying attention and then suddenly the workers came out. When we asked why they were behaving like that just a while ago, they said, "Let's not talk about that, it's too humiliating. Next time we have to do something, we'll do it for sure." That evening, the striking workers didn't make any further moves, but just sat in groups on the grass and talked. We didn't really talk about anything special, like how long we should do this or what concrete results we wanted to achieve. Instead we just chatted about this and that. But, after they came together, seeing each other face to face, Zyako became more certain that they were destined to become a community that would be ready to use its collective power to fight for something even though it wasn't yet clear what exactly they would fight for. 445. Everyone joins the strike. The things that happened over the following 10 days went beyond anything Zyako previously imagined, attracting widespread attention. On the evening of 21st, some managers came and grabbed the work cards of the more militant workers in order to find out who they were, and to take photos of them. There were a few hundred of us, and yet the managers just swooped in and did as they pleased. That put us in a bad mood. After the managers left, people started marching around the factory building in protest. This was not the only time they marched. Later many demonstrations occurred for various reasons, such as when the company announced their plan to raise wages by only a fraction of what we demanded, and when they fired Tan Kuochin, the worker who had initiated the strike. The usual places to gather for a protest were in the canteen or under the footbridge outside the compound. We never brought any signs or anything. At the time we didn't even think about what route to march. It was all confined within the factory premises. We would walk around once or twice and sing a song, something like that. In any case it was too boring to just sit and chat all day. All this was happening in early summer, so it was rather hot. When there was nothing to do, the men and women would each retreat to their respective locker rooms to rest. Because the decision to protest was usually made at the last moment, Zyako would often check to see what was happening. 446. On the QQ groups, and when someone was calling for a demonstration, she would ask all the girls to come out together. She would often stand in the first row of the demonstration and pay attention to what was happening around her. Some of her workmates would be shy, and this was when Zyako would tell them, "I am a girl and yet I can step up, so what are you people afraid of?" The QQ group got a lot of traffic. The workers were not very happy with the company's stammering proposals regarding the wage increase, not to mention that some of the demands weren't even mentioned. So everybody started seriously considering what they actually wanted. QQ limits the membership of its groups to 200 members each, so later when more and more people wanted to join, they couldn't. When we were talking face to face, we always talked about the latest news or something else, but the QQ group was the only place where we could coordinate our ideas. Sometimes people were too emotional and couldn't control themselves, and that was when trouble started. Too many people were using bad language and flaming was common, so QQ groups often had to be shut down. This is why we decided to forbid bad language in our group. The idea of striking in a civilized manner was something that a few people had emphasized from the beginning. Within these groups everyone was a bit more relaxed about what they were saying, and, anyways, they were supposed to be anonymous. In these conversations, a lot of ideas were forming and we could discuss what sort of goals we wanted to achieve. There was a low-level manager who would 447 gather all the suggestions, and then others would print out the demands on flyers and throw them down from the footbridge for everyone to read and pass on. At the time it seemed like a lot of fun. Where was the company's good faith? Xiaoko's assessment of the situation was as follows. When the strike spread to the entire factory, this caused a lot of problems for the company. Management felt compelled to resolve things because, previously, there had been no way for workers to express their grievances. The boss was thinking, if something bothers you, just say it. He behaved as if he didn't understand the point of sitting down. When we went on strike, the boss was even more confused as to why, so we just waited for him. But once the boss knew, would he want to resolve the issue together with everyone, or would he try to use the fastest means of suppressing the demands? The latter, obviously. The boss's response only increased the workers' discontent, leading to an even more energetic backlash. Xiaoko's feeling was that, since everyone lacked experience, many actions were taken without thinking, and certain practices from the company's side made everyone think it was clearly being disrespectful. For example, the workers from the transmission assembly division were always on the front lines of the strike and very active. The reason they never returned to the workshop after they started striking was that the transmission 448 workshop was dust-free, and the sealed environment made everyone feel stressed out, and also that they could be easily controlled. This is why they would only assemble in the shade of the footbridge, where they felt more relaxed. When people from other departments came out to demonstrate, they would occasionally return to their respective production lines for the air conditioning, but nobody ever went back to transmission assembly. The locker rooms had air conditioning, but people from the company came and turned it off, so everyone had to sit under the bridge. During the strike, the company's actions made us feel like it didn't want to negotiate in good faith, but rather it felt like they were trying to break the workers' will to strike in every way imaginable. What they were doing all the time was trying either to sweep something under the rug or to beat down on you, devising ways to give you a warning, and to implement a series of other measures like firing people, trying to split them apart, making everybody sign commitment letters, and so on. Union unmasked as yellow. When it assaulted workers. What truly pissed the workers off was the incident of union officials assaulting workers on May 30th. That day, a group of more than 100 people wearing yellow hats came onto the factory grounds and blocked the workshop doors, and managers started forcing people to go back to work. After spending the whole morning in a stalemate, many workers felt they couldn't hold on anymore, so a dozen or so went out through a refuse disposal emergency passage. When they were going out of the transmission workshop, managers shouted after them that they were no longer considered employees. When they got out of the workshop, the people with yellow hats tried to push these workers off the factory grounds. As they shuffled, there were instances of workers' faces being cut and women being kicked in the stomach. Among those who were beating people were union officials, as well as police with handcuffs and even residents of the village. Other police at the scene were just observing the whole incident without lifting a finger, feeling like they were being left out of the fun. Shortly thereafter, vans parked nearby drove in at high speed, picked up the union officials and drove off. Some workers tried to stop them but were too late. These officials from the Township Federation of Trade Unions, who in the past 10 days had never stood up for the workers, finally stooped so low as to violently repress them. In theory, unions are supposed to be organizations of the workers, a platform they could use to raise issues with the boss and discuss working conditions. The factory already had a union, but in Xiaoko's view it was only used for recreational activities, and union officials would never utter a word when it came to dealing with issues that really mattered. The conditions in China are such that an enterprise union is directed from above, from the sub-district, township, and prefectural federations all the way up to the All-China Federation of Trade Unions. Since the ICTU is in no way independent but something controlled by the party and the government, the enterprise union does not stand up for the workers most of 450 the time, but instead does the bidding of the company and the local government in order to prevent workers from fighting back. After 10 days, the strike was finally getting some attention from both domestic and foreign media. We use the term yellow to describe those unions that collude with management and wipe the boss's arse rather than speaking up for the workers, and this union's officials fit that description in both their behavior and, literally, their attire. One can't really say whether their actions were stupid or smart. They presumed that the workers would, like most ordinary people, back down after being threatened. They didn't anticipate that their ridiculous appearance, wearing yellow hats and union emblems while assaulting workers who called for a harmonious strike, would be broadcast around the world via the cameras of on-site journalists. Xiaoko said that upon hearing that the union was beating people up, even the workers who were not present became indignant. We were angry and demanded an explanation. When workmates from workshops that had already returned to work heard the news about union people hitting workers, they stopped production once again. Alliance with the media. This was the first factory where Xiaoko had worked. Normally she would hang out with her workmates after work. She had less contact with her classmates from the vocational school because they all worked in different factories. But because of media reports about the strike, her old classmates living in different cities contacted her with encouraging words. Some classmates even came down from Guangzhou to visit me just because of this. They said, "You guys are really awesome." 451. After the strike started, the workers managed to stay united, but since they were doing a thing they had never done before, they were always feeling the terrain one step at a time while bearing all the weight of the strike. Besides the mutual support among themselves and encouragement from classmates and friends, the workers had another ally, journalists. They believed that reporters would spread the news about what was going on in the factory, so that other people would know and the company and government would think twice before doing something. As far as the workers were concerned, the fact that others took notice was already a form of support. This is why they added journalists into the QQ group for circulating new information. On top of that, some workers established connections with journalists and helped them with reporting. One journalist later recounted, "First we got in touch with workers to get more details about what it was like working there. Some workers drew detailed maps of the whole factory for journalists and even helped them to reenact. In contrast with the previous generation, these young workers born in the 1990s displayed a cool-headed, rational, and tireless determination to achieve their reasonable goals. In recent years, workers have become active users of social media. Besides QQ, now there are also Weibo and WeChat, where they can send out information and their friends and supporters can in turn spread the news until it gets some attention. Once people start talking about something online, the media will get a hold of it sooner or later. You can't really depend on your relationship with the media alone, because journalists can't freely choose what they report about. This 452 is both because media are profit-oriented and also because they are restricted by party-state censorship. Whether the media cover a labor action depends, first of all, on whether they consider it special and serious enough. If they think that something is too commonplace, they will just come by and ask a few questions, write 100 words and wrap it up. There are certain media that come to report about workers with good intentions, but this depends on whether the state and party agencies approve of their reporting, because the latter often consider this kind of news as something that could disturb social harmony. When the incident with the union assaulting workers took place, Xiaoko heard that on May 31 domestic media received instructions to cease reporting on the matter. This meant the workers would have to rely on themselves, for the most part. On the morning of June 1, the workers, both those going into work and those leaving, marched into the factory and demanded an explanation. We went to find the Japanese managers and asked them why we had been assaulted, and they said it was something that the union did on their own, that they had nothing to do with it, so we should go talk to the union. A mysterious appearance. At that point, multiple foreign news agencies gathered outside the factory. Some of their names sounded familiar and some didn't. As the angry workers were coming out to be interviewed, a man wearing a suit accompanied by a secretary emerged from the crowd. Who was this man? He was someone with two identities, one being that of a high-ranking manager of the business group with which the factory was affiliated, a half-boss, basically. 453. His other identity was more interesting, a member of the National People's Congress, so, theoretically at least, he was representing the people, even though nobody knew how he had come to be their representative. He'd just arrived, but we were angry and didn't want to talk to him. If he wanted to talk to someone he could see the general manager. He gave us a business card, but we threw it away. At that moment a furious worker who was ready to give an interview to the press came out of the workshop, but the senior manager was there telling everyone not to speak. His secretary came to Xiaoko and tried to reason with her. He asked whether I had considered the fact that everyone just wants this matter to be resolved, that we should not make things worse. We should not talk to the foreign media, he said, because we can't be sure how foreigners would present the whole matter. They might distort our country's image, so what was the point of talking to them? Besides, we had our National People's Congress representative here, who was willing to mediate. Was the people's representative a friend or a foe? After 10 days of striking, though morale among workers was still high, there were some bottlenecks with regards to action. Although the workers' determination surprised people both inside and outside of China, and multiple news agencies still had people there watching, this was not enough to pressure the company into making concessions, or to get any justice for. 454. The workers. The union that claimed to represent workers was beating them up, and the authorities were just telling everyone to go back to work. The workers had no one they could count on, so they felt isolated and were waiting for some kind of a breakthrough. We don't know what kind of an agreement the government came to with the boss. When governments are trying to attract investment, they have to make guarantees to the foreign-owned firms that the wages will be acceptable to both the firms and the workers, because that is the role of a government which serves the people. But when companies come crying to the government that the costs are going up and business is tough, the government will, in order to appease the big fish, forget about its responsibilities towards workers and the people, offer all kinds of favorable policies to the companies, and help them to continue exploiting workers at low wages. And when workers come together in resistance, the local government will step in to suppress their actions and then clean up the mess for the company. But with this strike it was a bit different. The workers' willingness to hold out for many days actually achieved some results. With both Chinese and foreign media reporting on site, the local government suddenly became more concerned about making a bad impression. A sympathetic explanation would be that the government did not really know how to deal with the situation, and since workers did not trust the government or the union, who else was there to mediate? For the local government, the arrival of that senior manager was a godsend. He had both a professional relationship with the company and the rank of a people's representative in government, so during the mediation he would be held in esteem by both workers and the company. He would make things run smoothly, and 455. His willingness to cooperate with the local government would bring this dispute to a harmonious end. At the time, Zyako thought that since everybody was hoping to hear something from the union, even though the senior manager's arrival was not ideal, it was nonetheless seen as rain amidst drought. We made him go in front of the cameras and promise that he would take a stand for us and find a solution that would be to our satisfaction. After that, all of us who were going to be interviewed dispersed, walking off or going back to the factory. She wasn't sure how he managed to find the people who were beaten up and lobby with them. They would then tell other workers that the senior manager was hoping to meet workers' representatives who would let him know what the issues were. Since everybody thought that Zyako had guts and was good at expressing herself, they chose her and another 12 people from the Transmission Assembly Division to go together. The sudden appearance of someone claiming he could resolve everyone's issues made Zyako a bit suspicious. No one was really clear about the specific rank of this man, they just knew he was half government and half boss, but with the scenes of union officials beating workers fresh in everybody's mind, how could they not call for justice? Perhaps it was because they were caught off guard, in a state of mind when they were just trying to get someone to listen to them, that it wasn't hard to get everyone to go along with it. What happened next in the conference room additionally strengthened everyone's trust in the senior manager. 456. We went to the conference room demanding an apology from the Township Federation of Trade Unions, and he immediately supported this demand, calling for an apology. By that time the general manager was already worn down and also apologized. We wanted to put pressure on the Union Federation and make them explain why they hit people. They started speaking, but since we weren't the ones that got beaten up, we demanded a written explanation for the people who weren't present. The senior manager agreed, giving orders to the union people, "Yes. Start writing it for me right away and post it tomorrow morning." At the time we thought he was really standing up for us. Trust, everyone acknowledges one another, compliments one another and earnestly plays their part. The philosophy of Honda. On the surface, Zyako didn't seem like anyone special. She looked no different from any girl you might come across in an industrial district. She was just under 20 years old, growing her hair long, paying a little attention to her looks, with curvy eyes when she smiled and a tender voice when she spoke. She liked to chat and wasn't afraid of intimacy. When she started talking, people felt as if a spring breeze had just blown over them. You found yourself pulled into conversation without realizing it, no matter if the topic was serious or just insignificant wisecracking. The other workers all liked and trusted her, not only because she was friendly and had this girlish air about her. Everyone knows that someone trustworthy will be there when things get difficult. She would try to figure out what to do, find support, and do her best when she was helping others. Within the group she was part of, she could very calmly start from everyone's. 457. Point of view, analyze it, and determine what circumstances were most beneficial and what kind of difficulties everyone was facing, what was the source of the predicament, and how it could be resolved. When everyone went out to march together, even though she was walking in the front, she wouldn't forget about the people in the rear. Because it was everybody's action, it shouldn't always be led by the same one or two people. Everyone should equally participate in the strategic decisions. During collective actions, workers need this kind of leading personality rather than the sort of leaders who only take the role of field commanders. Of course, she was not the sort of model worker promoted in former times, who never stopped marching forward. She was just a 19-year-old with limited life experiences, not sure what to do under pressure, and who could freeze up when nervous. Other workers of the same age were the same, but that didn't mean they would allow people to step on them. What they needed was mutual support, help and concern for other people's moods and conditions, which could make them feel they were not lone individuals doing things that the whole world disapproved of. Misplacing trust and getting conned. Zyako was very conscious of the fact that she was not super capable. She knew that precisely because she was just an individual among many, so she could not make decisions on behalf of others. Most of her workmates thought the same. Then the senior manager told the worker representatives that since he had already made the general manager apologize, and that the union would write a statement regarding its assault on the workers, everyone should go back to work. At the time, they were just talking things over and no agreements were 458 made. Everyone was still expecting that the senior manager would help them but could not promise anything for the time being due to matters of principle. But after they left the meeting room to face the other workers from the whole factory, everyone immediately figured out that their relationship with the senior manager was very weak. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. Although we were not working at the time, we were still very tired. We had to deal with the company, the government, and the union all the time. Otherwise, the managers would again find a way to do something behind our backs to divide us. Suddenly they went and hired a batch of student interns, so we had to find these interns and talk to them to figure out what kind of conditions the company had promised them. At that point, the senior manager turned everything upside down with one sentence. In the conference room we had talked about first discussing the matter with the other workers and then deciding whether to go back to work. The few of us could not make the decision on behalf of everyone else. But as we were preparing to hold a general assembly on the recreational grounds, in front of everyone, he declared that the 20 of us had already agreed to go back to work. They stood there dumbfounded. What they had never promised had now been turned into a fact, and no amount of talk would change that. 459. The senior manager asked us to come out again. We were so nervous. People from other departments were objecting, repeatedly asking why we were going back to work. But the people outside were usually from the transmission assembly division, since all the rest would only came out during demonstrations. We just hoped the issue would be resolved, otherwise we couldn't get anything out of it, so we decided that the transmission department would go back to work first, and if other departments wanted to take the initiative, then we would fully support them. This is how we all returned to work that day. We weren't sure what would come next. We no longer had unity amongst ourselves. Issuing statements is not something only the union can do. On June 2, Zayako and some of the more militant workers from her workshop got together to discuss what to do next. One of them brought a newspaper. This was how they learned that journalists were already reporting on the apology that the senior manager had made the union write the previous day. Although the apology addressed the esteemed employees of the company, they described the events in a completely twisted way, claiming that because of misunderstanding and excitement on the part of the workers, a physical altercation occurred with union staff, implying that those who had insisted on continuing the strike were the ones to be blamed. Nothing was mentioned about how the company had disrespected its employees from the start and the union had used violence against the workers. 460. Everyone was pissed off and felt that the union was shameless to make this kind of statement. But then they read another report where Guangdong's party secretary Wang Yang described the strike as a dispute between labor and capital. This, by contrast, implied that the reason for such a long and eventful work stoppage was the contradiction between labor and capital regarding the distribution of profits, rather than an attack on social order or an upheaval with ulterior motives. Although this wasn't ideal news, the comment by Secretary Wang pointed toward a possible direction of further labor actions. Some proposed that if the union could issue a statement, so could the workers. Among the 20 employees who went to see the senior manager, most were from the transmission assembly division, so they could not speak for the whole factory. Writing a statement at that time thus had two goals: first, to make clear that, although they were returning to work for the time being, their demands had not yet been met, and second, by circulating an open letter, to find people from the other workshops who could become new representatives. The letter, composed through discussion among the transmission workers, was titled Open Letter to All Workers and All Sectors of Society by the Striking Workers Bargaining Delegation at Foshan Honda. 9. It included the name and contact details of one worker. The letter reiterated the workers' principal positions, including the demand for a wage rise, implementation of collective bargaining mechanisms, employees' right to organize, etc. It also responded to the union's apology statement, condemning its attempt to divide the workers and calling on people from all walks of life to offer support. In Xiaoko's words, the appeal was basically the same as the one we discussed on QQ prior to that, just more worked out, with a few quotations from newspaper articles. Since a meeting with the senior manager had already been scheduled for the following afternoon, they were in a rush to find representatives from other departments before that time. This is why the end of the letter was signed by an indistinct bargaining delegation, and contact information was included to make it easier for everyone to find them. An accusation of illegality. That evening, workers talked long into the night, until 3 or 4 in the morning. The next day, when they woke up sometime after 10, Xiaoko and her workmates from the transmission division printed out leaflets of the open letter and rode a motorbike back to the plant to distribute them. Originally, we hadn't planned on sending this open letter to the media. It was only when we were already handing them out that this occurred to me. I guess I felt that speaking only to the workers inside the factory seemed too isolated and that we also needed to be concerned with the outside world. So I gave one to the journalist we were always in contact with, but I didn't mention this to the other workers at the time. Distributing the leaflets succeeded in putting them in touch with other workers. Xiaoko received numerous phone calls and text messages from workers in other departments. At the time of the meeting, when the senior manager saw the open letter for the first time, he didn't react to it, but later one of the Japanese managers took a copy to the meeting room and said these leaflets had been spread all over the factory. It was 462. Only then that the senior manager found out he wasn't the only one who had read it, and he immediately went berserk. He started scolding people, saying, "Do you really think you are representatives chosen by the workers of the whole factory? You dared to use the word strike in an open letter. Do you believe me when I say that the moment you leave this room you'll be arrested?" He said we were uncontrollable. The letter demanded a satisfactory response within 3 days, to which he replied, "Did I make this sort of promise to you? What would a satisfactory response mean anyway?" He wouldn't stop shouting at us. Afterwards Xiaoko thought that maybe everybody was already prepared to go to jail, and this was why, when the senior manager said he would have all the leaflets in the factory destroyed, everyone remained calm. His secretary told him that the open letter was already online, and Xiaoko even told him that she was the one who had posted it before it was picked up by the media. When he said a lot of its contents were illegal, I told him that I was the author as well. The senior manager grew even angrier, pointing his finger at her and yelling, "You think you're the only one who's going to take all the blame for this? Everyone in this room is implicated. None of you are genuinely elected representatives." My mind went blank, because I didn't know if we were really breaking the law. Nothing came of the meeting, so everyone just went to sit in the grass outside the factory. They were feeling pretty useless. Xiaoko couldn't think of anything to say. She had wanted to shoulder all the responsibility, but in the end it seemed that all her companions would be implicated. To her surprise, the other representatives actually 463 came to comfort me, saying it was okay, we would all just go and retrieve the leaflets. But the letter actually had the intended effect. It was quickly spreading online, so the media kept reporting about it. That evening, each workshop carried out a more formal selection of representatives. One of the demands we issued in the letter was the election of new union, and this put pressure on the senior manager. Maybe he thought that if factory-wide elections were held right away, we might not be elected, since we hadn't been chosen by a proper casting of ballots in the first place. So he asked the union to hold an election for consultation representatives. 10. Contacting a legal advisor. Meanwhile, the accusation of illegality settled over Xiaoko like a haze. The letter had already been written, so there was no going back at this point. I sent a message to that journalist asking if he could take the letter offline, without saying why. There wasn't much use in doing that. Even if he took it off the agency's website, there was no way of stopping the letter from spreading through other channels. But what she heard next gave Sayako some hope. "Gave me the phone number of someone named Professor Chen who," he said, "might be able to give us free legal advice." Professor Chen taught industrial relations at a university and had been following news about the strike all along. That evening some of the workers called him. The question they were most worried about was whether there was something illegal about the open letter. Through the receiver came the voice of this professor they had never met before. "There's nothing illegal about it. You wrote it very well." Sayako could finally let out a sigh of relief. Then we asked if he would be willing to be our legal advisor and he immediately accepted. He just wanted us to write something to give him power of attorney. But at the time we had no idea what power of attorney was, so we asked a workmate from the office to help us draft it. At the time we were asking him to serve as both our bargaining representative and our legal advisor, but when he came he explained that he couldn't act as a bargaining representative, just as a legal advisor. Election of real worker representatives. The election of consultation representatives spread like wildfire to every workshop in the factory. The union-organized election had basically no candidates, so each worker just wrote the name of the person they wanted to elect on a piece of paper and threw it into a box the union had prepared, and that was it. There were no regulations and no campaigning. On the shop floor people just said that if no one received more than 1/3 of the votes, the election would have to be repeated. Although no one really wanted to be a representative, the mood was still solemn. Everybody had already taken into consideration that the person elected would be representing everyone else during negotiations. 465. With the company, so they were concerned about who would shoulder this responsibility. As one of the people actively engaged on the front lines ever since the beginning of the strike, Sayako didn't really have much ambition to be a representative. She didn't even know what it would be like to win or lose the election. What she really wanted to know was who would be elected in the other workshops and whether they would agree to let Professor Chen serve as legal advisor for this hurriedly assembled bargaining delegation. The election started at 10 p.m. on June 3, voting continued through the next morning, and the results were out at noon. In the end, Sayako was elected as one of the representatives of her department. Although I had participated all along, I wasn't sure whether anyone would notice all the things I had done. After so many people voted for me, I felt that the masses truly have sharp eyes. Chaotic negotiations. June 4 was the day for resuming negotiations that the workers finally won after more than 10 days on strike. Under the senior manager's plan, the company reps and the workers' consultation representatives, who had been directly elected in each workshop the previous day, would, before starting the talks, go through all the points in the open letter. They began the negotiations at 4 p.m. Before that, at 2 p.m., all the worker representatives had a meeting in which they came to a consensus about their positions. They were awesome. Everybody came. Some were people I hadn't seen before, from other departments. 466. Most were ordinary frontline workers, some were line leaders. They totally supported the demands listed in the open letter and also agreed to have Professor Chen as our legal advisor. Chen received their authorization that day and immediately bought a plane ticket to get down to Guangdong as quickly as possible. Things were pretty chaotic. As they sat down for negotiations, the worker representatives discovered they weren't prepared at all. We hadn't imagined what it would be like because there wasn't any time to think it over. The chief of the Municipal Labor Bureau was presiding over the meeting. The company had sent the general manager, a few division chiefs and a legal advisor who came from Honda's Guangzhou headquarters just for the occasion. Although the union chairperson looked soft, he was the one who, according to the union law, had to be the workers' chief representative in collective consultation, and all the elected representatives had to wait for his permission to speak. I only spoke on rare occasions. I always wrote what I wanted to say and passed it on to the chief representative, and then he would say it. The workers' consultation representatives went through all the demands from the open letter point by point, and, although everyone's position was identical, Zyako still felt they didn't really discuss it much. We wanted to deal with all the demands in detail, how much the wage rise should be now and each year into the future, how the union should be reorganized, etc. But during the negotiation we couldn't discuss much. We didn't make any special emphasis, we only managed to talk about the wage rise, leaving the rest. 467. As mere promises. The company told us they would increase the wage according to levels in similar factories nearby based on their investigation. We disagreed. We didn't explain why, but the point was that we couldn't account for the other workers. There was nobody making statements. They used text messaging and QQ to keep in touch with the workers outside and report on the course of the meeting. Professor Chen arrived at the factory around 5 or 6 and then finally joined the meeting. Regarding the wage, the open letter reaffirmed the demand that the basic wage must be increased by 800 yuan for all employees including student interns. 3 days before the negotiations, the company came up with a wage rise proposal to increase the minimum monthly wage to 1,910 yuan. This seemed high but wasn't in accordance with the workers' demands, since the basic wage is just one part of the minimum monthly wage, which also includes overtime and various allowances. If the company kept the basic wage low and only let it increase via other allowances, this could have two consequences. First, employees would have to continue relying on overtime for most of their wage, and second, the amount of social insurance contribution the company pays on the basis of workers' basic wage would be very little. Arbitration as the worst-case scenario. In the meeting room, the managers who joined the negotiations would of course not agree to a plan for an 800 yuan rise across the factory. They kept repeating that the most they could offer was 500. 468. At the time, we were thinking about the question of how the 500 yuan would be split, how much would go for the basic wage, how much for allowances, so we held out. But the company wouldn't back down and said that if we didn't accept it, there would have to be an arbitration. The workers couldn't hide their mistrust of state agencies. Even without the incident of the union beating workers, this would have been understandable. It was easy to hear about factories with ample profits that planned to raise wages in order to retain employees, only to be dissuaded by the local government or village committee, who claimed that if one factory raised the wage, this would result in a wage disparity causing problems for other factories in the area. Factory workers generally earn little, the gap between the rich and the poor is already as big as can be, yet the issue is not being resolved by raising wages, but by keeping wages down and everyone's expectations low. Does this seem fair? To the workers it seems absurd, but to local governments, who want to keep firms where they are, this kind of reasoning comes naturally. When examining strikes in recent years, something easily noticed is that, after a strike has begun, many workers go to the Labor Bureau to lodge a formal petition. They do this because there is no other channel for appealing, and this is the only way to force the government to put some pressure on bosses to come out and talk to the workers. Sometimes the government really does that, but more commonly it suppresses or deliberately refrains from protecting workers' interests. When angry workers go to the government, the latter has two instruments at its disposal. One is sending the police to disperse or detain the people in front of the building, the other is to play around with the workers by saying the demands are 469. Not according to law or exceed legal frameworks, in other words, washing their hands of the whole thing. This is why Zyako and her workmates were so clear-eyed in this respect. They quickly realized that if the government wasn't with them, it was against them. When the company said if we can't come to an agreement there will have to be an arbitration, it was clear that the local government would use arbitration to stall for time and would not come up with a decision that would cause much damage to the company. In theory, when two parties can't come to an agreement they have to find a third party to mediate, but in fact this was nothing but an undisguised threat. For the workers, the ideal thing would be to settle everything at the negotiating table, but in this case they seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Outside the meeting room, the crowd is restless. The mood inside the meeting room depended on how the talks were going, but the people outside could only imagine or guess from hearsay what concrete progress was being made. They had to stay outside waiting for information and spent their dinner break all keyed up. Sometime after 7 p.m. they could no longer remain subdued, and Zyako received information that the Transmission Assembly Division was on strike again. Actually, when I was in the meeting room, they kept sending me text messages asking what the situation was. But we were inside so long that they decided if no progress had been made by dinner time, they would go on strike again. I knew that would happen. I didn't feel too comfortable talking about it, but I didn't tell them they shouldn't do it. When they actually did. 470. Go back on strike, managers who had been behaving all right until now became hostile. They claimed that we couldn't strike during negotiations. For Zyako, striking seemed appropriate, but then Professor Chen agreed that they shouldn't strike at this time because it could affect the negotiations. This is why Zyako and other representatives hurried back to their respective workshops and explained this to everyone, asking them to go back to work a little longer and see what happens before taking further action. Unfortunately, managers who had previously seemed friendly were no longer behaving that way. This one Japanese guy was looking at me as if he wanted to strangle me, but we were in a hurry so I didn't have time to think about it much. The workers' consultation representatives went to another room with Professor Chen, who told them that certain subjects shouldn't be addressed for the time being, especially the issue of union reorganization. Unions were workers' organizations, so their reorganization was not something they should be discussing with the company, otherwise they would never get anywhere. Who can consultation representatives actually represent? Under these intense circumstances, Zyako and the other representatives had lost track of time and missed dinner. We were under immense pressure, so it was hard to make decisions appropriate to the circumstances. Zyako thought that under ideal circumstances, even if she and other representatives already had enough grasp of the situation to make a decision, they should not be making 471 decisions themselves, but should first explain things to the people who elected them and then decide after hearing what they had to say. In the meeting room, roughly 1/3 of the representatives had the same idea, but unfortunately the force of circumstances was such that they had to compromise. This kind of temperature checking would really drag things out. There were a lot of government officials present. We didn't really know who they were, but they kept whispering that the wage rise we were getting was already good and that we should keep in mind the wage level in the industrial park where we were located. Although each bargaining representative was directly elected by their workshop, did this really prove that Zyako could replace everyone and agree to things the others knew nothing about and could not discuss first? This question is not something that just became evident in this negotiation, but has been an issue in many countries that already have democratic union elections. If a person can vote for someone to participate in decision-making instead of themselves, then what is their relationship? Do I have any more responsibility after voting? Do I have the right to interfere with the decisions my representative is making in my name? And what kind of responsibilities does my representative have towards me? Under what circumstances is my representative faithfully representing my opinion, replacing my participation in a strategic process closely related to me? 472. The end of the negotiations. A victory for everyone. The company was no longer willing to talk to the worker representatives. In order to break the deadlock, Professor Chen and the senior manager went to negotiate with the company. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The wage rise was still to be 500 yuan, but of this 300 would go to the basic wage. Everyone accepted this and they immediately began preparations to sign an agreement. Strictly speaking, this result was not achieved by the representatives themselves, and everyone's negotiating skills still needed improvement, but if the strike over the previous 2 weeks had lacked the organizational strength to show the bosses how determined they were, then no matter who they sent to the bargaining table, they would have failed. In this sense, the next day's media reports about the workers' victory were not exaggerating. After the agreement was signed, the dust finally settled. Zyako gathered the courage to ask Professor Chen, whom she didn't really know before, if he'd like to go to the transmission assembly workshop to meet her workmates. People were saying that Chen, who had flown in from far away, was surely tired and wanted to rest, but he interjected, "No problem. Lead the way, Zyako. The most important part of a car, besides the engine, is a transmission. A transmission takes all the mechanical power produced by the engine and transforms it into more effective power that feeds into the drive shaft, wheels, and other equipment, making the car run." This strike started in the 473 Transmission Assembly Division, and it was workers from this department who became the most active force during the strike. Their spirit and actions influenced everyone's morale. One can well imagine that the pressure they bore was immense. When Zyako brought Professor Chen to the workshop, she first introduced him as their volunteer legal advisor. But as we were chatting, people kept asking how things were going and whether no more strikes were allowed while the agreement was in effect. They wanted me to read it out loud, so I didn't hear Professor Chen's conversation with the others. Later a workmate told her that Chen's words had moved him to tears. In the past we had all been constantly beaten down and there was never anyone who would praise us in such a positive manner. Throughout the entire process, no matter how high the pressure grew, Zyako would grit her teeth and pull through. One day she received a text message from her dad. He said he admired my courage but was afraid that I was too young to bear all this. Then he said that I compared favorably with any boy. She couldn't hold back the tears. She kept that text message for a long time. It's because he always wanted to have a son. If you are doing the right thing, there will always be people who appreciate it and all the blood and sweat won't be in vain. Looking forward to greater changes, the union election. Even though an agreement was signed, Zyako still had other things on her mind. 474. Professor Chen said we should not discuss union reorganization during negotiations, that we should deal with that issue on our own. But we weren't sure when to prepare for the union election. I was neither happy nor unhappy, but since I was a representative, what worried me most was whether the others had any issues with the outcome. After the negotiations concluded, work returned to normal and Zyako went back to the assembly line, but at the same time she tried to follow what was happening with the union. She was sure that if there were no real union to represent the workers, then the implementation of the deal they had signed would be in the hands of the company, without any way for the workers to supervise it. I was brave at the time. When I saw the general manager come into the workshop, I took off my gloves, ran up to him and said, "We were striking in good faith. Hopefully in the future there will be a channel for peaceful communication." He said they would immediately start building this channel and so forth. I was hoping all this would bring about some great changes, push some things in a positive direction. I didn't have any ill intent. The great change she was hoping for hasn't happened yet, but from the way the authorities were behaving one can see that this strike really contributed to a rising feeling of crisis within the government, along with attempts to resolve it. Everyone thinks that the draft regulations on the democratic management of enterprises that the Guangdong provincial government issued at the end of 2010 was a response to the wage rise demands issued during this strike. In order to prevent workers from resorting to strikes when raising demands, the government 475 wanted to promote orderly collective consultation, allowing labor and capital to have regulated and established channels for exchange of views and consultation on working conditions. During the following year's National People's Congress, the ICTU was questioned regarding this strike. The incumbent vice chair of the time, Zhang Minqi, also acknowledged that all the reported contradictions between workers and capital resulted from companies not sharing profits with workers, stating that these issues could be resolved through the method of collective bargaining but that relevant regulations had not yet been perfected. Although the draft regulations stirred up a lively debate throughout society, they still haven't been implemented as law because of strong opposition from companies. Under the eyes of the whole world, however, a reorganization of the union at this factory actually took place. The effects of this reorganization have yet to be discussed. About 10 days after negotiations ended, Xiaoko ran across some information in a newspaper. The Guangdong Provincial Federation of Trade Unions told the media that they would carry out a pilot scheme for union reorganization in our factory. Previously we had never known when we could elect, but now we had a chance, the federation was claiming. This is why Xiaoko gathered all the people who were active during the strike and told them the good news. At the time I was really charismatic and could get all kinds of people together. I don't know why they listened to me. It seems funny when I talk about it now, but at the time I didn't think much of it. 476. The union leader was also saying that the workers' demand for elections was reasonable, so he would help us push for this. Xiaoko pinned a lot of hope on him. But the workers did not feel the same. I was the only one to run for elections. Everybody thought it was just a formality and nothing more. They thought having this election made no sense and there wouldn't be much difference if we had them or not. The devil is in the details of the election system. Although we already had experience with elections, this time everything seemed a bit more official. We started with the shop stewards, one elected by each shift. There were no candidates. The voting was anonymous, and again it was done by writing the name of the person you wanted on a slip of paper. After the shop stewards were elected, the stewards themselves had to nominate 4 branch candidates, posting information about them so everyone could read it first, then the whole workshop had to vote and choose 3 people. So this was a form of indirect election. The elected in the branch election were 1 chairperson and 2 committee members, but they were not yet considered union committee members. In the end the union committee was elected. Each branch nominated people, and the 12 people. 477. That made up the election committee elected the candidates for union committee members. It sounded like twofold indirectness, all unfavorable for frontline workers. A lot of people in the workshop knew Xiaoko from the strike, so it seemed okay in this case. In the shift-level elections, everyone wanted to vote for me, but there was a manager who went to the assembly line telling everyone not to, so I wouldn't be elected on the shift level. But on the workshop level there were other people as well, so if the whole workshop voted together I'd become a branch committee member. But in the next step this became impossible. The 7 people on the election committee were previous union committee members, all deputy section heads. I was one of 5 new committee members and the only one from the front line. There were 2 others who were low-level managers, and in the end they were the only 2 who voted for me. I had no chance of being elected. I just didn't have enough strength to fight them. If the election had been done all across the factory together, I would have stood a chance. Failing to become a union committee member, there was not much hope of achieving anything as a mere branch committee member. Shop stewards and branches were a new arrangement and could make networks more robust. Everybody was hoping that they would have some rights and responsibilities, but what? 478. They experienced was layers and layers of institutional red tape. There was very little one could do. The GFTU never agreed to dismiss the union chairperson, who we considered someone who never pushed for anything. He was annoying, so why shouldn't we get rid of him? But in the end we didn't manage to make him go, merely appointing a new vice chair. Leaving the factory and attending college. Struggle and resistance continue. That year Xiaoko was only 19 years old. Although the strikes, negotiations, and union elections that followed brought some changes into her work and life, she still felt she was going around in circles. Xiaoko became aware that she was still on the assembly line, doing the same repetitive work day after day. I didn't see a future, I wanted to escape that environment. After some encouragement from older workmates, Xiaoko, who had graduated from a vocational secondary school, decided to take the college entrance exams. Because I never went to an academic high school, I never got a chance to take certain courses. I could only review my textbooks during occasional breaks, and after work I'd go home and force myself to go through the stuff I had to learn. Once during a holiday, I rented a single room for 50 yuan next to the university where two of my classmates from middle school were enrolled, and they took turns teaching me subjects such as mathematics. 479. During the summer of 2011, she scored well enough on the exam to get into vocational college with an 80% discount on tuition. Besides attending classes, she worked in a restaurant to pay the bills. Xiaoko seemed to break away from her status as a factory worker she had held for 3 years, but there was still some intangible haze shrouding her life. During the strike she had already become aware that sometimes people somehow knew things she had never told to anyone. The first time was after the open letter was published. Her dad wanted to see her and said he was coming with the village party secretary. Who would have thought that a village official would arrange for a police car to take them all the way without stopping? And next to the guest house where they stayed there were a lot of men working for the Ministry of Public Security. A few months after the strike ended, Xiaoko got invited to a conference about workers. It was an academic event, and it seemed as if I, as the one grassroots voice, would be the highlight of the whole thing. It didn't seem like a big deal and I didn't think much of it. She never told anyone about it, but before even asking for a day off, the union leader already knew about it and came straight to the workshop to tell her not to go. I didn't listen to him and went anyway, but it made me hesitate. A third incident occurred after she had started college, at an awards ceremony. I felt then that I was being monitored, but I didn't know why. I had trouble explaining this to others. 480. They would say, "You think you're in a James Bond film?" Xiaoko never knew who was monitoring her. They were contacting people around me, and influence me through them. They'd say you can't do this, you can't do that. At the beginning I felt dismayed even though I wasn't actually doing anything. After a while I finally relaxed. After thinking it over, I realized that I belonged to the working class. After starting to attend college, Xiaoko became intrigued by other questions. In order to escape the confines of school life, Xiaoko hoped to forge a completely new path. As she came in touch with more and more people, she gradually discovered that there are already many who were concerned about workers. Why didn't she learn this earlier? I was very young at the time, so I was hoping that teachers, scholars, and experts would tell me what to do. I hoped to have others show me the right way. Xiaoko received a lot of invitations from students and professors who wanted to interview her and her former workmates. But she discovered that workers don't like to talk about their situation with others. What kind of feedback could they expect? I discovered that a lot of people collect data from workers, but afterwards they don't concern themselves with them anymore. I think that's unfair. 481. What kind of questions is everybody faced with? How can we contribute to workers' solidarity? This is what Xiaoko wanted to know. She did not believe that because she became a student, she somehow turned into someone who had nothing to do with workers. Besides, her problems had in no way vanished. At first I was thinking of going to work in HR or something, but then I saw my classmates running into all sort of problems, such as going through temp agencies to work for the government and receiving only 1/10 of the pay received by civil servants. Leaving the factory and going to college in no way changes the reality that workers are exploited, but merely the shape and setting of exploitation. Xiaoko will graduate soon. She isn't sure if she'll go back to the factory, but she's sure she'll do something related to workers. I often interview people, I get in touch with frontline workers. I talk to them and I don't feel so lost anymore. Their situation is rough. Although I can't really explain how to solve their problems, as long as I return to be by the side of workers, we can think about these questions together. A collectivity is gradually forming and a real movement is just beginning. Xiaoko is quietly doing her own thing. Did the strike end here, with no further impact on society? From actions that happened after the strike we can see that it affected not only workers from that one factory but an entire mass of people. 482. After the strike ended, workers from nearby Japanese auto plants started striking one after another. Their demands were obviously formed with reference to the experience of Xiaoko and her workmates, and they also demanded a rise of 800 yuan. In the past, striking workers usually demanded that factories implement labor standards according to the law, but now the implementation of legal norms had become the bare minimum of workers' expectations. People became confident enough to question the current norms as insufficient and fight for conditions more in accordance with their actual needs. More importantly, labor issues began to receive more attention, and workers themselves became aware of this. Before the strike, Xiaoko had never imagined there were so many experts, scholars, and students interested in workers, that there were all kinds of foreign and domestic media and NGOs, big and small, that were being pulled forward by workers' actions and were trying to exchange information and build mutual support networks. Can such networks persist and aggregate more force to push, in the short run, for an improvement of the lives workers currently have, and, in the long run, to change the system of economic development based on the exploitation of cheap labor power? As a part of the community of workers, let's explore this together and strive for it in the days to come. Capitalism and Terror in Northwest China. By Adam Hunervan. Soon after I arrived in Urumqi in 2014, I met a young Uyghur man named Alim. He grew up in a small town near the city of Khotan in the deep south of the Uyghur homeland near the Chinese border with Pakistan. He was a tall, quiet young man who had come to the city looking for better opportunities. Critical of many of the rural people with whom he had grown up, he saw them as lacking capitalist ambition and an understanding of the broader Muslim world. But he was even more critical of the systemic, ongoing issues that had pushed Uyghurs into migrant labor and limited their access to Islamic knowledge. There were far too few economic opportunities and far too many religious and political restrictions in the rural. 486. Areas of northwest China, he explained. Since the beginning of the most recent hard strike campaigns that lead up to the implementation of the People's War on Terror in May 2014, many people in the countryside had reached a new level of despair and hopelessness. One alim told me, if suicide was not forbidden in Islam, many people would choose this as a way out. After praying in the mosque, he often saw men crying in each other's arms, the promise of future redemption matched by the brokenness they felt in their own lives. "Have you seen the Hunger Games?" he asked. "It feels just like that to us." But it was hard for him to put into words what, exactly, this felt like. He was grasping for a cultural script with which to contextualize the devastating feeling of being so powerless. As a young Uyghur male, he was terrified that he would be caught up in the counter-terrorism sweeps. Every day, he tried to put the threat out of his mind and act as though it was not real. As I got to know Alim better, he began to tell me more explicit stories about what was happening to his world. "Most Uyghur young men my age are psychologically damaged," he explained. "When I was in elementary school surrounded by other Uyghurs, I was very outgoing and active. Now I feel like I have been broken." He told me stories of the way that friends of his had been taken by the police and beaten, only to be released after powerful or wealthy relatives had intervened in their cases. He said, 5 years ago people fled Urumqi for the south in order to feel safer, now they are fleeing the south in order to feel safer in the city. Quality of life is now about feeling safe. By 2014 the trauma people experienced in the rural Uyghur homeland was acute. It followed them into the city, hung over their heads and affected the comportment of their bodies. It made people tentative, looking over their shoulders, keeping their heads down. It made them tremble and cry. Many Uyghur migrants to the city had immediate relatives that remained in the countryside who they stayed in touch with over social media. Rumors of what was happening in the countryside were therefore a constant part of everyday conversation. Once, meeting Alim in a park, he said that a relative stationed at a prison near Alim's hometown had told him what was happening there. Over the past few months, many young Uyghur women who had previously worn reformist Islamic coverings had been arrested and sentenced to 5 to 8 years in the prison as religious extremists who harbored terrorist ideologies. As he spoke, Alim's lower lip trembled. He said the Uyghur and Han prison guards had repeatedly raped these young women, saying that if they did this they didn't miss their wives at home. They told each other, "You can just use these girls." Alim told this story in a very quiet voice, hunched over on the park bench. His knee was touching mine. His shoe was touching mine. Among Uyghur men, having an intimate friend means sharing the same space and sharing each other's pain. Nearby a Uyghur woman was shaking apple trees, while 2 other women filled bags with small stone-sized apples. I looked away from Alim so that I wouldn't cry. Many Uyghurs repeated such claims. They described beatings, torture, disappearances and everyday indignities that they and their families suffered at the hands of the state. At times these stories seemed to be partial truths, but many times the level of detail and the emotional feeling that accompanied these stories 488 made them feel completely true. Part of the widespread psychological damage that Alim mentioned above, came precisely from hearing about such things in an atmosphere that makes all kinds of atrocities possible. Even if the individual claim might be false in some instances, the particular type of violence it describes was probably occurring nonetheless, or it would soon. As a result, the Uyghur present was increasingly traumatic and there was no end in sight. Part 1. How did the Uyghurs become a Chinese minority? In official accounts of its rule of Chinese Central Asia, the Chinese state positions itself as the inheritor of an empire that is over 2,000 years old. Although the 19th century Chinese name for Chinese Central Asia belies this history, the state nevertheless describes the Uyghur homeland of contemporary southern Xinjiang as an inalienable part of the nation. In official histories, the intermittent presence of military outposts administered by the progenitors of the contemporary Han ethnic majority, first during the Han dynasty and then centuries later in the Tang and centuries later again in the Qing, lends a feeling of continuity of rule across the millennia. In these histories, the fact that the region spent nearly 1,000 years outside of the control of Chinese empires is unacknowledged. These state histories do not acknowledge the fact that state-sponsored migration of people identified as Han from Henan, Shandong, Zhejiang, and elsewhere did not reach more than 5%. 489. Of the population of the region until the 1950s. It is rarely mentioned that Xinjiang was not named an official province-level territory until 1884, following what in the Uyghur oral tradition is referred to as a massacre of native Muslims by a general from Hunan named Zhou Zongtang and his armies. To these Muslims, the ancestors of contemporary Uyghurs, had attempted to regain their sovereignty in the 1820s and 1860s, much like they would again in the 1930s and 1940s. Instead of acknowledging the centrality of native sovereignty in the Uyghur homeland throughout its history, in its narration of Xinjiang's history, the contemporary Chinese state emphasizes the liberation of the Uyghurs and other native groups by the People's Liberation Army in the 1940s. 3 non-Han groups are often represented as living in backward, feudal conditions in uncivilized lands prior to the arrival of their socialist liberators from the east. Since the 1949 revolution, so the self-valorizing narrative goes, Uyghur society has entered into a tight harmony with their Han older brothers. Their solidarity in shared socialist struggle is said to have resulted in ever-increasing levels of happiness and progress. Uyghurs and the 10 million Han settlers who have arrived since 1949 are said to share a great deal of equality and ethnic. 492. Solidarity. Yet only minorities are thought to possess ethnic characteristics. Both the sophisticated Han liberators and the ethnics are described as happy citizens of the thriving nation. Of course, despite this rhetoric of economic liberation and harmonious multiculturalism, all is clearly not well between Uyghurs and the state. In fact, Since almost the very beginning of the People's Republic in 1949, the Uyghurs have experienced diminishing levels of power and autonomy relative to Han settlers, and, as Alam's stories demonstrate, increasingly they experience high levels of fear. Chinese Central Asia or Xinjiang is located in contemporary far northwest China. It borders 8 nations ranging from Mongolia to India. The largest group of people native to this large province are the Uyghurs, a Turkic Muslim minority that shares a mutually intelligible Turkic language with the Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Kyrgyz. Like the Uzbeks, Uyghurs have practiced small-scale irrigated farming for centuries in the desert oases of Central Asia. At present there are approximately 11 million people identified as Uyghurs according to official Chinese state statistics, though local officials estimate that there may be as many as 13 million. At the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the population of Han-identified inhabitants of the region was less than 5%, with Uyghurs comprising roughly 80% of the total population. Today Uyghurs comprise less than 50% of the total population and Han more than 40%. This shift in demographics began in the 1950s when the Chinese state moved several million former soldiers into the region to work as farmers on military colonies in the northern part of the province. These settlers, members of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, were sent to the borderlands in an effort to secure the frontier against the expansion of the Soviet Union. The primary goal of this project was not primarily to assimilate 493 native populations, but rather to transform Kazakh pasture land into irrigated farming colonies, redistribute the population of former soldiers, and secure the territorial integrity of the nation. Although Uyghur lifeways were deeply affected by the socialist reforms of this era, Uyghurs continued to live in Uyghur-majority areas in southern Xinjiang until the 1990s, when private and public investment brought new infrastructure to the Uyghur homeland. Since these projects began, millions of Han settlers have moved into Uyghur lands to work in the oil and natural gas fields and transform Uyghur oasis cities into centers of transnational commerce. This more recent development has had a strong effect on local autonomy, as it has significantly increased the cost of living for Uyghurs while at the same time largely excluding them from new development projects. The widely held perception of Chinese state occupation of Uyghur lands has prompted widespread protests among the Uyghur population. The state's response to this discontentment has been an increasing effort to force Uyghurs to assimilate into mainstream Han society by transforming the education system from Uyghur medium to Chinese and implementing ever tighter restrictions on Uyghur cultural and religious practices. At the same time, new communication infrastructure, such as smartphones and region-wide 3G networks, have given Uyghurs access to a broader Islamic world that was previously unavailable to them. This has produced a widespread Islamic piety movement among Uyghurs. Although in most cases this movement is simply a Uyghur adaptation of mainstream Hanafi Sunni Islam, for it has been interpreted as a wave of religious extremism by local authorities. This turn toward new forms of religious practice has been linked by party officials, often quite tangentially, to violent incidents involving Uyghur and Han civilians. Following a series of such incidents from 2009 to 2014 both in Xinjiang and in other parts of China, on May 26, 2014 the party secretary of the province, Jiang Chunqian, along with Xi Jinping, announced a special state of emergency that they labeled the People's War on Terror. Since the implementation of this ongoing state of emergency, the situation for Uyghurs has become increasingly dire as rising Chinese Islamophobia has been joined by rising American Islamophobia and tactical support from private security firms connected to the Trump administration. 5. The widely reported activity of several hundred Uyghurs in the Islamic State has lent credence to Chinese claims of widespread extremism among the population of 11 million Uyghurs as a whole. As a result, nearly all Uyghurs are now seen as guilty of extremist tendencies and subject to the threat of detention and re-education. Tens of thousands of Uyghurs, particularly young men under the age of 55, have been detained indefinitely. 6. In many cases, children have been taken from Uyghur families and are being raised in Chinese language boarding schools as wards of the state. 7. The state of emergency in contemporary Xinjiang is more than a simple ethnic conflict or counter-terrorism project. It is instead a process of social elimination that is being applied to a people native to northwest China that joins the racialized dispossession inherent in capitalist development to the racialized policing that is inherent in the rhetoric of terrorism. Throughout its history, capitalism in Europe and North America has incorporated a form of original capital accumulation that was naturalized through the production of ethnic or racial difference. These differences were used to justify the dispossession and domination of minorities. Of course, the modern Chinese state was also included a socialist developmental scheme, a marked difference from European and North American projects. This difference no longer appears to hold sway in a time of terror. Now, despite their position within the socialist history of the nation, Uyghurs are framed as subhuman under the sign of terror, much like native savage populations in European and North American wars of conquest and accumulation. 7. Darren Byler and Eleanor Mosman, Love and Fear Among Rural Uyghur Youth During the People's War. Youth Circulations, 2017. 496. Part 2. The Effects of the Chinese Politics of Ethnic Recognition. In Europe, the lexicon and practice of imperialism was shaped by the way French colonists looked to the Russian Empire as a model of conquest, and in turn by the way the Russian imperialists looked to the U.S. conquest of Native American lands as a model for their own colonial efforts in the steppes and deserts of Siberia and Central Asia. 8. This genealogy of Russian colonial thinking is important because it disintegrates the dominance of Western Europe as the progenitor of empire and colonial expansion. In fact, Chinese imperial projects in the Qing dynasty and Republican-era China were also mobilized around a virulent form of racial nationalism vis-a-vis other Asian populations precisely out of the comparative process of empire building. 9. Late Republican reformers looked to Japan and Russia, their nearest competitors, and the British Empire to the south, as they too built their nation on the scaffolding of dynastic rule. The process of political and material expansion of the People's Republic of China into Chinese Central Asia in the early 1950s. 497. Was characterized by relationships of domination and projects of social engineering and elimination. As in the Soviet Union, the PRC followed a logic of socio-cultural re-engineering under the guise of eliminating counter-revolutionary threats. Of course, these threats of local nationalism were in many cases simply a euphemism for ethno-racial difference and native sovereignty. 10. In Xinjiang, the fact of native Uyghur existence was thus one of the primary obstacles to this project. This challenge produced multiple outcomes. On the one hand, the state strove to diminish the religious and cultural institutions of Uyghur society while, on the other, it sought to create a new socialist society on native lands. Although the lack of infrastructure, poverty, and linguistic difference slowed the completion of this process of re-engineering, the overall goal of the PRC settler state was from the beginning one of access to land and resources and the ongoing elimination of all obstacles that stood in its way. In an effort to achieve its re-engineering objectives, the Chinese ethnic minority paradigm that was instituted in 1954 laid out particular forms of permitted difference in minority societies. 11. This process was enabled by social scientists who began to use ethnology, particularly linguistic anthropology borrowed from British and Russian colonialists and shaped by older Han-specific modes of identification in order to identify nationalities on the peripheries of the young People's Republic. 12. The identification of China's multinational demographics broadened certain categories and disintegrated others into a legible index of discrete ethnic minorities. 13 groups, including the Uyghurs, were thus identified in Xinjiang. By the late 1950s, many Uyghur cultural and religious institutions ranging from schools to mosques had been transformed into institutions of the developmental regime. This form of minority recognition served the purpose of forcing a native group to participate in a narrative of harmonious socialist multiculturalism. It also defined improper forms of difference, opening them to state control. This form of human engineering depended on the placing of people within essentialized ethnic or indigenous ascriptions while at the same time deeply restricting the authority and autonomy of native religious and cultural institutions. After 1957, leaders of Uyghur social institutions were appointed by the state. 13 And the content of permitted Uyghur cultural institutions was itself selected and codified by the state. Minorities in China, particularly those who were phenotypically marked as racially different, were slotted into subservient little brother social roles in the hierarchy of the nation. Han liberators on the other hand described themselves as big brothers. In the Uyghur case, multiculturalism, as a relation of Han domination over minorities, resulted in a widespread invention of new cultural categories. Under the direction of Zhou Enlai in the early 1950s, teachers, scholars, and experts were sent to teach Uyghurs how to be ethnic. 14 By the mid-1950s the identification process began to codify cultural practices and oral traditions in relation to an imposed ideology. Song and dance troupes abounded, ethnic costumes were identified and essentialized, and new genres of socialist literature and performance were invented. 15 The decentralized forms of oral tradition and indigenous Muslim sacred space that were central to the knowledge systems of the people native to the Uyghur homeland were thus shaped into a manageable form for the Chinese state. 16 As in the British and Russian colonies, differences were permitted and encouraged as long as they did not conflict with the dominant ideals of the state. This cultural transformation also directly impacted the organization of Uyghur life. During the Great Leap Forward, many families in the Uyghur homeland were moved from single-family homesteads into village communes in which every building was the same height and daily meals were shared. As in other parts of China, work was collectivized and the surplus not ceded to the state was shared. Although populations of Han workers were moved into state farming colonies in northern Xinjiang, Uyghurs continued to live in Uyghur-dominated areas in southern Xinjiang. In the early period of the PRC, socialist multiculturalism was strongly felt by Uyghurs in terms of an imposed ideology and in forms of production and consumption. Yet, a lack of infrastructure and resources prevented the full assimilation of Uyghur society into the Chinese nation. In fact, during this period Han-identified officials that were stationed in the Uyghur homeland often learned Uyghur and became active members of Uyghur communities. Young Uyghurs still grew up speaking Uyghur. Many rural Uyghurs did not meet native Chinese speakers until the 1990s, when a widespread transformation of the Xinjiang economy brought millions of people identified as Han to the Uyghur homeland. After the Second Liberation, socialist legacies and capitalist development. Fulfilling the old model of multiculturalism was further complicated by the emergence of market liberalization in Xinjiang beginning in the early 1980s. As the state moved in fits and starts from socialist development to capitalist accumulation and the accompanying suppression of terrorism, the displacement of native lifeways became more acute. Many Uyghurs refer to the 1980s as a golden era when the possibilities of life seemed to open up. The relative economic, political, and religious freedom that accompanied the reform and opening period seemed to promise a brighter future. Many Han settlers that had come to the northern part of the region during the Maoist campaigns to secure the borderlands were permitted to return to their hometowns in eastern China. But with the collapse of the Soviet Union in December of 1991 and the independence of the Central Asian republics, the Chinese state was suddenly faced with rising tensions regarding Uyghur desires for independence. At the same time, the fracturing of Russia, China's long-term imperial rival, offered new zones for building Chinese influence. Even more importantly, it created opportunities to access energy resources. A chief concern among state authorities in the region was that the new freedoms that Uyghurs had enjoyed in the 1980s threatened to flower into a full-throat independence movement. As Uyghur trade relationships increased in emerging markets in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan and cultural and religious exchange with Uzbekistan was rekindled, the Chinese authorities became increasingly concerned that Uyghurs would begin to demand the autonomy they had been promised in the 1950s. The State. 501. was deeply concerned that the newly independent republics of post-Soviet Central Asia would serve as allies in the Uyghur struggle for greater autonomy. As a result of these concerns, the underlying goal of the Chinese state's attempts to control Central Asian markets and buy access to its natural resources became that of ensuring that these states do not support the Uyghur cause in Xinjiang or tolerate exile movements on their own soil. 17. At the same time that the Chinese state was extending its control in post-Soviet Central Asia, it also announced a new policy position that would turn the Uyghur homeland into a center of trade, capitalist infrastructure, and agricultural development capable of further serving the needs of the nation. One of the primary stresses in the new proposal was the need to establish Xinjiang as one of China's primary cotton-producing regions. Given the exponential growth in commodity clothing production in eastern China in the 1980s, the state was determined to find a cheap source of domestic cotton to meet the accelerating demand for Chinese-produced t-shirts and jeans around the world. As a result of this initiative, infrastructure investment in Chinese Central Asia expanded from only 7.3 billion yuan in 1991 to 16.5 billion in 1994. Over the same period, the gross domestic product of the region nearly doubled, reaching a new high of 15.5 billion. Much of this new investment was spent on infrastructure projects that connected the Uyghur homeland to the Chinese cities to the north. By 1995, the Taklamakan Highway had been completed across the desert, connecting the oasis town of Khotan to Urumqi, cutting travel. 17. Nbeklan, Xinjiang in the 90s. The China Journal, Volume 44, 2000. Pages 65 to 90, 66. 18 Ibid 67. 502. Time in half. By 1999 the railroad had been expanded from Korla to Aksu and Kashgar, opening the Uyghur heartland to direct Han migration and Chinese commerce. Over the same period, the capacity of the railways leading from Urumqi to eastern China were doubled, allowing for a dramatic increase in natural and agricultural resource exports from the province to the factories in eastern China. As infrastructure was built, new settlement policies were also put in place. Like the settler policies from the socialist period, these new projects were intended to both alleviate overcrowding in eastern China and centralize control over the frontier. But unlike those earlier population transfers, this new settler movement was driven by capitalist expansion as well. For the first time, Han settlers were promised upward mobility through profit in the cash economy and capital investment. Initially, this enterprise, formally labeled Open Up the Northwest, was centered around industrial-scale cotton production. The state put financial incentives in place to transform both steppe and desert areas for water-intensive cotton cultivation by both native Uyghur farmers and increasing numbers of Han settlers. As part of this process, they introduced incentive programs for Han farmers to move to Xinjiang to grow and process cotton for use in Chinese factories. By 1997, the area of cotton production in Xinjiang had doubled relative to the amount of land used in 1990. Most of this expansion occurred in what had been Uyghur territory between Aksu and Kashgar. In less than a decade, Chinese Central Asia had become China's largest source of domestic cotton, producing 25% of all cotton consumed in the nation. Yet despite this apparent success, important concerns began to emerge as well. Chief among these was the way the new shift in production and settlement was affecting the native population. 503. Many Han settlers profited from their work in the Xinjiang cotton industry as short-term seasonal workers who received high wages, as settlers who were given subsidized housing and land, and as managers of larger-scale farms. But many of the Uyghurs who were affected by the shift in production did not benefit to the same degree. They were often forced to convert their existing multi-crop farms to cotton in order to meet regionally imposed quotas. They were also forced to sell their cotton only to Han-run state-owned enterprises at low fixed prices. These corporations in turn sold the cotton at full market price to factories in eastern China. In this manner, many Uyghur farmers were pulled into downward spirals of poverty, while many Han settlers continued to benefit from the shifting economic trends. Labor exploitation coupled with dispossession gave rise to increasing feelings of oppression and occupation. These feelings continued to increase as the need for cheap sources of energy increased in the rapidly developing cities of eastern China. By the early 2000s, the Uyghur homeland had come to resemble a classic peripheral colony. In the context of the nation as a whole, the primary function of the province was to supply the metropoles of Beijing, Shanghai, and the Pearl River Delta to the east with raw resources and industrial supplies. Cotton production continued as it had in the 1990s, but by the early 2000s industrial tomato production had also been introduced as primary export product. By 2012 the region produced approximately 30% of world tomato exports. 19 At the same time, as in most peripheral colonies, the vast majority of manufactured products consumed in Xinjiang came from the factories in eastern China. The clothes manufactured using 19 See Xiaowei, China becomes tomato industry target, China Daily, June 15, 2012. 504. Xinjiang cotton were thus purchased from clothing companies in eastern China at inflated prices. The same was true of the natural gas and oil that began to flow to eastern China from Xinjiang after the completion of pipeline infrastructure in the early 2000s. 20. In the 2000s the build-out of infrastructure for natural resource extraction that followed behind the new road and rail projects in the mid to late 1990s again began to shift the center of Xinjiang's economy. Within a few short years, oil and gas sales came to represent nearly half of the region's revenues. At the same time, given the push to reduce the nation's dependence on foreign cotton, oil, and gas and to accelerate the settler colonization of the Uyghur homeland, the central government continued to provide nearly two-thirds of the region's budget. In the early 2000s the Hu Jintao administration took the older regional project Open Up the Northwest to a new level, rebranding it as Open Up the West. Now all of peripheral China, including Inner Mongolia and Tibet, became the target of settlement and development projects, though Chinese Central Asia continued to receive a greater number of new settlers relative to other regions. Given the way the older Open Up the Northwest project had resulted in rapid and sustained economic growth of over 10% per year since 1992, the state was eager to take the development projects further, opening new markets and new sites for industrial production. 21 By the early 2000s the Uyghur homeland had become the country's fourth largest oil-producing area with a capacity of 20 million tons per year. Given that the area had proven reserves of petroleum of over 2.5 billion tons and 700 billion cubic meters of natural gas, there is little doubt that the region was thought of as one of China's primary future sources of energy. 22. Between 1990 and 2000 the population of Han settlers grew at twice the growth rate of the native population. By the late 2000s it had superseded the size of the Uyghur population, though it was still less than a majority of the overall population of the province, and many areas in the Uyghur homeland still had a high majority of Uyghurs. The development of fixed capital investments and industrial agriculture export production that accompanied the Open Up the West campaign had the effect of rapidly increasing the rate of Han settlement in Uyghur and Tibetan areas. 23 New infrastructure has vastly benefited the millions of new Han settlers and produced exponential increases in costs of living and widespread dispossessions of Uyghurs from land and housing. The costs of basic staples such as rice, flour, oil, and meat have more than doubled. Urban housing prices have doubled or tripled, while projects to urbanize the Uyghur countryside have placed Uyghurs in new housing complexes that are dependent on regular payments for centralized heat and power. The system of small-scale Uyghur mixed crop farming with small herds of sheep and garden plots has also been undermined through this process. Underemployment has been further exacerbated by the widespread consolidation of Uyghur land into industrial farms and, more recently, restrictions on labor migration. The lucrative chaos of rapid development and dispossession has produced tremendous opportunities in real estate speculation, natural resource development and international trade for Han settlers. 24 At the same time, this capitalist chaos has increased indebtedness among Uyghurs, who are systematically blocked from low-interest lines of credit by nationalized banks, which place restrictions on loans to Uyghurs due to their assumed disposition toward the three forces of Islamic reformism, national self-determination, and violent resistance. According to many Uyghur migrants, Han landlords or bankers have increasingly found ways of evicting Uyghur business owners or homeowners and replacing them with Han settler tenants. Many Uyghur migrants note that they encountered prejudice when seeking loans or authorizations of sales and purchases. 25 banks and landlords were often quite eager on the other hand to provide Han settlers with loans for purchases of real estate or discounts on business investments. An insidious ethno-racism is often the driver behind such choices. Uyghurs, unlike Han settlers, are often seen by Han lenders as not possessing the discipline necessary for capitalist development. As the Xinjiang State Economic Advisor Tang Ju put it, because of their lifestyle, asking to go into big industrial production, onto the production line, they're probably not suited to that. 26 For many Han businessmen dealing with Uyghurs was just too much trouble. It was for the same reason that Uyghurs are told they need not apply for high-skilled jobs in natural resource development, which are universally controlled by Han settlers. Because of the supposed threat that Uyghurs pose as potential terrorists, the state also refuses to issue legal documents to the vast majority of Uyghurs in order to travel and trade domestically and internationally. As a result, native minorities frequently found themselves caught in the downward spiral of poverty even as the Han society that was growing around them was increasingly affluent. The rapid corporate development and Han settlement of the Uyghur homeland coupled with the arrival of terrorism rhetoric had the effect of adapting older forms of socialist multiculturalism into a distinctly capitalist process of racialization. This process became particularly apparent after the beginning of the United States global war on terror in 2001, when nearly all forms of resistance by Uyghurs began to be described as terrorism by the Chinese state and in Han popular culture. The dark bodies of Uyghur men became synonymous with danger and wild virility. This way of describing Uyghur bodies was institutionalized by the police and government officials through frequent state media reports on Uyghur protests. Many officials and Chinese terrorism experts that I interviewed described Uyghur young men explicitly in these terms. Posters were placed throughout Uyghur districts of Urumqi in 2014 that depicted and labeled the appearance of rural-origin religious Uyghur young men and women as evidence of terrorism. The police actively profiled low-income rural-origin Uyghur youth at checkpoints. This institutionalization of power over the bodies of Uyghurs defines these phenomena as not simply features of ethnic discrimination but as an expansive process of racialization, comparable to similar processes that took place within the US, the British Empire, and places like South Africa. 27. Yet many accounts of the violence that has occurred in this region describe it as an ethnic conflict, placing it in the same category as internecine violence elsewhere in the developing world. What such accounts ignore is the possibility of new sequences of racialization, comparable to the institution of apartheid in South Africa or the violent segregation of Palestine, perhaps since Han themselves have often been the subject of European and American racism. The racism that is being produced in the Uyghur homeland through contemporary processes of racialization is of course unique to this particular moment and this particular place. It is nonetheless important to name such processes as racial, rather than ethnic or cultural, because it enables us to see how economic and political institutions sediment differences among groups. Naming this process as racialization centers the way capitalist exploitation is embodied. Individual workers' inner characteristics are framed by legal, economic, and educational institutions through their skin color, dress, language, smell, accent, hairstyle, way of walking, facial expressions, and behavior. 28 Uyghurs are subject to a particular form of racialization, driven by the Chinese state and the Han settlers under its purview. This racialization provides an a priori justification for expansive institutions of control and the populations they benefit, even while these institutions are themselves constantly producing and reinforcing the process of racialization itself, in the form of direct ethnic domination over the Uyghur population. Part 3. The terror shift. The power of the ethno-racial imaginary of inclusiveness or multiculturalism has been both a blessing and a nightmare for minority peoples in China. 29 On the one hand, such a politics of inclusion reduces the impulse toward a mass physical genocide of the type seen in early North American colonization. On the other hand, it creates a false sense of goodness on the part of the colonizer and a misrecognition of systemic racism. In contemporary China, colonized minorities such as the Mongols, Uyghurs, and Tibetans have often been criticized for loving their own groups too much. Their self-love has been denounced as minzuqingshu. 30 The sentiment or spirit is said to manifest as separatism, terrorism, and religious extremism. It results in hate crimes by minorities toward members of the good majority who have liberated their territories by settling them and bringing them modern economics and Han morality. Crimes of being too native are of course crushed by the state. But even as the state crushes dissent, many Han, who consider themselves good people on the side of socialist inclusion, ask the question, why do they hate us so much after we have done so many good things for them? The lack of an independent Chinese press and academia forecloses the possibility of having an open critical dialogue about why only minority on Han crime can be categorized as hateful or terroristic. 31 Instead, good inclusive Han citizens of the nation feel compelled to teach ungrateful Uyghurs a good lesson in being tolerant of Han moral instruction. Minority claims to the sovereignty of their own land, faith, language, knowledge, and being can thus be read as bad, as resistant to Han goodness. The moral bankruptcy of the Chinese multicultural project came to a head in 2009, when Uyghur protests in Urumqi over the mob killing of Uyghur factory workers by Han factory workers turned into widespread violence. In the months that followed, state authorities began a process of urban cleansing that directly targeted low-income Uyghur communities. 32 Many Uyghur areas of Urumqi and other traditionally Uyghur cities were targeted for demolition, and over the next few years the Uyghur migrant populations were moved into tightly controlled government housing on the outskirts of cities. Their land was turned into commodity housing for Han settlers and real estate speculators. At the same time, the state began to institute a radical shift from Uyghur medium education to Chinese medium education throughout the province. In 2010 the state introduced smartphones and 3G networks across the countryside as a way to link Han settlements and extraction infrastructure to the rest of the nation. One of the latent consequences of this new development was that Uyghurs were exposed to new ways of understanding the practice and instruction of Islam. Over the next 4 years many Uyghurs became involved in global piety movements that were introduced to them via their new internet access. A small minority of those who turned to new forms of orthopraxy were drawn into contemporary conservative political or Salaf Islam, but the vast majority simply began to practice mainstream forms of Hanafi Sunni Islam. After 4 short years of relatively open use of social media to promote the thought of Uyghur Islamic teachers in Turkey and Uzbek teachers from Kyrgyzstan, the state instituted new restrictions on Islamic practice. The People's War on Terror. In May of 2014, after an increase in Uyghur violence toward Han civilians, first through a mass killing at a train station in Kunming, then a mass killing in a Han street market in Urumqi and a suicide bombing at the Urumqi train station, the state declared a people's war on terror centered on rooting out Uyghur Islamic reformist practices, national independence, and violent resistance. As in many other parts of the world, the concept of terrorism in China was strongly influenced by Bush-era American political rhetoric. Prior to September 11, 2001, Uyghur violence was almost exclusively regarded as nationalist separatism. Since 2001, according to official state reports, Han settlers in Xinjiang have become victims of terrorism on a regular basis. 33 By 2004, spleetist incidents from the previous decade were relabeled as terrorist incidents. 34 Everything from the theft of sheep, to a land seizure protest, to a fight with knives can now be labeled terrorism if there are Uyghurs and Han involved in the conflict. It appears as though terrorism has come to signify Uyghurs who are verbally and physically unsubmissive and unopen to Han cultural values. Now Chinese terrorism has come to be any perceived threat to state territorial sovereignty, regardless of its actual methods or effects vis-a-vis harm to others. 35. Passbook systems. Home invasions and mass detentions. This rhetoric of terror was taken to a new level with the 2014 People's War on Terror against the Uyghur population of the country. One of the first things instituted under the emergency provisions of the war was a passbook system that restricted the movement of Uyghur migrants. 36. This system, known as the People's Convenient Card System, required Uyghurs whose household registration was not in an urban location to return to their hometowns and obtain a good citizen card in order to return. Like the passbook system that was instituted in apartheid South Africa, the goal of this system was to force the unwanted racial other from locations that were desired by the settler population. Based on my interviews, the most typical form of the process of obtaining the card was as follows. One applicant asked for a bienminka from local police. He or she was told to come back tomorrow when the holder of the stamp will be there. That person was often not there the next day or was not receiving visitors. Eventually the applicant was formally denied or gave up on the formal process. 2. Applicant went to the home of the village leader of the local production brigade at night. Applicant presented all of the documents he or she has proving that he or she was from a 5-star family based on the marks they had been given by the local police on the gate of their house. Father and mother had a good peasant background. It was helpful to prove that poor economic circumstances necessitate that a member of the family must migrate in order to financially support the family back in the village. Absolutely no extremist religious ideas were present in the applicant or in family members of the applicant. Applicant also gave the team leader a small gift of around 500 yuan, telling him he or she knew it was not enough, but please accept this humble gift and so on. 3. If the team leader was convinced, he told the applicant which member of the local government to contact. The applicant was told to go to that officer's home at night with a gift of 1,000 to 4,000 yuan in an envelope. The team leader told the applicant that under no circumstances should he or she tell the officer that he sent the applicant to the officer. The team leader also told the 514 applicant to wait 1 week or more before visiting the officer, so it would not be obvious that the night visits to the people's homes were related. 4. After visiting the officer and delivering the bribe, the applicant was told that within a certain amount of time they would receive a phone call and they could come in to get their bienminka. Needless to say, it was very difficult for Uyghur migrants to obtain this card. Only around 1 in 10 were able to do so. 37. This resulted in around 300,000 Uyghur migrants to the city of Urumqi and hundreds of thousands of migrants to regional centers such as Korla, Aksu, and Kashgar being forced to leave. Without the card it was impossible for them to rent housing, find a job or even stay in a hotel. By May of 2016 the system was taken to a new level. Now even if Uyghurs had the card, those without urban household registration were not allowed to leave their home counties without permission. There were checkpoints between every county, and crossing the county line required a letter and with a stamp from local authorities. As a result, even those who previously had legal permission to live in Urumqi and other urban locations were now forced to return to the countryside. Often when they arrive back in the countryside they are subject to detention. Following the implementation of the People's War on Terror in May 2014, a police state has rapidly taken form in Xinjiang. By the beginning of 2017 the state has recruited nearly 90,000 new police officers and increased the public security budget of Xinjiang by 356%. 38. These new additions to the Special Teams Armed Police Force are organized in a segmented manner throughout every prefecture and county in support of local Uyghur officers who staff checkpoints and work as informants at every level of Uyghur society. Because of widespread underemployment, Uyghur officers have been drawn into the force in large numbers. Because of the stigma of their collaborator position and the tight supervision of their Han superiors, these Uyghur officers often treat Uyghur suspects even more harshly than Han officers. In general, The rising budget for the occupation police force has produced tremendous increases in surveillance technology and grid policing infrastructure made through interlocking systems of walls, gates, and convenient police checkpoints in cities and towns. Across the province, the state also began instituting regular inspections of the homes of Uyghurs. During these inspections of homes in Uyghur neighborhoods, the police first scanned the QR code that they had installed on the front door of apartments. 39 images and files associated with the registered occupants of the apartment would then be displayed on the police officer's smartphone. Following this review of legal occupants, the police then proceed to search the home for unregistered occupants. They look in closets, under beds. They would vary the timing of inspection to make sure that the occupants would be unprepared. At times, they would ask to look through the books and magazines of the occupants. Other times they asked to inspect their phones and computers. Any refusal to comply meant that the person would be detained. If the occupants were not home at the time of the inspection, they would be notified that they were required to appear at the police station within the next 24 hours. In the countryside, these inspections were even more terrifying. There, the armed police were accompanied by groups of Han and conscripted Uyghur volunteers armed with clubs. They visited people's homes on a regular basis to check their phones and computers for any unapproved religious material and to make sure that they were watching Chinese-language television. They made sure that the men were not growing beards and the women were not covering their heads. They questioned Uyghur children in order to make sure that they were being sent to school and that their parents were not teaching them about Islam at home. They asked about mosque attendance, prayer times, and whether or not they had ever listened to unapproved Islamic teachings. They asked Uyghurs to attend weekly patriotic education meetings, sing patriotic songs, dance patriotic dances, and pledge their undying loyalty to the Chinese state. Every household was responsible to send at least one member of the family to such meetings. Failure to comply with any of these forms of inspection and action resulted in arrest. Since 2014, thousands of Uyghurs have been placed in indefinite detention. 40 as detainees. They are forced to attend political education and Chinese language education classes in re-education centers. Thousands more have been serving sentences in labor camps for minor offenses under the new anti-terrorism and extremism laws. The detentions began in the summer of 2014 with young people who had practiced forms of reformist Islam being taken by the police and held without charge. The disappearance of youth into the depths of the police state was soon being euphemistically referred to as being taken behind the Black Gate. Many of these initial detainees are still in detention 3 years later. Since February of 2017 there has been a new wave of detentions. Now it appears that any Muslim minority citizen, whether they be Hui, Kazakh, or Uyghur, who does not advocate for the repression of religion and the assimilation of the Uyghur population can be seen as a threat to the state. As a Uyghur intellectual at one of the institutions in Urumqi told me recently, if you wear white shoes, they will arrest you for not wearing black shoes. If you wear black shoes, they will arrest you for not wearing white shoes. He worried that he himself would be arrested after hearing that the president of Xinjiang University along with around 20 other Uyghur faculty members had been arrested for not teaching their courses on Uyghur literature solely in Chinese. Nearly all Uyghurs have a friend, colleague, or family member who has been detained. Even Uyghur Communist Party members are not immune from detention. By the end of 2017 an estimated 1 million men and women had been sent to the transformation through education centers that had been built across the region. 41. In the spring of 2017 the local police were ordered to begin to rank Uyghurs using a number of metrics of extremist existence or behavior. 42. The primary categories of assessment were as follows. 1. Between ages of 15 and 55. 2. Ethnic Uyghur. 3. Unemployed or underemployed. 4. Possesses passport. 5. Prays 5 times per day. 6. Possesses religious knowledge or has participated in illegal religious activities. 43. 7. Has visited one of 26 banned countries. 8. Has overstayed a visa while traveling abroad. 9. Has an immediate relative living in a foreign country. 10 has taught children about Islam in their home. Any individual whose existence or behavior corresponded to 3 or more of these categories could be subject to questioning. Since 2 of the categories were simply being born Uyghur and being between the ages of 15 and 55, for many Uyghurs their very existence made them suspicious. Any individual that met 5 or more of these criteria could be subject to detention and political re-education for a minimum of 30 days. Many were detained indefinitely. They were told that their beliefs and way of life were a form of social cancer that needed to be excised. They were told to celebrate the process of having their lives re-engineered because it meant that they would be freed from prejudice after they had been taught to despise their religion and lack of assimilation into Han society. Some among the detained and released Uyghurs and their relatives who I have interviewed with the most depth have exhibited signs of post-traumatic stress. They said that small issues they encounter now result in deep feelings of anxiety. Many now have problems with panic attacks and depression. After they or their loved ones were released, they were often asked to write vows of loyalty to the state. 44 These statements force Uyghurs to articulate views that are not their own. The statements ask them to re-narrate their personal biographies in a way that places them in complete opposition to reformist Islam and in undying loyalty to the state. They strongly resemble the personal statements that many were forced to publicly declare during struggle sessions in the Cultural Revolution, but in this case they are racialized and directly assimilationist, or oriented toward Han state culture. The gaslighting effect of the repetition and widespread circulation of these vows is one of the most potent tools of the re-education campaign. It is here that the thought work of social re-engineering is really taking place. Many Uyghurs, like Alim who I introduced at the beginning of this essay, spoke with me about these processes of inspection, detention, and harassment as a process of breaking their spirit. They said that when their loved ones came back to them they were changed as individuals. They were silent. They submitted to whatever they were asked to do. They were fearful. Something essential to their being was gone. The trauma of knowing that their life was in the hands of the police state, made many of them lose hope. When they came back they began to parrot things they had been told in their classes. It was as if they had been reprogrammed. They said that the part of them that was Uyghur was broken, all that was left was a patriotic Chinese shell. Conclusions. Chinese framings of terror capitalism. The new framing of minority protests against state domination, Islamic piety movements and violent resistance as each a manifestation of terrorism has produced an academic growth industry across China. Centers for terrorism studies have sprung up across the country where Chinese academics re-emphasize and validate the pronouncements of the state. The activities of several thousand Uyghurs in Turkey and Syria have 521 been used as justification for the detention and re-education of hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs. The state of emergency and state funding that accompanied the People's War on Terror has allowed for numerous experiments in securitization. As in the United States, new infrastructures of border security, biosecurity, and cybersecurity are being introduced to buttress older forms of control. In the United States, counterterrorism securitization is built on the legacy of the Cold War. 45 In China, counterterrorism targets a specific group of native Muslim citizens and their resources. As such, the implementation of the People's War on Terror is manifested differently in China than the War on Terror elsewhere. It centers around a settler campaign that is facilitating the ongoing accumulation of natural resources from Uyghur lands. Accompanying this is a pervasive system of domination extending to all facets of Uyghur life. 46 In North America, this type of thought work has not been forcibly implemented on a subjugated population in recent memory, though it is reminiscent of North American boarding schools where native populations that survived genocidal encounters with American pioneers were taught to embrace Christian values and denounce their savagery. In Afghanistan and Iraq, the American military has attempted to win the hearts and minds of those whose land they have occupied, but that process was never as fully institutionalized as it is in contemporary Xinjiang. The American criminal justice system likewise attempts to rehabilitate inmates and turn them toward disciplined behavior while at the same time profiting from their incarceration. But the Chinese people's war on terror is something different. In effect, it is the outlawing of an entire way of life. This process has been aided by the permissiveness of the world community toward the violent policing of Muslim populations. In particular, the Chinese case has found common ground with the Trump administration's policies towards Muslims. Many Chinese politicians and terrorism studies academics applaud the Trump administration's ban on Muslim travel. 47 They saw it as validation for the travel restrictions the Chinese administration has imposed on Uyghurs. Meanwhile, the Chinese state has hired Eric Prince, the founder of the private mercenary army Blackwater, to set up training facilities for Chinese security forces in counter-terrorism among Tibetan and Uyghur populations. These direct linkages between American and European counter-terrorism efforts and the Chinese attempts to turn them on their own citizens, makes framings of the Uyghur and Tibetan issues as merely domestic ethnic disputes increasingly untenable. This understanding makes clear that domination and new sequences in racialization can be deployed in non-Western spaces. Like native groups elsewhere, the Uyghurs were asked to participate in a multiculturalist project whose contents were dictated by the state. They were asked to re-engineer themselves along the lines of permitted difference and accept the terms that were laid out to them by the state. When they failed to do this, they found that the institutions of the state were used to sequester their bodies and destroy their families. Today Uyghurs speak often of the brokenness they feel as a people. They say they have no words for how they feel. They say they can't reconcile what is happening and who they are as human beings. When they say they are broken, they are saying they are no longer whole as individuals. Their sense of self has been damaged. Mostly what they are saying is that they are terrified of how this will affect those they love. Stories of the systemic rape of women who have been detained circulate widely. Rumors of organs being harvested from young men accused of terror crimes are a part of daily conversation. Uyghurs worry that these stories are true or may become true. They worry that the biometric data that has been taken from them is part of some sort of systemic elimination process. They feel that they have nothing to protect themselves and those they love. They are being terrified by the normalization of terror capitalism and the way it is taking even limited forms of autonomy away from them. Eternal enemies. 525. Eternal enemies. The 20th century origins of Vietnamese Sinophobia. By J. Frank Parnell. On May 2, ND 2014, National China Offshore Oil Corporation dispatched the Haiyangshi U-981 oil platform to disputed waters off the southern edge of the Parasil Island chain, 120 nautical miles east of Vietnam. From May 3 to the 5th, 29 Vietnamese Coast Guard ships were sent to intercept and disrupt the rig, but were blocked by an air-supported 80-ship Chinese escort, resulting in 6 injuries and significant damage to Vietnamese vessels. The Vietnamese Ministry of Foreign Affairs denounced the violation of its sovereign exclusive economic zone. In Vietnam, widespread popular anger met with rare, but short-lived, acquiescence on the part of the party state. Perhaps in an effort to provide an ostentatious display of national unity against perceived foreign aggression, uncommon public protests were allowed to take place in the largest cities across the country. 526. However, perceived parallels with other party-mobilized nationalist spectacles break down under scrutiny. State acquiescence was immediately preceded by the May 5 arrest of the country's most famous dissident blogger Nguyen Hu Yuvin. A former police officer and son of the late ambassador to the Soviet Union, Nguyen Hu Yuvin, wrote a blog that was among the most popular in the country. This was in no small part because of its relatable, humorous prose and trenchant criticism of the party's corruption and supposed collaboration with Chinese expansionist plots. Indeed, human rights activists have long paired demands for intellectual freedom with conspiratorial propaganda portraying the ruling Communist Party of Vietnam as traitors who have sold out the nation to the Chinese. 2. These disaffected liberals wasted no time framing the current crisis in similar terms. Later that day, independent blogs and news sources recognized an opportunity and called for expanded protests. Independent news website Dan Luan rhetorically asked. People are asking Dan Luan, should we reactionaries participate even though the state is now encouraging, and even organizing people to go protest? Response is, yes. Why not? First, this is an opportunity for us to hit the streets and express our opinions, to actually become citizens of a democratic society. We must take advantage of every chance we get. Second, we've hit the streets before when the fatherland was in danger, so why should we refuse now that the fatherland needs us? Third, they've invited us to hit the streets with their own plans in mind, but we have the right to bring whichever message we choose. So then bring the message of freedom, democracy, and human rights. Hit the streets with portraits of the patriots they've imprisoned. 3. An attached letter, signed by 20 civil society organizations and addressed to all patriotic Vietnamese, argued that the Vietnamese Party state, through incompetence, cowardice, and malevolence, was complicit in Chinese violation of Vietnamese sovereignty. 4. 528. From Thursday to Sunday, protests with tacit state approval slowly built momentum, then unexpectedly exploded into a mass factory revolt. On Thursday the 8th, 55 public intellectuals requested that the Ho Chi Minh City People's Committee create advantageous conditions for a rally that Sunday in front of the Metropolitan Opera House. The next evening, a small group of youths and dissident intellectuals gathered in front of the Chinese embassy in Hanoi, protesting for an hour without police intervention before disbanding of their own accord. 5. Momentum continued to build the following day when more than 100 people gathered at the Chinese consulate in HCMC. State-affiliated newspapers appeared to support the gatherings, with HCM-based Tuoi Tre sympathetically reporting, "The people of HCMC peacefully protest at the Chinese consulate." Perhaps encouraged by the sympathetic reporting, Sunday's protests spread throughout every major city, becoming the largest in recent memory. The state was prepared, preventing noted dissidents from leaving their homes, and dispatching Communist Youth League state-owned protesters to blend into the crowd, deactivate audio equipment, and attempt to silence anti-regime agitators. 6. Nevertheless, the protests garnered international attention and set the stage for the maelstrom of the coming week. 7. This relatively calm though somewhat contentious atmosphere was transformed when the work week began again the next day. Late in the afternoon on Monday, May 12, sporadic protests broke out at the Vietnam Singapore 1 industrial zone in Ban Duo Ng, a province on the northeastern outskirts of HCMC, the manufacturing center of southern Vietnam. The next morning, 20,000 or so workers demonstrated in 3 industrial zones. Rioting exploded around lunchtime. Chinese-owned factories were targeted first. Masked men wearing workers' uniforms and bearing Vietnamese flags arrived on foot and by motorbike, pulled down factory gates and clambered over walls, urging others to join the march and allegedly even paying workers the equivalent of $5 to $10 to participate in the vandalism, looting and arson. One worker reported to the BBC, "The protesters requested that workers making products at the companies follow whoever came along wouldn't have problems, but whoever didn't come along wouldn't be spared." 8. The rioting quickly spread to Taiwanese, Korean, and even Vietnamese factories. According to celebrated independent journalist and historian Huy Du Si, of the 315 investors damaged by the events in Ban Duo Ng, 12 companies were seriously burnt, 3 were partially burnt, 33 were looted, 196 factories were smashed, and 241 offices were ruined, with many others completely torched and destroyed. 9. The vast majority were Taiwanese invested, mainland Chinese managed textile manufacturing plants. The next day, a similar sequence of events took place in central Vietnam at the Taiwanese invested, Chinese-staffed Formosa plastic steel mill in Vuong, the same place a horrendous chemical spill would trigger another set of nationwide protests 2 summers later. 10. It began in the early morning with 20 masked, motorbike riding, flag-bearing protesters demonstrating in workers' uniforms outside the main gates. At 10:30 they barged through the gate into the administrative area and collected 60 more protesters before being convinced to leave. At 1:30 p.m. they suddenly returned with 200 protesters and broke through the gates, attacking passing vans carrying Chinese workers. By 4:30 the group had swelled to around 500 protesters. According to one witness, activists within the group began yelling to passers-by that a Vietnamese person has been beaten to death at the worksite, quickly swelling the protest to around 5,000. This group attacked a group of about 1,000 Chinese workers, set fire to dormitories, and stole construction equipment and appliances. 4 Chinese workers were killed and 130 injured, with 23 left in critical condition. One Vietnamese worker interviewed by state media speculated that the flag-bearing protesters who first barged into the factory were not workers on that site. 531. Who started the factory riots of 2014? Of the 400 subsequently arrested in southern Vietnam, most were young laid-off men, languishing among the migrant worker population. Furthermore, there is no doubt that miserable workplace conditions and anger towards oppressive managers were necessary to make such an explosion of violence and property damage possible. 11. Nevertheless, most accounts feature a vanguard group, well prepared with flags, batons, and money, who came to mobilize workers and instigate the destruction. The Vietnamese government blames VT10, a Pittsburgh-based anti-communist, pro-democracy organization founded in 1981 by Vietnamese refugees and remnants of the former Saigon government and military. Considered an illegal terrorist organization by the CPV, they are often scapegoated for domestic unrest. VT10's radio station, Chan Troimoi, shot back that the riots were orchestrated by the party to strike back at Beijing, having the added benefit of giving the state justification for clamping down on peaceful protests and shifting public anger away from China. 12. Both explanations are unconvincing. We may never find out exactly how the quasi-sanctioned protests escalated into factory riots on Tuesday the 13th, but that shouldn't distract us from the way this controversy hinges on an important weakness of the Vietnamese state. Unlike Chinese protests against Japan, Vietnamese anti-China protests always border on movements against the regime. Why should this be? After all, didn't the CPV represent the anti-colonial aspirations of the Vietnamese people? As heirs to a 2,000-year-old anti-colonial tradition, didn't the communists lead the nation to defeat French, Japanese, American, and Chinese imperialists and their puppets, just as their forefathers had done against the Han, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing empires? This two-part primer aims to give readers the background necessary to understand contemporary Vietnamese perspectives on China. This first article offers a cursory sketch of Sino-Vietnamese relations leading up to the market reforms, paying particular attention to how this modern configuration of nationalist history was first formulated by literati revolutionaries in the colonial era, and then propagandistically reinterpreted by the two competing Vietnamese states throughout 30 years of civil and revolutionary war. Soon after the North Vietnamese tanks rolled triumphantly into Saigon in 1975, strained relations between Beijing and Hanoi developed into an outright war that repoliticized the distant and recent Sino-Vietnamese past. During the 10 years that followed, the Vietnamese state was entangled in sporadic skirmishes with the Chinese People's Liberation Army, along with the costly and bloody Cambodian occupation, which combined to solidify hatred toward the eternal enemy across the northern border. Then, as the Soviet Union was disintegrating, a secretive September 1990 conference was held in the Chinese city of Chengdu, precipitating an unexpected about-face. An agreement on removing Vietnamese troops from Cambodia was reached, a path to Sino-Vietnamese normalization was opened up, and the preceding 10 years of open warfare were scrubbed from official media, leaving the Vietnamese national position on eternal enemies. 533. China in disarray. A subsequent essay to be published in the third issue of Chuang will then analyze the actions of reformera dissidents and the multiplying conspiracy theories that have emerged since the Chengdu Conference against the backdrop of the global economic reorganization that has taken place since 1980. These otherwise marginal conspiracy theories have taken on contemporary importance because of China's rise to geopolitical prominence, and especially the correlated shifts in the geography of global commodity production that have occurred in the wake of the Great Recession. By 2013, combined FDI into the 5 largest ASEAN economies had already surpassed FDI into China, with low-wage Vietnam one of the premier sites for global textile and apparel manufacturing. 13 These investors include Chinese firms, which are moving production abroad to flee the rise of domestic costs such as wages. If, in line with Vietnamese practice, one includes Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau under the umbrella of Chinese investments, then China is by far the largest investor in Vietnam, with $56 billion invested in 4,759 projects as of 2016, more than a quarter of GDP. 14 While mainland China accounted for only about $10 billion of the total, the division is somewhat artificial, as non-mainland firms make heavy use of mainland employees and managers, and are associated with China in the popular imagination. 15 Furthermore, the outflow of capital is accelerating because of the US-China trade dispute, which has prompted Guangdong manufacturers to prioritize already existing plans to diversify production into the lower-wage countries of Southeast Asia to avoid US tariffs. 16. Yet instead of allaying popular Sinophobia, Chinese investments appear to have actually intensified it, as mainland-affiliated projects have been notoriously plagued by huge cost overruns, relatively high interest loans, ballooning public debt, and especially favorable breaks from tax and environmental regulations, feeding popular suspicions of corrupt backroom deals between the Vietnamese and Chinese Communist parties at the people's expense. A few notable examples are illustrative. The Cat Linh Ha Dong metro line in Hanoi, Vietnam's first metro, has gone more than 40% over budget and is buried under interest payments from the $669 million worth of loans taken from China Exim Bank. 17 The metro still hasn't opened, yet already appears outdated. Even more controversial have been the Chinalco-invested Central Highlands bauxite mines, which initially received unprecedented public criticism on environmental, economic, and national defense grounds in 2010. So far the two mines have eaten up nearly $1.4 billion USD. This is already more than twice the originally projected cost, and yet the mines show little prospect of ever achieving profitability. These astounding financial losses are in no small part due to relatively antiquated and uncompetitive technology installed by the Chinese contractor, which, in addition, pollutes more than contemporary global standards. 18 More recently, the 6NH10 Electrical Center in Ben Thuan, a coal plant that is 95% Chinese-funded, is staffed by a small city of mainland Chinese workers, and its pollution has obliterated the domestic fishing and aquaculture industries. Nationwide popular protests broke out against proposed special economic zones near the plant in early June 2018. Opposition to the plant escalated into violent skirmishes in which protesters set fire to provincial government buildings, beating and capturing security forces. 19 Testifying to the unpopularity of Chinese-invested projects, the plant has now been placed under special security protection. 20 This all shows that popular Sinophobia in Vietnam is important because it indexes the increasingly precarious position of the ruling Vietnamese Communist Party, and therefore has implications for China's continued expansion into Southeast Asia. This two-part series describes the origins and explains the causes of widespread Vietnamese Sinophobia with three broader questions in mind. Will the party be able to accommodate Chinese expansion while economically developing, thereby vindicating the Sinophilic minority within both the ruling party and the population, or will popular Sinophobia win a mass base, form an effective vehicle for anti-regime activism led by liberal democratic partisans, and further constrict state maneuverability, or even lead to civil strife? Secondly, how do class positions and memories of the socialist period influence the character and prevalence of this Sinophobia? Finally, how does Vietnamese Sinophobia compare to similar ideologies in other parts of Southeast Asia, and what implications do these ideologies have for China's geopolitical and economic expansion throughout the region? In order to approach these broader questions, we must first start at the surprisingly recent crystallization of a unified and distinctively Vietnamese nationalist perspective on China. Early civilization. Readers familiar with American wartime activist scholarship may take it for granted that the Vietnamese have long hated all things Chinese. 21. This misreading of the history, which from its origins was more about rebutting the domino theory than analyzing Sino-Vietnamese relations, obscures a delicate, if at times conflicted, partnership between the polities. The first recorded settlements in the Red River Delta sprung up between 600 and 200 BCE. Radiocarbon dating puts the reinforced structures of Koloa at 300 BCE, perhaps a sign of the first centralized economy capable of dominating surrounding settlements. Whatever the features of this civilization, it was soon conquered by a series of migrants from the north. In 111 BCE, the Han Empire officially incorporated the territory stretching from modern Guangdong to Tanhua into the frontier commandery of Jiaozhai, where it remained, with some alterations, for 1,000 years. 22. Far from the center of power, the Han colonial project extracted goods such as pearls, ivory, and lapis lazuli. 23. Through a diverse series of indigenous chieftain collaborators. As time passed, the northern empires opened their armies, academies, and administration to Jiaozhai's best and brightest, further integrating the peripheral elite culture into the core. Indeed, men born in the Red River Delta would hold powerful positions throughout subsequent northern administrations well into the 20th century. 24. This process, often glossed as Sinicization, involved mass technology transfer as the world's most sophisticated farming techniques, record-keeping practices, manufacturing expertise, and political philosophies followed centuries of settlers to the polyglot, polymorphic southern frontier. The social dynamic engendered by settlers, political incentives, and economic centralization gave birth to an elite culture and language that came to dominate the administration of the more densely populated lowland and coastal settlements, while leaving difficult to access highland and scattered rural areas as reserves of precious forest goods. The elite culture that would eventually become Vietnamese had little in common with the vast linguistic and cultural diversity nominally administered by the state. Nevertheless, elite members of the governing apparatus defined the culture of the VT imperial system, and aspects of their pre-modern self-identification would be reconfigured into the 20th century nation. However, one should not overstate the degree of integration and consistency in pre-modern VT elite culture. There were lengthy civil wars between powerful ruling families with significant regional differences in economy and court culture. At times, different Buddhist, Taoist and Confucian traditions predominated among elites, and plenty of borrowing also took place from the neighboring non-Sinitic competitors of Angkor, Siam, and Kampa. The regional variation grew as VT settlers percolated south and eventually conquered Cham and Khmer territories, subduing the Mekong Delta on the eve of French colonization in the mid-19th century. Despite these variations, the VT elite were firmly planted in the East Asian cultural sphere. Pre-colonial visions of the North. Nationalist historiography roots the consolidation of an independent Vietnamese polity in the collapse of the Tang eternal enemies. 539. Dynasty, when decades of intermittent conflict fractured the Red River Delta. In 968 Dinh Bo Nh wrested control of the area from local warlords, becoming the leader of Greater Viet. Though declaring himself emperor, he was only recognized as commandery prince by the Song dynasty. 25. A tributary relationship was established, and despite brief conflicts, maintained until the French colonial era. In the 12th century the Song upgraded this title to king, prompting court analysts to write and rewrite the VT genealogical relation to the northern dynasties in an attempt to ground imperial sovereignty in VT sharing of civilized northern habits, knowledge, and an advantageous geomantic configuration. Far from writing their history as one of popular resistance to the North's colonial subjugation, Analysts familiar with northern sources and precepts turn to the northern canon to fashion a political identity based on a genetic lineage to the northern dynasties through Sheneng, a mythical founder of Chinese civilization. According to the elite VT worldview elaborated in the pre-modern era, civilization and morals were brought south by virtuous northern individuals, and the process was codified in heavenly signs that legitimized the southern kingdom as a new locus of civilization with its own powerful geomantic currents that in turn generated venerable southern individuals. 26. Despite the fact that many of these talented individuals are now celebrated for their exemplary bravery in patriotically battling Chinese invaders, previous rulers of the southern kingdoms originally promoted their deification with different purposes in mind. For example, Truong Nguyen Do, Vietnam's most revered hero, renowned for defeating the Yuan dynasty's Mongol forces in a riverine ambush in 1288, was previously celebrated for his strict adherence to ideals of royal and filial loyalty. 27. Even when his martial prowess was celebrated, he would be compared to northern generals. As late as the 19th century, martial shrines were constructed to celebrate such exemplary militarists. While Truong Nguyen Do was granted first position among the southern generals, he was still subordinated to personages from the northern court, as Guanzhong, Zhang Liang, Han Xian, Zhuge Li Jing, Guo Ziyi, and Yu Fei. 28. Subordinating Truong Nguyen Do in this manner proves that his exemplary qualities did not include opposition to China. On the contrary, he was exemplary because he mirrored qualities most perfectly exhibited by his northern counterparts. In sum, historical figures celebrated in present Vietnam for patriotic, anti-colonial, and anti-Chinese purposes have a long history of acting as both efficacious regional deities and state-promoted tutelary personages for popular moral rectification, but their promotion as patriotic heroes was a development of the colonial and revolutionary period. In the early 20th century, the metaphysical foundation for a consubstantial yet inferior relation with the North dissolved as reformers found themselves thrust into a world of competing nations caught in a zero-sum survival of the fittest. 541. Colonial reformers. This cosmological political system was thrown hopelessly out of synchronization in the mid-19th century. 100 years before, in the mid-18th century, the VT lands were nominally under the authority of the Le Emperor, but effectively controlled by two rival warlord families, the Tri-Nh in the north, and the Ngai-N in the south. The Ngai-N were hopelessly engaged in expansionist operations into the disputed frontier marshes of the Mekong Delta, a key Southeast Asian rice basket that fed cash cropping and construction activities around the Ngai-N political center in Hue. 29. In the late 17th century the Qing had lifted the ban on direct trade with Japan and limited trade in Southeast Asia, precipitating a long crisis in the Ngai-N's raw material export industry. The Ngai-N disastrously sought to make up for the shortfall by overvaluing its zinc currency, and when that proved catastrophic, by bringing more of the highlands into taxation, increasing corvée, and compelling rice traders to deliver at below market rates. The stresses were concentrated at the midway port town of Quy Nhon, triggering the 1770 Tay So-En rebellion, a Highlander-affiliated provincial revolt led by Ngai-N Hue that metastasized into all-out war and eventually forced the sole surviving Ngai-N heir to flee, while obliterating the Tri-Nh and Le royal families. The Tay So-En army sought to further expand its power northward and capitalize on a defeat of the pro-Le Qing Empire forces by sending an expeditionary force to annex Guangxi and Guangdong. Meanwhile, the Ngai-N dynasty's last surviving heir, Ngai-N Fukan, exploited the Tay So-En's preoccupation with northern conquest by allying with the Siamese effort to seize the Khmer territories and reclaim the Mekong Delta. 30. Tay So-En leader Ngai-N Hue's unexpected death in 1792 left his fledgling regime in a succession crisis, while Ngai-N Fukan's multinational coalition of mercenaries steadily reclaimed and consolidated vast swaths of the southern delta, dividing and conquering the Tay So-En zones and uniting territory under the Ngai-N dynasty in 1802. French naval officers provided pivotal training, fortification engineering, weapons sourcing, and battle commanding functions for Nguyen and Phu Quan's reconquest. However, the French Revolution and subsequent Napoleonic Wars prevented an intimate role by the French state, and the Frenchmen involved remained loyal to Nguyen and Phu Quan, eventually establishing Vietnamese families and assimilating into Vietnamese society. 31 The aloof attitude of the French state shifted as inter-imperial competition intensified during the French Second Empire. Bristling at increasing European intervention at the First Anglo-Burmese War, Nguyen Phu Quan's son, Emperor Min Ma Ng, combined a policy of political and cultural centralization with an unprecedentedly virulent anti-Christian propaganda campaign that depicted the faithful as agents of Western imperialism. By the 1850s, the anti-Western sentiment had swollen into rolling pogroms against local Christian communities, while overtures for trade relations made by French monopoly trading houses, financed by the Bordeaux Chamber of Commerce, were flatly rejected by the justifiably suspicious Nguyen regime. 32 Unperturbed by the hostility, Louis Napoleon's naval forces had already begun scouring the Chinese coast for paths into the interior, and rescuing persecuted Christians proved a convenient justification to the less than pious French naval officers looking for a river route into the prosperous markets of the Yangtze Plain, which would allow them to circumvent British dominance of the Pearl River Delta. The Second Anglo-Burmese War intensified French fears of being beaten to a southern route to the Chinese interior. In 1858 the French were repelled at Da Nang, and shifted their attack to Saigon, which they annexed through the treaty of the same name in 1862. By 1874 they had annexed the rest of the Mekong Plain and Cambodia, sending expeditions upriver in search of a water route to Yunnan, China. When the upper Mekong proved unavigable, they turned their sights to the Red River, bisecting Hanoi. Unrest in the metropole during the Franco-Prussian War and Paris Commune delayed official support for what were increasingly adventurous activities of untethered naval commanders in a European dash for Asian territory. 33 French entrepreneurs, especially the Lyon silk industry, emerged as powerful competitors on the global commercial stage. 34 The Third Republic, anxious to grab a share of the Asian pie, seized the whole of what would become Indochina, formally ending Qing vassalage by forcing a protectorate on the Nguyen dynasty in the 1883 Treaty of Hue. From 1885 to 1889, the last spasm of open royalist resistance to French conquest fizzled out in the Malarial Hills, as a contingent of renegade scholar generals led by Phan Dinh Phung preferred death to recognition of French control over the court. Eventually they succumbed to disease, hunger and betrayal as dynastic revanchism proved unable to rally sufficient sympathy from lowland compatriots and hostile highland polities. Discovering Vietnam and Vietnamese heroes. The old cosmology, like the tributary regime that anchored it, did not vanish overnight. Nevertheless, from 1900 to 1930 a sea change occurred in intellectual debates, increasingly dominated by reformers and revolutionaries who viewed the once celebrated northern customs as backward, feudal and, most importantly, a threat to the continued existence of what was increasingly seen as the Vietnamese nation. Ironically, this anti-feudal attitude wasn't promoted by the French colonizers, who propped up the defanged Nguyen dynasty well into the revolutionary period, but by Chinese literati reformers and their Vietnamese admirers. Soon after the turn of the century, nationalist and social Darwinist ideas flooded into Indochina through the East Asian circuits traveled by tireless literati activists like Phan Boi Chau, who first read essays by Chinese nationalist Liang Kikao while in Saigon, and then spent the next few decades in and out of prisons while traveling between Japan and South China. Chau exhorted young Vietnamese to go east and study Meiji examples, while he collaborated with Liang, Sun Yat-sen, and others on diplomatic, propagandist, and military recruitment missions. 35 The connection to the Sinosphere remained crucial. As the debates prevalent in Indochina were replicas of those propagated by the late Qing modernizers. Indeed, Liang Kikao himself inspired, introduced, and published Chau's influential History of the Loss of Vietnam, a text first circulated in China to warn young patriots about the fate of nations who succumb to colonial domination, a fear voiced by the Chinese revolutionaries of 1911, who chanted, "Only one thing makes us afraid, losing all hope of recovery like an M36. Part and parcel of these debates were a slew of concepts that increasingly framed the world in terms of territorially bound ethnic nations locked in a timeless battle for survival. Neologisms such as fatherland, patriotism, democracy, republic, and compatriot initially entered Vietnamese, not through French, but through the Chinese reformers exiled in Japan. 37 While giants like Phan Boi Chau loom large, the grunt work of popularization was accomplished by a slew of literati education reformers who promoted modern textbooks on subjects like geography and history. These scholars reimagined the dynastic annals and geomantic configurations with the explicit intention to foster a popular nationalist consciousness. In so doing, they hoisted the old southern tutelary deities up from their previous subordination to northern models, and invested these newfound heroes with the national character, a supposedly 2,000-year-old anti-colonial tradition. These new heroic configurations were screens bearing the projections of elite VT panic over the prospect of racial extinction. Nevertheless, they were subsequently inherited by both the Republican and Communist states. 38 When the Cold War inflated what might have been a relatively small anti-colonial and civil war into a horrific proxy war, the two rival states contested each other's revolutionary pedigree by drawing on examples presented by their recently minted heroic ancestors. While the Communists portrayed Ho Chi Minh as the next generation's exemplary hero, Republicans pointed to Hanoi's reliance on China to portray their enemies as collaborators with a new wave of northern invaders. Communist connections, Chinese aid, and Vietnamese war communism. Nguyen Sinh Kung, the man later known as Ho Chi Minh, was only one of countless activists from the colonial world who gathered at Versailles in 1919 to submit a futile petition in hopes of realizing Woodrow Wilson's hollow advocacy for national self-determination. An erstwhile advocate for a more humane colonial patronage, over the next 2 years, Ho, like many of his peers, grew disillusioned with the reformist agenda and became radicalized in the post-war Parisian atmosphere. Lenin's colonial theses, published in El Humanite, affected him deeply. And he had good company, brushing shoulders with the likes of Zhou Enlai, Li Lisan, Deng Xiaoping, as well as activists from Madagascar, Algeria, and Dahomey, with whom he published an anti-colonial newspaper called Le Paria. When, in December 1920, the French Communists broke with the Second International, Ho followed, becoming a founding member of the French Communist Party. In 1923 the Comintern invited him to Moscow, and in late 1924 he was sent to Guangzhou as a communications specialist. Once there, he founded the Vietnamese Revolutionary Youth League, which published communist and anti-colonial tracts to be smuggled into Vietnamese Indochina, where they found a receptive audience among the nascent patriotic student movement. 39. The Indochinese Communists were part of the global revolutionary movement, which officially had its nerve center in Moscow, but had its Asian base in southern China. The Kuomintang's 1927 violent turn against the CCP forced the Vietnamese Revolutionary Youth League to close, pushing Ho into Southeast Asia. Nevertheless, while he busily set about organizing parties in Malaya, Laos, Thailand, and perhaps Cambodia, the communist organizations within Indochina continued to grow independently of Comintern oversight, albeit in fits and starts due to periodic mass arrests. In 1929, the Comintern's Far Eastern Bureau, based in Shanghai, began to push local communists to reorganize into Comintern-approved communist parties. This work was primarily done through the Nanyang Committees, Comintern-affiliated anti-imperial revolutionary organizations established during the first KMT-CCP United Front period and dominated by communists from the Chinese diaspora, who sought to organize and unite fellow diaspora with indigenous communists in such far-flung lands as San Francisco, Cuba, Peru, and Malaya, to name a few places where the committees were active. 40. For the Vietnamese, This effort culminated in the establishment of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in Hong Kong in the spring of 1930. Led by Tra En Fu, with Ho as Comintern liaison, the party's founding coincided with a communist-led peasant rebellion and the establishment of Soviets in the north-central provinces of Nayan and Ha Tin. Not only was the rebellion locally ratified without approval from the nominal center based in South China. The somewhat adventurous rebellion may have even been coordinated by Li Lisan's agents in the Nanyang committees, which were just rolled into the ICP, and were brimming with Chinese communists who had fled the KMT crackdowns a few years prior. This disastrous episode testifies to the way the Indo-Chinese Communist movement, from its earliest days, was not only linked to the Chinese Communist movement via its bases in Hong Kong and Guangzhou, but was also linked at the quasi-independent locales through the Nanyang committees. The NATINH Soviets were brutally crushed by French air power, triggering a colony-wide crackdown on political radicals and sending a generation of revolutionaries into colonial prisons, themselves proving an effective incubator for the radical ideas that would later strangle French colonial. 549. Power in Asia. 41 Ho fled back to Moscow, but others weren't so lucky. Many in the Central Committee were arrested in Hong Kong in 1931. While a renewed surge of leftist radicalism overtook the colony, this time centered around Saigon, Ho was sidelined in Moscow, undergoing self-criticism and re-education for promoting a united front strategy while the party line was emphasizing class struggle. Ho's path changed course again in the early 1940s. Ascendant European fascism and Japanese militarism caused Moscow to renew united front tactics. The French Third Republic fell to the Wehrmacht, and the resulting Axis-aligned Vichy government was forced to allow Japan to station troops throughout Indochina, ruling the colony through a fragile co-governing arrangement. Inspired by wartime shortages and France's humiliation at having capitulated to a nation of the supposedly inferior Asian race, the Southern Uprising shook the Mekong Delta in late November 1940. Yet another brutal crackdown followed in its wake, this time effectively neutralizing the Southern Communists. Fortuitously for Ho, he was back in southern China to assist in the Second CCP-KMT United Front just as the center of Vietnamese communism shifted from Cochin China into the frontier highlands on the Yunnan border. 42 It was from here, especially after the March 1945 Japanese internment of French colonists, that the ICP-led Viet Minh solidified and expanded into a formidable guerrilla force with a large presence and widespread support in the densely populated rural Red River Delta, where they acted as OSS liaisons to reconnoiter and sabotage the Japanese occupation, providing famine relief to the beleaguered countryside by raiding Japanese grain stores. With the French in prison, Japanese surrender in August immediately precipitated an anti-colonial insurrection. The Viet Minh organizations, being the most disciplined military and political force in the territory, was best situated to capitalize on the mayhem, sweeping in to capture administrative centers throughout the country and establish the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, cementing their reputation as steadfast nationalists with connections to the victorious Allied forces and untarnished by collaboration with the defeated Japanese. 43 Nevertheless, the Allied leaders convened at the Potsdam Conference had already decided that the surrender of Japanese-controlled Indochina would be accepted by Chiang Kai-shek in the north and Britain in the south. Regional divergences intensified as the KMT recognized de facto Viet Minh authority in the north, while the British deferred to the French and stood by as they overthrew and exterminated the local Viet Minh apparatus to regain a foothold. Fearful of a KMT-backed anti-communist coup, the ICP officially dissolved from 1945 until 1951, when they were re-established as the Vietnamese Workers' Party. 44 They still secretly dominated the state administration, and local anti-communist nationalists weren't fooled, but in an ironic twist, international communist allies began to seriously doubt the Viet Minh's communist credentials. 45 The suspicion was exacerbated by the fact that, after the French recaptured the lowlands in 1946, the Viet Minh were once again pushed into the Yunnan border region, and almost completely cut off from the world communist movement. Indeed, Stalin was so concerned with maintaining French communist competitiveness in Europe that he couldn't risk denouncing the nation's colonial reconquest in Southeast Asia, even to the point that he advocated for Indonesian independence while ignoring the Vietnamese. The CCP, on the other hand, provided much-needed aid to the struggling and isolated Viet Minh, despite being preoccupied by full-blown civil war. By July 1947 nearly 1,000 officers, soldiers, specialists, and intelligence agents had received training at the behest of the Guangxi-Vietnam Border Interim Working Committee. 46 This trickle grew to a flood when diplomatic relations were established in January of 1950, and a steadily increasing flow of arms and advisors proved decisive in the Viet Minh shift from a stalemate guerrilla insurgency in the far-flung highland frontiers to set-piece attacks on French positions and eventual victory at Dien Bien Phu 47. Chinese advisors like Chen Gang, Wei Kuoking, and Luo Gibo did not just teach military tactics and select strategic targets, they also presided over a complete makeover of the DRV's state, party, and military organization. In anticipation of a shift from guerrilla war toward general counteroffensive, a political advisory group was established to act as the civilian complement to the Chinese military advisory group. This consisted of over 100 Chinese advisors who consulted directly with Ho on a range of issues including finance, security, culture, party consolidation, and land reform. Class struggle education spread throughout the military and mass organizations, where criticism/self-criticism sessions for petty bourgeois class standpoints were scheduled at regular intervals. 48 The social pressure of these marathon group interrogation sessions is difficult to exaggerate. During one rectification drive, for example, all 4,000 new recruits of the Army Officer School in Yunnan confessed to working for the enemy, with some so distraught that they committed suicide. With Chinese aid freeing the party from a reliance on the financial support of the indigenous bourgeoisie and landlords, training in class struggle intensified, and pretenses of a united front were gradually dropped. Men and women recently deemed the patriotic bourgeoisie and landlords for contributing to the resistance war were now increasingly described as evil, traitorous, and reactionary. In early 1953, pilot rent reduction programs were carried out by a parallel branch of specially trained cadres with close collaboration between top VWP leaders and their CCP advisors. A slew of propagandist literary works, both Vietnamese originals and translations from Chinese, were circulated in anticipation of the rent reduction and land reform campaigns that soon swept North Vietnam in a whirlwind of purgative show trials, coupled with famine. 49. The land reform campaign should be understood as a final step in the consolidation of authority that began with the explosion of PRC aid and advisors in 1950. The early stages of preliminary rent reduction and plans for land reform were first carried out in the liberated zones during preparations for the fateful siege of the French base nestled in the distant mountains of Dien Bien Phu, the largest battle in colonial history. 50. The timing was no coincidence. Land reform was the conclusion of the above-mentioned reorganization designed to squeeze an increasing ratio of loyalty from critically strained resources. Previous emulation campaigns proved insufficient to rouse enough peasant enthusiasm for death by napalm, dysentery, and machine gun fire. Party General Secretary Truong Chin made the connection explicit. Despite the party's exhortations, a number of peasants have revealed a sluggish attitude. They do not enthusiastically produce, they do not enthusiastically volunteer for military service. Must free the peasants from the feudal yoke, it must assist the peasants, in order to mobilize. 51. Despite enjoying widespread approval, 8 bloody years of war had taken its toll. By coupling the promise of land with menacing summary executions of traitors and feudalists, land reform was a carrot-and-stick policy that both stimulated flagging support among the peasantry and terrorized potential resistance. It was also a necessary addendum to the labor mobilizing policy passed a few months prior, which automatically enrolled all men and women aged 18 to 50 into a civilian porter program. The incentives of special status, financial support, and family support were reinforced by mandatory prison sentences for draft dodgers. Lacking suitable roads and susceptible to French air power, the war effort depended on an outrageous number of civilians to carry supplies through the forest by foot. This peaked with the battle at Dien Bien Phu, where 261,451 civilian porters carried artillery pieces, munitions, medicines, and food supplies by backpack and bicycle deep into the mountainous, malarial, snake-filled jungles of the far-flung Laotian border. Between 1950 and 1954, the DRV mobilized 1.7 million civilian porters, one-fifth of the population in a total of 53.8 million workdays. Mortality from enemy fire, and especially disease, was astoundingly high, and morale plummeted. 52 By the end of Dien Bien Phu, the DRV was one of the most militarized societies on earth, a trend that would continue during the even bloodier American War. The pressure cooker of international Cold War strategic interests caused the nascent DRV to crystallize as a lopsided rural war machine. Only 7% of the North Vietnamese population lived in urban areas in 1954. 53 The Geneva Conference agreements for population movement saw another 850,000 flee to the south, most from the more densely populated former French-controlled zones where International Control Commission staff oversight was able to prevent DRV agents from impeding flight. 54 Land reform was followed by cooperativization campaigns and military-led infrastructure and industrial projects focused in rural areas near the northern border. 55 Restrictions on rural migration, which had long been enacted by French colonial tax and worker identification requirements, were greatly expanded with the universal implementation of a PRC-inspired Hokkaido household registration system in 1960. 56 This was paired with detailed personal files that recorded class background, daily habits, familial political affiliations and whatever gossip was deemed relevant by the local police. Immobilizing the population and creating a tier system for access to goods and services, necessary tools to ensure rural families displayed sufficient patriotism by providing volunteer soldiers to infiltrate the South. The first 5-year plan also established population resettlement schemes designed to spread people evenly over the terrain and combat food shortages by bringing new land under cultivation. In 1965, U.S. President Johnson responded to political instability in South Vietnam by authorizing strategic bombing of the North and mass deployment of American troops in the South. This further accelerated deurbanization and stunted industrial growth, as what little concentrations of population and industry that did exist soon became prime targets for the gargantuan air power mobilized by the U.S. 500,000 more people were evacuated from the cities, and industry was further decentralized, making the period from 1954 to 1973 one of zero urban growth. 57. North Vietnamese society was able to survive the bombings and continue waging war in the south because of the military and consumer goods provided by the PRC, and, increasingly under Kosygin's leadership after 1965, the Soviet Union. From 1965 to 1967, aid made up 60% of the DRV's annual budget. 58 PRC aid continued to climb during the Sino-Soviet split as the two nations competed for influence over the DRV. Though the USSR contributed high-price items like petroleum, high-tech weapons systems, specialist personnel, and advanced equipment, China surpassed the total value of Soviet aid and loans through the massive contribution of less expensive items like food, clothing, medicine, engineers, and even hundreds of thousands of soldier laborers. With the costs of social reproduction heavily subsidized by the PRC, DRV society dug into a holding pattern of wartime mobilization where the scaling up of cooperatives, tightening of workplace discipline, and restrictions on black market activity were postponed to ensure that rural morale remained sufficient to allow a steady stream of recruits despite the shortage of agricultural and manufacturing goods. 59 The civilian porter system organized for the French War was dwarfed by the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail. By 1975 this network, composed of more than 16,700 kilometers of gravel and paved highway along with 5,000 kilometers of fuel pipeline, honeycombed the borderland high canopy jungles of Laos and Cambodia. 60. The roads carried more than 1.5 million soldiers and millions of tons of weapons. More than 2.2 million small arms, 43,000 anti-tank weapons, 10 million uniforms, and 10,000 vehicles were contributed by the PRC, with an additional estimated $85 million USD per year in economic assistance. 61. Generally speaking, socialist blockade allowed Vietnamese war communism to develop into a streamlined system for delivering northern peasants, bearing Chinese weapons, to strike targets inside South Vietnam. 62. China and the two Vietnams. Vietnamese communists built their national image upon fin de siècle nationalist histories and were conceptually torn between nationalist and class-based poles of analysis. Between these poles, the movement to save the nation and embrace martyrdom for the fatherland tended to eclipse the more sublime and difficult to mobilize identification with an international proletariat. Unable or unwilling to reimagine the essentially VT subject of national liberation, a complicated and contradictory position vis-a-vis their Chinese comrades developed, as the received history of Chinese domination over VT self-determination had to be reconciled with a renewed reliance on northern socio-political models, military support, and economic aid. Their Saigon-based competitors faced no such contradiction and were free to frame the Vietnamese communists as collaborators with a renewed Chinese imperial project. In the South, the term Northern invaders could be shorthand for both Hanoi and Beijing. The dilemma facing Hanoi is evident in the editorial tendencies of the party state's flagship historical journal, Language History Geography, renamed Historical Research in 1959. In its early years, the journal closely followed historiographical debates taking place in the PRC, investigated Chinese historical figures for inspiration, debated links between the Chinese and Vietnamese revolutions, and engaged in comparative work between the countries. One article in particular shows how communist scholars reconciled the tension between nationalist historiography and proletarian values, the historical relationship between Vietnam and China by Truong Huy Liu. 63. The article preempts charges of cooperating with the timeless enemy to the north by emphasizing the class nature of previous waves of expansionism, where the Chinese feudalists who invaded Vietnam had been simultaneously oppressing their own people in a similar manner. Now that the two nations' feudalists had been overthrown, the common people of each could become united in proletarian brotherhood against American imperialism. Besides being an accomplished scholar and the journal's chief editor, Truong Huy Liu also held such official positions as General Secretary of the Viet Minh, Chief Minister of Information and Propaganda, Chairman of the National Salvation Cultural Association, and Deputy Chairman of the China-Viet Friendship Society. His article, then, is not the opinion of a young scholar seeking recognition, but of a seasoned official responsible for Sino-Vietnamese relations. It was published in 1966, amidst a crescendo of anti-revisionist sentiment and a decidedly pro-Chinese stance on the Sino-Soviet dispute. 64. The article is exemplary in its attempt to resolve the paradox of Viet historiography, namely, how to reconcile the continued reliance on Chinese aid and socio-economic, military, political, and philosophical models, on the one hand, with nationalist historiography's excavation of a Viet essence from layered centuries of opposition to Chinese imperial schemes, on the other. The Republican government in Saigon faced no such dilemma. Just as Hanoi's propaganda sought to paint that regime as the offspring of French compradors with newfound careers as puppets of American imperialism, the Southerners recast themselves as true inheritors of the nationalist historiography's two-millennia tradition of resistance to Northern aggression. Former tutelary deities were transmuted into national heroes, anchoring new rituals and agitprop that collapsed both North Vietnam and Red China into a single invading force poised against an authentic Vietnamese way of life. For example, the 1962 inauguration of a new statue of the True Ng sisters, first ranking among the nation's women warriors of lore, drew strong parallels between ancient opposition to northern invaders and the current conflict with the communists. RVN First Lady Truong Le Chien explained in her speech that the elder sister True Ng Tra Si faces north with a sword half drawn from her scabbard. She stands ready to march forward into battles. Truong Xian then condemned both the howling communist wolves and the free world pseudo-liberalism, the latter for refusing to recognize that rural insecurity resulted from the superior military power of the communists, who pour all their material means into war purposes instead of peace purposes. 65. As we might expect, this emphasis extended to the Saigon government's propaganda campaigns. A 1968 leaflet distributed in the Mekong Delta, for example, likened the communists to the 13th century Mongols, northern invaders to be overcome by national solidarity led by the medieval Prince Truong Nguyen Dao, now under the Republican flag. 66. A similar leaflet, dropped from planes over North Vietnam between 1969 to 1972, was even more explicit: all Vietnamese honor Truong Nguyen Dao on his feast day. The spirit of Truong Nguyen Dao would not tolerate the Workers' Party bringing the elephant to trample the tomb of our ancestors. 67. Another airdropped leaflet made use of the celebrated rebel Nguyen Hue, who in 1788 defeated the Qing forces sent to reinstate the crumbling Le dynasty. The leaflet references the use of Chinese military assistance as a national betrayal, accusing the communists of similarly receiving support from our eternal enemy to the north, who is directly commanding and supporting a war against the southern people. 68. Whereas Hanoi propaganda also claimed inheritance of the new historiography's 2,000-year anti-colonial tradition, it could not so seamlessly associate current events with Chinese domination. Instead, Hanoi linked the anti-colonial spirit of Vietnamese heroes to contemporary, and distinctly Stakhanovite, anti-French and later anti-American counterparts. 69. Yet beyond just refraining from criticism, documents recovered from communist guerrillas occasionally included pro-Chinese propaganda. For example, one book published in 1965, titled China, Faithful Friends Struggling Beside the Vietnamese People, Blood Brother to the People of the South, 70, emphasizes close connections between the Vietnamese and Chinese revolutions, the vast economic aid China had provided in the North's industrialization effort, and widespread demonstrations across Chinese cities, where 4,300 letters from all over arrived at the Vietnamese embassy, emphasizing that when needed, the Chinese youth are ready to enter the battlefield and help Vietnam. Another recovered book, called Thank You China, Friend in the Same Foxhole, 71, includes over 50 pages of encouraging poems and essays from Chinese authors dedicated to the Vietnamese Revolution. Ominously foreshadowing current troubles in the South China Sea, one newspaper recovered from a captured guerrilla contained propaganda lauding Chinese oil drilling operations, and even featured a map acknowledging what is currently known as the 9-dash line of Chinese maritime claims. 72. In sum, both communists and anti-communists inherited colonial-era nationalist conceptions of Vietnamese history first pioneered by the literati reformers and traceable to Liang Qicao's new historiography. The communists increasingly relied on Chinese aid, which made them vulnerable to propaganda that framed them as traitors to the nation's eternal enemy. The South too was hopelessly dependent not only on U.S. aid, but also on hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the U.S. and its allies, making them vulnerable to propaganda discrediting their own nationalist credentials. Whereas the South denounced the French colonists and grudgingly accepted their American patrons, the North celebrated their Chinese comrades as proletarian brothers mutually freed from the oppressive bonds of feudal society and united against American imperialism as their new common enemy. It is difficult to say how ordinary people in the North evaluated Chinese assistance, but it seems unlikely that Vietnamese communists could escape this period without being clearly associated with the CCP. After the relationship between the two countries soured in the late 1960s, the Vietnamese communists would abandon admiration of Chinese proletarian internationalism and fall back on propagandizing against the eternal enemy of the Vietnamese people, inadvertently contaminating themselves with collaboration. After victory over the French at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, Vietnamese communist approval of the Chinese model was at an all-time high. With the help of an advisory team composed of Chinese veterans of the anti-Japanese and civil wars, the People's Army of Vietnam had developed from a relatively small, jungle marooned guerrilla outfit to a multi-division regular force triumphantly marching through a flurry of confetti into the once invulnerable halls of colonial power. The land reform excesses, which forced Chuang Chin to symbolically step down and Ho Chi Minh to make a tearful if melodramatic apology, might have first planted the seeds of doubt. But after the 1953 death of Stalin and the ensuing 1956 attack on his cult of personality triggered a rupture between the PRC and the USSR, corresponding cleavages opened among VWP artists, intellectuals, and apparatchiks. The key cultural, economic, and military debates were polarized by the growing Sino-Soviet split. A 1956 literary controversy known as the Nan Vanj Pha affair followed on the heels of Khrushchev's acknowledgement of Stalinist excess. For a few months, reformist intellectuals drew courage from the riots in the Eastern Bloc and the Chinese 100 Flowers campaign to demand more intellectual freedom. When the latter shifted into the anti-rightist campaign, the VWP followed in lockstep, denouncing, re-educating and arresting any would-be reformers. However, while the CCP and VWP largely agreed over cultural policies, the two parties diverged in economic thought. When Beijing launched the Great Leap Forward in 1958, the VWP refused to follow suit, believing that Vietnam wasn't prepared to form agricultural communes, and perhaps also concerned that another major reform in the wake of the recent land reform disaster would precipitate widespread resistance. Nevertheless, party debates. Eternal enemies. 569. Over controversial agricultural measures, which sought to remedy flagging production by turning a blind eye to the reintroduction of peasant smallholder mechanisms, continued throughout the 1960s. 73. Could socialist agricultural relations of production, in the form of rural cooperatives with strict production quotas and work points, precede the technological basis for mass production? Or should spontaneous private smallholder production be tolerated as a stopgap measure to develop a requisite level of technological development and expertise? This debate had geopolitical implications against the backdrop of the Soviet Union's withdrawal of advisors and specialists from the PRC, and the subsequent privileging of the Red over the expert. On the military front, Khrushchev's policy of peaceful coexistence had internally divided the Vietnamese party between the more hawkish South Firsters, who sought immediate military unification, and the more dovish North Firsters, who wished to focus resources on rebuilding the North. 74. Faced with Ho Chi Minh's failing health, the General Secretary Le Duc and South Firsters overcame the more cautious advocates of military modernization, led by General Vuong Wengiap. Because this ideological cleavage roughly corresponded to the Sino-Soviet split, Le Duc's consolidation of power entailed the systematic purging of Soviet-affiliated party members. By 1963 the campaign against modern revisionism was unfolding hand-in-glove with the wholesale suppression of pacifist elements within the party, military, and mass organizations. Literary authors with nuanced positions on war were rusticated, dovish Soviet movies were banned, and more than 50 middle and high-ranking cadres defected to the Soviet Union. The highest-ranking and most outspoken pro-Soviet, Duo Ngbach My, died mysteriously, and a number of high-profile arrests were made. Vietnamese students abroad in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were ordered to return home for re-education, and many refused. According to East Germany's embassy records, the atmosphere in Hanoi at this time was so tense that civilians were arrested for even routine interactions with foreigners from the Soviet bloc. 75. Although the split clearly loomed large in the VWP's internal politics, the party never made a firm commitment to either side. Instead, they maintained a significant degree of independence while benefiting from the military aid doled out by the competing hegemons. Unexpectedly, the break between the VWP and the CCP first took root during this crest of anti-Soviet sentiment. Khrushchev was ousted by Kosygin, who visited Hanoi in 1965, signaling renewed Soviet interest in the DRV unification effort. If Khrushchev's ouster was the carrot, China's great proletarian cultural revolution was the stick. The chaos in the PRC came at the worst possible time for the VWP. A year before the upheaval in China began, the US bombed North Vietnam and put boots on the ground in the south. Although the renewed threat of US troops on the Chinese border drove an increase in aid from the PRC, the existential threat of American air power brought a critical need for superior anti-aircraft weapons from the Soviet Union. The PRC was a critical logistics corridor for Soviet aid, and the widening split brought tighter PRC control over DRV-bound Soviet products. The USSR accused the PRC of purposefully delaying and even tampering with Vietnamese supplies. 76 This propaganda coup for the Soviet Union coincided with the Cultural Revolution, which besides making the PRC generally unreliable also decreased China's relative share of aid. It's unclear exactly how or why, but clear conflicts between the erstwhile comrades and brothers soon percolated to the surface. While the USSR and the DRV both advocated united action among socialist states to combat US imperialism in Southeast Asia, the PRC rejected cooperation, and Soviet aid transiting through Guangxi was occasionally looted by Red Guards. Mao Zedong pressured the DRV to oppose a Soviet peace plot. PLA volunteers stationed in North Vietnam were disciplined for distributing propaganda, and Red Guards who did not respect the rules were crossing freely over the border, demanding to join the fight against the US. 77 In addition, personnel changes in the Beijing Foreign Ministry transformed embassies abroad into propaganda organs advocating popular revolution. This badly damaged PRC relations with other Southeast Asian states, but at this point it is unknown what took place in Hanoi. We do know that the Cultural Revolution divided the ethnic Chinese community, encouraging nationalist activism among Chinese-language schools in the north. The DRV cracked down by deporting such activists and abolishing Chinese as a language of instruction. 78 The break is also evident in the mass withdrawal of PLA volunteers, numbering 170,000 in 1965. By 1968 all of them had returned China. In addition, VWP suspicion of Chinese intentions in Laos, if muted before, were made clear when the Vietnamese responded to increased Chinese road-building activities by pressuring the Pathet Lao to isolate their China-affiliated members. This tug-of war reached a crescendo of sorts with the 1971 assassination of Pathet Lao general, and critic of Hanoi, Phama, causing several battalions of Pathet Lao forces to defect to Vientiane. 79. By the end of the Cultural Revolution, a new balance of power had emerged in Southeast Asia. The military failure of the Tet Offensive in the spring of 1968 was followed by Lon Nol's coup against the Sihanouk regime, extending the U.S. war into Cambodia and putting extreme pressure on Viet Cong supply lines into South Vietnam. To compensate, PAVN forces expanded deeper into Laos and Cambodia. This worried Beijing, which was confronted with the specter of a powerful, Moscow-friendly Hanoi dominating the Southeast Asian mainland and boxing in the PRC. The Sino-American rapprochement was born from this concern, among others. 80 China, who in 1968 had strongly opposed peace talks as a revisionist plot, now pressured the DRV to negotiate a settlement with Kissinger that recognized the Republican government in South Vietnam. Despite Beijing's assurances that Vietnamese interests were being kept in mind, DRV officials strongly opposed this ping-pong diplomacy. One Hanoi official remarked that, while Nixon gets his 21-gun salute in Peking, we'll be giving him a different kind of salute in South Vietnam. There will be more than 21 guns. And they won't be firing blanks. 81 Hanoi's suspicions of Beijing were communicated through a proposal to officially delineate the northern border, where sporadic battles began to break out between the two countries' militaries as early as 1973. The PRC in turn cultivated relations with anti-Vietnamese elements within the Khmer Rouge, who captured Phnom Penh 2 weeks before the PAVN captured Saigon and quickly set about pressing irredentist claims for the return of the Mekong Delta. When the Vietnamese Party General Secretary Le Duan sought reconstruction aid from Mao that September, he was rebuked. Today, you are not the poorest under heaven. We are the poorest. We have a population of 800 million. Meanwhile, the Khmer Rouge received more than $1 billion in assistance. 82. The first signs of the South China Sea dispute also emerged during this period. In December 1973, the DRV wished to begin oil exploration in the Tonkin Gulf and requested to resolve maritime boundary disputes by holding the PRC to the 1887 Sino-French Convention. This was promptly rejected by Beijing, who would have ceded 2/3 of the Tonkin Gulf under the deal. Even more damning for the VWP, the DRV had already publicly recognized China's 1958 declaration claiming maritime sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratly Islands. 83. In 1974, the PRC attacked South Vietnamese positions in the Paracels. Though DRV officials didn't publicly protest the Chinese attack, neither did they support it, instead coolly replying that countries should settle disputes by negotiation and in a spirit of equality, mutual respect, and good neighborliness. As soon as the South Vietnamese military collapsed, however, the PAVN occupied the Spratly Islands, later describing China's 1974 attack on the South Vietnamese Navy as the PRC's first act of armed aggression against Vietnam. 84. The mask of friendship gave way to open warfare in 1978, when the PAVN quietly responded to Khmer Rouge massacres of Vietnamese villagers with a limited punitive invasion of the eastern Cambodia. The Khmer responded by publicly denouncing Vietnam, blowing the cover off the conflict. Vietnam was determined to overthrow the Pol Pot regime and install a friendly government, while Beijing was committed to keeping the Khmer Rouge in power as a limit to Vietnamese hegemony in Southeast Asia. When the Vietnamese seized Phnom Penh and pushed the Khmer Rouge government deep into the heavily forested Thai frontier later that winter, Deng Xiaoping had the perfect pretext for a subsequent punitive expedition against Moscow's unruly allies to the south. No longer seeing each other as comrades and brothers as close as lips and teeth, in 1978 Deng gained tacit support from US, Thai, and Singaporean officials for an attack against the ungrateful and expansionist Vietnamese, the 1979 Sino-Vietnamese border war. 85. The Red Menace in Southeast Asia was no longer Chinese, for the moment. A bad time to be Hoa. The ethnic Chinese residents of Indochina bore the brunt of the new international balance of power. Domestically known as the Hoa, these settlers had arrived in waves, with the largest migrations into the south occurring after the Ming collapse and again during the Opium Wars. As elsewhere in Southeast Asia, they developed into an ethnic mercantile class that, in the south, controlled tax farms and colonial monopolies, while vertically integrating the lucrative Mekong Delta rice trade. When the Vietnamese-controlled parts of Indochina were split along the 17th parallel, the Hoa were split into two very different legal regimes. Whereas Ngo-Dinh-Diem's regime in Saigon more closely followed other Southeast Asian examples by instituting coercive assimilationist policies, Hanoi afforded numerous privileges to the Hoa, including freedom from military conscription, increased economic rights, and the right to travel to China with all the opportunities for smuggling that this entailed. 86. At the war's end, around 1.2 million Hoa resided in the newly unified Vietnam, and though the suppression was rationalized differently in the two zones, all of them came under severe scrutiny. In the south, because of continued Hoa economic dominance, their suppression was part and parcel of socialist reforms. Northern Khattars, many coming directly from the rebel zones, were astonished by the spectacular material wealth of downtown Saigon. A debate raged within the Politburo regarding the best course of action: should Saigon be maintained as a special economic zone and used to subsidize the impoverished North? Or would its capitalist elements pollute the socialist economy? 87. In the end, hardline socialists won out, in no small measure due to the fear of an ethnic Chinese fifth column controlling the southern economy. Beginning in March 1977, ethnic Chinese shopkeepers around the city awoke at dawn to teams of youth union activists ready to enact the reform of capitalist and private industry, trade, and commerce, which nationalized thousands of establishments belonging to compradors, commercial capitalists and petty traders. 88 These were followed by further policies of dispossession, re-education, and coerced relocation to dreaded new economic zones, where the former shopkeepers would reclaim the malarial frontier wilderness for agricultural production. One goal of the latter was to break up the more elite Hoa neighborhoods and scatter their residents among Vietnamese, or alternately push them into the steady trickle of refugees already fleeing the country to try their luck on the open seas. According to HCMC statistics gathered in March 1979, of the 28,787 households branded as commercial capitalists and reformed, 2,500 households with revolutionary credentials were allowed to remain in the city, and 3,494 were rusticated to the provinces under the guise of registering for the new economic zones. The remaining 23,000 were thrown into limbo. 89. While the ethnic cleansing of Chinese elements in the South first took place under the banner of reforming capitalist elements, the simultaneous suppression of Hoa in the North was explicitly pursued as a purge of Chinese spies. Though many of the northern Hoa had also been merchants in the past, they were never as dominant as their southern counterparts. And most had already been at least partially dispossessed in the socialist reforms of 1955. After unification brought conflict with the PRC to a head, a series of policies and state-driven popular mobilization campaigns then specifically sought to expel the Hoa from the country. In 1976, under the guise of unifying the educational system, all Chinese language instruction was abolished and the teachers placed on paid leave to study Vietnamese. Later that year, the Hoa residents in the port cities of Haiphong and Quang Ninh were prohibited from working in any occupation somehow associated with espionage, including barber, household electrician, and jobs that might put one into contact with foreigners. In addition, state media began inciting racial hatred, with programs like Stories of Vigilance broadcasting tales of conniving Chinese spies. A resettlement policy was developed and propagandized, with slogans such as "The party and state have created the conditions for the Hoa to return to their fatherland." But many of the Hoa had been in Vietnam for generations, married into Vietnamese families, and had only the most tenuous connections to their Chinese heritage. Unfamiliar with both Chinese language and customs, a number of committed and high-ranking party members killed themselves and their families rather than suffer the indignity of expulsion. In the two northern Hoa centers of Quang Ninh and Haiphong, 185,000 out of a total of 197,000 Hoa were driven out in 1978. 90 By the time the Chinese launched their punitive expedition in February, 202,000 Hoa refugees had been resettled from northern Vietnam into China. 91. Meanwhile in the south, a backdrop of intense scarcity encouraged well-positioned police and provincial authorities to take advantage of the expulsions for personal gain. A secretive plan was hatched by local officials to provide a more organized departure for the fleeing Hoa. Called Plan 2, the operation would charge emigrants 8 taels of gold for a place on a boat leaving Vietnam. In practice, unaccountable local administrators charged the families far more, underreported the number registered, undersupplied and overcrowded the boats, and divided the savings. Overseas relatives poured money into the country to buy a ticket out for their relatives, with one estimate placing the remittances at $3 billion USD, replacing the coal industry as the largest source of foreign exchange. 92 Though unofficial emigration continued and expanded to millions of Vietnamese refugees, Plan 2 was officially stopped in June of 1979, leaving many Hoa who had already paid stranded without a way out. For those who did make it onto the open ocean, many were then forced to endure rape, robbery, and marooning at the hands of pirates. In the 18-month period from January 1978 to July 1979, 398,804 people were accepted into the refugee camps of neighboring Southeast Asian countries and Hong Kong. It's unclear what percentage of these were actually Hoa, and how many died at sea, but the expulsion of ethnic Chinese from South Vietnam was a turning point in the post-war period that transformed the steady trickle of refugees into the now infamous torrent of boat people. The renewed threat of war and the dire material deprivation greatly exacerbated by US-led sanctions no doubt played a significant role in the refugee crisis. But we shouldn't underestimate the impact of the Hoa policy. As mentioned above, the Southern Hoa weren't an isolated community restricted to Saigon's Chinatown, Cholo-en, but were the social and economic pillars of Southern society, spread throughout the countryside, heavily intermarried with ethnic Vietnamese, and a part of vast kinship, friendship, and patron-client networks, all of which were devastated by the reforms. Part political purge, part socialist reform, part ethnic cleansing, the sudden and drastic clampdown on the ethnic Chinese remains a stain on the socialization drive, and a watershed in Sino-Vietnamese relations. As could be expected, state-led discourse on China and the Hoa adjusted to the new balance of power by reframing the Sino-Vietnamese relationship in explicitly colonial terms, thereby approximating the narrative formerly prevalent in South Vietnam, and crystallizing many of the talking points still used by today's anti-Chinese activists. Perhaps the most condensed example is found in the Foreign Ministry's October 1979 White Papers. This 100-odd-page indictment backtracked on the earlier calls for proletarian internationalism to argue that the current Chinese leadership's international strategy, despite their tricks of concealment, has laid bare their extremely counter-revolutionary essence, completely exposing themselves as disciples of great nation chauvinism, and as bourgeois capitalists. Current policy toward Vietnam, no matter how cleverly camouflaged, is still the Celestial Empire's policy from thousands of years ago, which aims to annex Vietnam, pacify the Vietnamese people, and transform Vietnam into a Chinese vassal. 93. According to this reformulation, Chinese aid was a plot to lure Vietnam into opposing the USSR, technical assistance was a cover for the road building needed to expand into Southeast Asia, Chinese advisors and technicians were Maoist agents sent to organize a spy network and mobilize a fifth column of Hoa saboteurs. And the Cultural Revolution was a rabid and blood-drenched domestic struggle aimed to erase Marxism-Leninism, shatter the Communist Party, destroy the global revolution, and link with American imperialism to promote a policy of nationalist expansionism. 94 historians followed suit en masse, publishing countless essays condemning the Southeast Asian Chinese diaspora as tools of the mainland empire, showing continuities between the foreign policies of the PRC and those of earlier northern dynasties, discovering the deeply reactionary origins of the CCP, and generally unearthing a timeless plot to conquer and assimilate the Vietnamese. 95. Conclusion. In 2013, while on a trip to visit his children studying abroad in the U.S., Brigadier General and Political Commissar of the General Office of Defense Industry, Ha Tan Chao arrived at the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services offices in Seattle, Washington, where he submitted an application for political asylum. 4 days later, he passed top-secret documents to a journalist at Foreign Policy magazine that shook the Vietnamese blogosphere and confirmed commentators' worst suspicions. The unbelievable document shows that, in 1990, as socialist states were collapsing across Eurasia, and political pluralism was being considered in Vietnam, then Party General Secretary Nguyen Van Linh accepted Chinese support to backpedal on promised political reforms and inaugurated a fateful crackdown on intellectual freedom. According to the document, Lin prefaced his decision with the confession, "I know that if we rely on China we'll lose the nation, but I'd rather lose the nation than lose the party." The plan to regain Chinese support was supposedly hatched at a secret conference in Chengdu, where Lin flatteringly conceded to Deng Xiaoping. Vietnam requests that China erase the misunderstandings of the past. On Vietnam's part, we will expend every effort to rebuild the long-time friendship founded by Chairman Mao and Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam will abide by the Chinese request to allow Vietnam to enjoy autonomous area status under the Central Committee of the Beijing government, just as China has allowed Inner Mongolia, Tibet, Xinjiang, and Guangxi to also enjoy. In order to effectively mentally prepare the Vietnamese people and resolve the necessary steps to join the great Chinese ethnic family, please allow us a period of 60 years, 1990 to 2020, 2020-2040, 2040 to 2060. 96. This imaginative, though presumably fabricated, scenario is typical of the conspiratorial exposés that form permanent fixtures of the Vietnamese anti-government blogosphere. Though the Chengdu conference was very real, the party state hasn't released evidence of the terms of renewed relations, and this secrecy adds fuel to a fire of popular paranoia over the rising global power to Vietnam's north. Perhaps analogous to the Illuminati conspiracies of Clinton-led globalist rape cults and European racist anxiety over national degeneration at the behest of scheming Soros-led financiers, Vietnamese populism is haunted by the prospect of assimilation into China. Imported foods are poisoned, Vietnamese women are doomed to sexual servitude at the hands of unmarriageable Chinese men, Chinese settlers are colonizing the sacred territory of the fatherland, and the multiplying development loans and construction projects are a debt scheme to sell off the nation piecemeal. 97. The U.S. diplomatic mission in Vietnam is well aware of the prevalence of such conspiracy theories among pro-democracy activists, and while suspicious of the rumors' veracity, American diplomats hold frequent meetings with their purveyors. 98. These aren't simply the product of American meddling, however, as even prominent party stalwarts like Vion Wenjup, Vovan Kt, Bui Tin, and others have, toward the end of their lives, indulged in some degree of similar rhetoric. The recent explosion of mass protests, strikes, and riots over planned special economic zones is only the latest wave in a series of popular outbursts showing that these fears, if not necessarily the full-fledged conspiracy theories, have established a broad appeal among the masses, accurate information being hard to come by in a nation that shuns polling and public research into the topic. The Communist Party of Vietnam sees these popular expressions as products of anti-regime propaganda spread by overseas remnants of the Saigon regime and part of a U.S. government-led effort to promote a color revolution in Vietnam. 99. Putting aside momentarily the certainly present, though difficult to quantify role, of diaspora anti-communists and the U.S. security state, the study of these conspiracy theories is made all the more important by the likelihood that, were a popular squares-type anti-regime protest to gain traction in Vietnam, hyper-nationalist conspiracies of this sort would be a key feature. A subsequent article will dive deeper into the very real economic and historical basis of these theories as they developed alongside the political changes of the mid-1980s reform period, charting their growth alongside the flood of Chinese investment and the churning geopolitical fortunes of the last decades.